Ma'am? Sharma? Ma'am? Morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Fine.
I think there is an
Ma'am, shall we start?
absolutely. I think there is an echo, or is it fine?
Now it's okay, ma'am.
Now it's okay. Perfect. Would you please allow me to share my screen? And
Yeah,
then
yeah, you are allowed. You are also host, ma'am.
Okay. I just want.
Sharing.
Absolutely. Is the screen visible?
Oh, yeah, ma'am. Yeah, visible.
Okay.
Okay. A very good morning to one and all gathered on the webinar. So today is the second day for the PG and Research Department of English of Sri Vidyamandar Arts and Science College, Kateri Uttangarai, Krishna District, Tamil Nadu, India, organizing a two-day international conference, virtual conference on religious and political perspectives in English literature. And with the thanks and gratitude of the fullest support of the participants, stakeholders, professors, dignitaries, students, and everyone throughout the globe since yesterday. I extend my warm welcome for the second day of international virtual conference for the second day. And with this gratitude, let me start with the formal welcome to the first keynote speaker, Dr. Parul Sharma. Thank you.
Good morning to Anand all who had gathered here around this globe for this two-day international virtual conference on religious and political perspectives in English literature. I'm glad to welcome to this second day conference as it is rightly by Kofi Annan. Knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society and every family. Now, we as only family traveled here to sharpen our knowledge. Time spent on obtaining knowledge can never go waste. So let's make this time so meaningful with all your hopes and blessings. Let's begin the technical session of day 2. With due respect, I invite Mrs. R. Rajakumari, Assistant Professor of English, to introduce our resource person, Dr. Parul Sharma, to the public. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning to all. I am greatly pleased to introduce our today's resource person who has stretched her wings not only in the field of education but also in media. Who is from our capital city, Dr. Parul Sharma, Assistant Professor in English, working at Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology, Delhi. She has done her PhD under the title Re-examining the Canon, a study of nature, race, class, and gender, and Gloria Naylor's fiction. Her area of interests are communication skills for professional Afro-American literature and feminist studies. She is serving as a presenter at All India Radio FM Gold since 2000. She is also a member of editorial board Agrani Samkaf. She has participated and presented at various national and international conferences, workshops, and seminars. I request preferable Professor Dr. Parul Sharma to present a keynote address. I welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such a beautiful introduction. Thank you, each one of you. Before I begin, I think it is customary that I should, thanks and congratulate Shri V. Chandrasekharan, founder Shri Vidya Mandir Group of Educational Institutions, Dr. T. Bala Subramaniam, Chairman Shri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, and the entire management team for taking the lead and organizing a very relevant conference on the confluence of religion and literature. I'm specifically thankful to Dr. N. Gunashekharan, Vice Principal, Associate Professor, and Convener of this international conference, who gave me this opportunity to have a dialogue with you, who gave me an opportunity so that I can speak to you and express my opinions and little reflections on this vast field with all of you. At the same time, my greetings to all the members of the organizing committee, Dr. R. Shivkumar, Mrs. P. Sridevi, Mrs. N. Vijaya, Mr. R. Amrit Rai, and Mr. M. Prakhar, and other members of the organizing team, and all the participants who are joining this platform via Zoom meeting and connecting and participating in a dialogue which is about the confluence of religion with literature. So it's an honor to be here. It's my pleasure that I have been given an opportunity to interact with such an erudite and academically sound gathering. So welcome each one of you from my side. And here I begin with my reflections on the topic. As you can make out, religion and literature are two vast and humongous topics. And as such, it is my humble attempt to present a little bit of observations in these two vast fields. Before I begin, let me ask the organizers, is my PPT visible to you? And as well as, is there any problem as far as the voice quality is concerned?
Ma'am, perfectly, everything is perfect.
Okay.
You can proceed.
Right. I am unable to move the slide. I'm just trying. My slide yeah.
You can move your slide, ma'am. Everything is okay here.
Yeah, but it's not moving as at my end. Let me check.
Okay, ma'am. Otherwise, you can close and rejoin. You can close the PPT only and yeah. You can use even keypad, man, up and down arrow keypad. Yeah, it's moving. Now it's okay, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're perfectly audible. Actually, when it comes to the full screen, it just clouds my button. So I'll go like this. I'll not be playing it in the full screen. So yes, coming to my topic, the first question that pops up or comes to my mind is, what is religion? So of course, as all of you can see, it's a very vast area. We know religion, we live religion. Not even a single day or single moment of our life is not touched by religion, but the problem is, how do we explain or define religion? Religion is one of the most sensitive and vulnerable aspects of human life, and it has been that way from the very beginning. Though it looks simple, but it's not very simple in reality to be easily defined or explained. Many theorists have proposed, regarding the origin of the religion. Many theorists have tried to explain, religion. Many theorists have tried to compartmentalize and categorize religion. But I think all of you must agree, with a little bit of experience with the religion, that it is very, very, very difficult to define religion, to come at a conclusive definition that suits everyone's perception about the topic. However, many theorists have tried to define religion in their own way, in their own understanding. They have tried to define religion with the ways or the factors that impact religion. They say that the meaning and definition of religion is definitely, maneuvered by, is definitely affected by the socio-cultural background of the person who's practicing it. It is definitely maneuvered by the psychological background of the participant, and sometimes it is definitely colored by the political background of that particular area, region, geography, or community. So, if we look at various definitions and explanations about religion, I think I can broadly classify the definitions. For example, people who are looking at religion from a phenomenological glance, they have tried to explain religion vis-a-vis its human interaction with something which is beyond human control. The interaction of human beings with supernatural powers, with superhuman powers, is how the religion has been interpreted by phenomenological experts. Psychologists have tried to look at the religion vis-a-vis, the set of feelings, the set of acts, the set of experiences of individual men in relation to religion. Whereas if I talk about the sociologists, sociologists have defined religion as set of beliefs or practices or institutions, that have always governed mankind with a beacon of light to move ahead. Naturalists define religion as a body of sculptures that impede, free exercise of our faculties. Whereas the religious perception, they comprehend religion as a recognition that everything in the world, that is the manifestation of the power of human conduct. So with this, different theorists, different theologians, different practitioners of different schools have tried to, interpret religion in their own way. But needless to say, none of these definitions are complete and exhaustive, right? Because word religion is not exclusive, it is inclusive. It includes all the aspects which have been separately mentioned by these precursionists of various thoughts. It's purely a human activity. Since I cannot pigeonhole, define human activities, therefore religion is also very difficult, to be defined and put under a specified compartment. If I talk about the origin of the word, they say religion is derived from a Latin root religere, which means bringing or binding people together. So one function of religion is definitely clear, that yes, it does bring together the people belonging to a definite community, people belonging to a particular community. So in that sense, it includes manifold elements and aspects, like beliefs, feelings, experiences, values, worships, rituals, so on and so forth. All these aspects are included in literature, and since all these aspects are included in religion, therefore it is bound to coincide, it is bound to cross roads with something which is as big as literature, as religion itself, that is literature. As I've told you, since religion includes elements like beliefs, feelings, experiences, values, worship, rituals, festivals, culture, myths, and mythologies, all these are subject of inquiry, all these are subject of depiction, all these are subject of, portrayal by the literature as well. A writer's quest to explore reality in terms of transcendence, in terms of oneness, in terms of supremacy, in terms of absoluteness, and his questioning of ethical schemes with respect to harmony, justice, ethical issues, and human freedom as well as destiny, cocks the parallel dichotomies of both the fields. So therefore, religion and literature, they cross roads, they coincide with each other, they lie parallel to each other, they intersect each other, they walk together, they crawl together, they rise up together, because the basic issue, the basic subject of both the fields is roughly the same. Religion addresses the question of God. Religion addresses the question of existence directly. Literature also asks the same question, but somewhat indirectly. And since they are joined by theme, you will find many similarities in literature wherein you will find the echoes of religion. For example, if I talk about the stories that writers tell, the poems that poets write, the stories, they tend to ask big questions. What is the meaning of life? Where do we go from here? What is right? What is wrong? These are pertinent questions, and these are precisely the questions that are asked by religion also. And here I'm not just talking about a particular religion. I am talking about world religions. I am talking about different religions, where the basic questions by and large are same. I'm not going into the ritualistic details of an individual religion, but here I am also talking about I'm also talking about the basic question, the fundamental question that religion seeks to answer. For example, the characters in stories, they are always asking, they're always in dilemmas. What is right? What is wrong? If I talk about the poems, for example, the road not taken, right? If I ask about the dilemmas in Shakespeare's character, to be or not to be, these are the dilemmas about our existence. These are the dilemmas about our presence. These are the dilemmas about our day-to-day routines, that what is right and what is wrong. To be or not to be, that is the question. And since this is the question specifically from the literature side, I think all of you will agree that these are also the questions of the religion, that what is right and what is wrong. What is the nature of salvation? Now, this is the question. Many a time you will find characters in the works of Hardy, in the works of Dickens, in the works of Russian literature, in the works of Russian writers, in the works of Indian writers. There is a search for self. There is a search for self-agency. And since this search is from the character's perspective, therefore it is called literature. But in a way, if we look deep within the religion, we will find that religions are also about quest for self. Who am I? It is this quest that forced Siddhartha to leave his home and look for the salvation. So this quest is a perennial quest of religion, and the same quest is represented by the characters of the literature. So this is confluence number one, that characters in literature, characters in stories, the scenes in poems, they talk about the eternal quest, which is similar to religion. Then the next most important thing in our stories is plot, right? Plot is very, very important, and plot also deals with a bigger storyline. Plot deals with the flow of life, how it flows, what bylanes it acquires, and same flow is represented by the same flow is questioned, represented, and the religion tries to explain the flow in a more organized manner, and the same flow we find represented in literature as well. Then tone, atmosphere. I say the tone and atmosphere of a work of art, the tone and atmosphere of a fictional piece of writing, the tone and atmosphere of a poem, the tone and atmosphere of a drama. All these tones and atmosphere, they represent the ethos, the beliefs of a particular community. I cannot separate the atmosphere in a particular novel, and you can pick up any novel, from the ethos and the belief system and the value system of a particular community. And since I cannot separate that that ethos from the community, I cannot separate that atmosphere which is represented in the literature from the religious beliefs of that community, right? So for example, it may be the case of Afro-American literature, where they may be centering the pagan, the pantheism of the Afro-American tribes as the centrality. So again, in the plot, in the atmosphere, the religion has not been sidelined. Rather, it is put right at the center. So when literature talks about its characters, when literature talks about its plot, for example, Shashi Tharoor's great Indian novel, it is nothing but a representation of the story of Mahabharata for the contemporary reader. When we talk about the tone and atmosphere of a literary piece of work, The Serpent and the Rope, right? The metaphors and the similes and the various literary devices, they point to the religious and spiritual moorings of that particular author, of that particular community. So in that sense, I think there is no denying the fact that the paths of religion, the paths of literature have always have always intersected, have always, crossed, and have always coincided. If I take examples, just random examples, from the history of English literature, we will find many noted academicians, many noted writers, many celebrated, authors talking about this confluence in a more beautiful words than I can ever muster and express in front of you. For example, T.S. Eliot's Religion and Literature is one of the most, read and sought after piece as far as this field is concerned, written in 1935. Decidedly, Eliot speaks of the application of our religious beliefs and practices to the criticism of any literature. He says that why should literature be only considered as an aesthetic piece of art? Literature should, be seen from a religious perspective, and then if we extend this corollary, we will find the vice versa also. So the religion being viewed from various critical approaches of religion. So here I'm stressing two things here. Number one, the conception held by Eliot that all the works of literature must be viewed from a spiritual perspective, from a religious perspective, from the underpinning, the religious underpinnings of that work should be viewed, should be scrutinized. And at the same time, if we talk about the modern literature, the modern theorists, we will see they say that literature, that religion should also be scrutinized from the perspective of the literary critics. Religion should also be scrutinized from the perspectives of, let's say, feminists, from the perspective of, let's say, environmentalists, and it is this area which is giving us beautiful results these days. So new critics, they say, believe that literature is not to be valued only for the for its ethical and theological significance, but it was T.S. Eliot who held a very strong opinion that any literary work of art, after it has been viewed as a work of imagination, as a work of art, art for art's sake, it should also be considered from ethical and theological point of view. And the impressions of religion on the poetry of romantics, like Wordsworth, Keats, are loud and clear. I've just quoted, I'm just quoting a little piece of composition by William Wordsworth. The soul has, our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting, the soul that riseth with us, a life star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar, not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but training clouds of glory do we come, from God who's our home. Heaven lies about us and our infancy. So here, what we see is not just a beautiful picturization of star and the flow of life, but if we really look at this piece of poetry by William Wordsworth, we will definitely be amused to find psychological, spiritual underpinnings of the writer, of the poet. Here he talks about oneness of human soul with that of God. Though he may not refer, God as directly in terms of God, but nonetheless, God is always alluded to in his various works as presence, as mystery. So these are the various, terms that Wordsworth has used. That is mystery, presence, to represent the Almighty, to represent the power which lies beyond human control. So he talks about an existence of human life before birth. He talks about the existence of the presence of the same soul before it takes birth and it acquires a form. And finally, it talks about the final destination, which happens to be God. So in such a simple and beautifully composed version, we get a glimpse of the eternal quest of religion, that what do we mean by soul, where does it come from, what is the final destination. And these underpinnings are beautifully represented by Wordsworth in this piece of poetry. So my point here is that religious studies are not standalone studies. It is decidedly an interdisciplinary field, and it has always drawn upon methods and theories from other departments of humanities and social sciences, and it should continue to do so, and more research is required in this area so that new vistas are open, new spaces are open, and this particular conference is an attempt to specifically highlight and underline these spaces where we find religion correlating or collaborating with literature and vice versa. It is high time that these spaces should be brought to light. These spaces should be, dusted, and these spaces should be put under the sun. So they say that religion has always informed human existence, and since the beginning, and therefore it is bound to be reflected in literature. They say religion stands upon the relation of man with ultimate, relation of man with ultimate being. Religion stands upon the relation of man with the supernatural God. It is concerned with the substance that lies behind the phenomena, right? And, in literary field, what do? We seek to justify, reconcile, interpret, and comfort the same questions which have been asked in the religion. So they say, though the confluence between literature and religion is not always smooth, synchronized. As I've told you that the epistemological quest in religion is represented in literature as well, but we also see a tension between religion and literature. Tension between religion and literature is obvious when we try and question certain set religious beliefs. They say the meetings between theology and literary, I quote, the meetings between theology and literature are not always friendly, since the assumption of one discipline are often hearsays of other. Much theology, for example, tend towards unity and coherence. A systematic exploration of the content of faith which attempts to impose limits on meanings of words, while literature, as Ezra Pound founds, is often dangerous, subversive, and chaotic in an anarchic celebration of life itself, unquote. So what the theorist is trying to say, the theorist and theologist T.R. Wright is trying to say here, is that the meeting between theology and literature is not without its tension. And these tensions are natural, they are organic. And from this organic tension emerges a beautiful revision and reinterpretation of the set beliefs. They say theology is more formalized, theology is more organized, theology is more coherent, theology is more unified attempt to look at the questions of life, death, right and wrong, whereas religion is often rebellious, religion is chaotic, religion at times is subversive, religion at times conforms to what is accepted, and sometimes religion just refuses to toe the line. Religion, the literature just refuses to toe the line, and literature out and out rebels against the set beliefs, the set boundaries, and it is at this point that we find a tension between religion and literature. And from these tensions, beautiful spaces have emerged, and I would like to highlight in the remaining part of my communication with you the two areas where the tensions have resulted in the most beautiful results. One of the area where the tension between literature and religion has given us a very beautiful body of work. That is the tension of of religion and literature within the feminist circles. That is, when I view religion from a feminist glance, what do I get? What have theorists found when they have viewed religion with a feminist glance, and like vice versa? They say that, the attempt to interpret religion from a feminist perspective has opened up new areas of debates, discussions, explorations. And there are two lines which I brought, which I observe, as a student of this field. And these two lines are: number one, there are studies that are concerned with the ways in which women have been subjugated by the imposition of the religion. I'll repeat. The first area is the studies which are concerned with the ways in which women have been subjugated, by the set boundaries, by the, cliched interpretations of certain aspects of the religion. And again, here I'm not pointing a single individualistic religion. I'm talking about world religions, different religions in their context. So one body of work, one body of studies, it deals with the way women have been subjugated. And secondly is the revision of the religion by these wonderful women who have tried to reinterpret the stories from their own angles, from their own peculiar problems, from their own peculiar spaces. And it is this this area, this revisioning, this re-revising, this re-examining, that has given us beautiful results. I would not go much into the detail of the first case of studies, that is the extent to which religion can limit women's empowerment. I'm sure that all my female colleagues and all my female participants, all the female participants of this workshop will definitely concur with me, will definitely agree with me that lot has been written about the issue, about the power, about the potential of the religion to limit women's empowerment. From the reluctance of some form of religions to allow women to assume positions of responsibility within religious and social institutions, to the ways in which religious values have held many women, in the back seat, in the rear seat. A lot has been written on the subject. Right? History shows, to quote Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and I'll quote, history shows that moral degradation of women is due more to theological superstition than to all other, than to any other influence together. So this has been the perception, this has been the viewpoint of many, women who have tried to, view religion that way. So they say that it is the problematic conception, the problematic relationship between religion and women that women and feminists across the world have tried to question, right? They say, rather than rejecting religion altogether, no, let me be very clear. Religion is very, very close to a woman's heart. If we talk about the struggle of Afro-American slaves, if we talk about the mammies, if we talk about the black women slaves, the Bible was the only book that they were allowed to read. And that ways women hold religious conceptions, religious rituals very, very close to their heart. But what they have started doing is questioning the way they have been taught those scriptures. And it is this reinterpretation of religious systems that are sometimes consistent or inconsistent with the core values of the traditional, as well as various types of feminist thinkings that are giving us beautiful and wonderful works of literature. And here I will quote an example from a writer closer home, and I will be quoting the example from Mahashweta's breast stories. I think Mahashweta's works need no introduction. Mahashweta Devi's dedicated effort to relive the lives of the marginalized needs no introduction here. Here, I have definitely opted, a very short story by Mahashweta Devi, which has been compiled and translated by none other than Gayatri Spivak under the title Breast Stories. So, Draupadi in Mahashweta Devi's breast story is a tribal woman who is captured by Sena Nayak, who's a World Army officer. The background of the story is India-Bangladesh, war, the Indo-Pakistan war, when the Bangladesh was created. And under this background, we have a tribal woman who is valiantly fighting for her rights. This tribal woman fights against the landlord of her area along with her husband, and and they butcher the landlord who refuses to share water in his well with the rest of the tribals. Now, since water is again an ecological issue, the water in the well was not being shared with the tribals, and everyone needs water to drink. Now, this, absolutely, flummoxes this couple, and together they plan a revenge against that land owner. But the landowners are powerful people. Draupadi's husband is captured and brutally butchered and murdered by the army. Now Draupadi is on run, and finally, in her sojourn, she's captured by Sena Nayak, who's a World Army officer and First World Scholar. When she's captured, before beginning the legal and a valid and ethical trial, she's brutally raped by him and his conmen. Towards the end, when it is time for Draupadi to meet the higher authorities so that a proper trial can be, a proper FIR can be lodged against her and proper investigation can be started against her, Senanayak asks her to wear the clothes. It is at this juncture that Draupadi, reaches out to her inner soul, and she refuses to wear any clothes, and she says that there isn't a man there that I should be ashamed of. What more you can do? That means if you have disrobed me, is it that easy that you will be able to make me wear my clothes again? Now here, a very interesting observation has come from Gayatri Spivak. She suggests that Mahashweta's Draupadi has a striking parallel with the Draupadi of Mahabharata. They say that it is this story that is alluded to in Mahashweta's Draupadi, and Mahashweta rewrites the episode of Mahabharata from a woman's perspective, where Draupadi's eldest husband gambles her away, and as the enemy chief pulls and pulls her sari, she prays to Lord Krishna, and Lord Krishna comes to her rescue, because she prays so genuinely. And Duryodhan realizes that she cannot be stripped, big thanks to the intervention of Krishna. And here, the honor and the dignity of the woman is saved by the Lord. But in reality, when there are women who are being teased, who are being raped by the system and by the people or by the patriarchy at large, what Mahashweta Devi gives them a message that apart from relying on the merciful intervention, by the kind and benign intervention of God, the women must find strength within themselves, so that they can reverse this patriarchal story in whatever way they can, in by whatever means they can. Now this is a very ennobling thought, it's a very empowering thought. So here, by revising a beautiful story that is etched in our memory, that is etched in our religious ethos, Mahashweta has empowered the downtrodden, the marginalized and sidelined women of this country. And it is this revisioning of a religious text that is being hinted by me, and that is being hinted by various theorists. And it is these areas that young researchers like the participants of this conference should explore. Another example I'll quote from across the continent, and this time I'll quote the example of Afro-American women. Right? If we talk about the Bible, the biblical, story of the fall of the man, they say it is the Eve who's responsible for the fall of the man. Right? It is the Eve who's responsible for the fall of the man. The Eve is responsible for tempting the man, and therefore he sinned. So therefore, the fault is always on the women's side. It is this biblical myth that has been corrected by environmentologists. It has been recorrected and recreated by feminist writers as well. Uh, According to the biblical conceptions, it is the God who created, this beautiful planet, and he, appointed man to be the guardians of this, to be the guardian of this planet. It is this conception of man as the creator that is questioned by Afro-American writers like Toni Morrison, Alice Walker, and Gloria Naylor. I've quoted an example of a beautiful novel written by Gloria Naylor, Mama Day. Now, as you can see, there are two hands. These hands are magical hands, and these two magical hands, they belong to Sapphira Wade, who is the creator of a fictional island that is created by Gloria Naylor. Now, the creator of the island, Willow Springs, is not a man; it's a woman. And she has the magical powers, the powers which are equivalent to that of a god. So the power of creation lies with the power of creation, as well as the power of protection, as well as the power of ending, lies in the hands of a woman. And it is this revisioning of the and re-examining of the biblical myth that has given that critical edge, that sharp feminist edge to Gloria Naylor's Mama Day. Right, and like this, Alice Walker, Toni Morrison have also questioned why the women should wear the sufferings like a cross on their head, meaning thereby they have asked women. And if I talk about many characters in their stories are named after the biblical characters. For example, Mary is one of a very common name. Mariam is the name of the protagonist in Gloria Naylor's first novel, that is The Women of Brewster Place. By deliberately, and this is not a coincidence, it's a deliberate naming. When women writers are naming their characters on biblical equivalent or in other religious equivalent, like Jashoda in Mahashweta's Devi is named after mother of Lord Krishna. There are many characters who are named, another versions of Durga. These naming, this nomenclature is not coincidental. It is deliberate, and a deliberate message is being given to the audience that if we wish to, we will embrace religion, but we are embracing religion on our own terms. This is the message that comes loud and clear from these brilliant women writers, and this brilliant, confluence of religion and literature from the feminist glance. Religion, another important area that is hogging the limelight these days is religion, environmentalism, and social change. Religion has been associated with environment, and the relationship of religion with environment is problematic because there are the contradictory conceptions here, right? There is one school of thought that talks about preservation of environment, and there is another school of thought which talks about man as the ruler of the natural environment. For example, if I'll quote environmental historian Caroline Marchant, she points out that Christian settler must plant, possess, and subdue virgin land. That means, according to the biblical, conception, the mandate has been given to a man to tame nature, to make nature its slave. Right? It's a conception of man over and above nature. Now, it is this conception which is represented in certain sections of the religion that has been questioned, re-examined by environmentologists. And when you re-question it, because this is a conception which is highly dangerous, man over and above nature, that means nature and man cannot coexist. Man must tame nature. And we all know what is happening when we are trying to tame nature, right? Pollution, environmental degradation, ecological imbalance, freak weather. These have become instances of the present, and these are cause of worry. As I say, we have not inherited this land; we have borrowed it, and if we want to protect it, then then religion, environment, literature together they can find, together they can create a space where a solution of these problems, because it is the wrong interpretation of the religion that has created this problem. And people like Henry Nash, people like Machine in the Garden, where they have blatantly pointed out that fault lies with the man when the problematic conceptions, and when this relationship is sanctioned by the religion, it becomes all the more problematic. Therefore, it is time that we must find out examples from religious text. We must find out examples from our religious scriptures. We must find out examples from our religious books which talk about preserving environment. And here I'm clubbing, in fact, 4 fields: religion, literature, activism, and environmentalism. So it is a combination of these 4 fields that is necessary if we want to save this planet. And I'll quote, a beautiful, episode that has been mentioned by Vasudha Narayan, again a brilliant Indian scholar, in her essay that was published in American Journal of Religion, where she talks about one tree being equal to 10 suns. And I would conclude with this with this story. In this particular essay, Vasudha Narayan talks about the problematic relationship religion has with environment. The contradictory, facets that come across, and she deliberately underlines the area, the episode which talk about nurturing. And she quotes from Matsya Puran. She says, one day goddess Parvati was planting a sapling of Ashoka tree and she was taking good care of it. She, used to water it, and with her deft care, it grew well, it grew sturdy. And the divine beings came to her and told her, "Oh goddess, you are so wise and sane. Uh, Everyone wants children, but apart from children, here you are, and you are nurturing a tree, right? Of course, this tree will grow, but what it is going to give you in return?" To this question, Parvati replied, "One who owns a well where there is little water lives in heaven. For one who digs a well for people where there is a little water lives in the heaven for as many years as there are drops in the well." That means digging a well for people who are without water. And remember, Draupadi in Mahashweta Devi, she rebelled against a landlord who was holding the resource, the water resource for himself, for his selfish interest. So again, here Parvati says that person who digs well for the people who do not have water, will are entitled to live in heaven as long as for as many years as there are drops in that well. And someone who points a tree, right, someone who plants a tree, the he will receive a benefit equivalent to 10 suns. And he says that 10 such reservoirs are equivalent to one tree, and one tree is equal to 10 suns. With this equation, what is she doing? She's repositioning environment as our as a central quest, as a central cardinal element that should be protected, that should be nurtured, if we want sustainable development, if we want a sustainable life, if we want harmony and synchronization on this planet. Then it is a fight about equality. It is a fight about giving equal spaces to other people, which means women, which means the downtrodden, which means the Dalits, which also means our environment. And these problematic equations can only be resolved when literature throws its critical glance on our religious scriptures and views it from sociological, psychological, feminist glances to find out spaces, where we can proudly claim that one tree is equal to 10 suns. So here we are saving our environment for a future generation. With this thought, I'll conclude, by saying that yes, religion and literature, are both very much, they have always been interdependent, they will always be interdependent. Both of them, they took birth simultaneously. In fact, literature was derived from, as I was listening to the speaker the other day, in your conference, right, the religious stories were first represented in the literary and the drama, and in the dramatics. So both of them, they took their birth almost simultaneously. Both of them have flourished gradually. Literature and religion both, pass through the same stages. They took birth, they crawled, and now they are, a mammoth tree in themselves. Religion leaves a great impact on literature, and no writer can go uninfluenced by some kind of religion or religious dogmas. It's a duty as a critic, as a writer, as students of literature, that we must find out the spaces. We must deliberately find out the spaces where religion is interacting with literature, and we must try and view our literary works from a religious perspective, and we must view our scriptures from a literary perspective. I'm sure the beautiful results will come when we will look at various religious stories, various religious myths from a feminist, psychological, sociological, and deconstructionist perspective. Brilliant spaces will emerge, and we will move towards more social and egalitarian society. And I'm sure that all the participants who are listening to me right now will decidedly go ahead with these kind of questions in their mind. What has been the impact of literature or religion on this piece of literature, and how do I view this piece of story from my religious scriptures? if I talk about women empowerment, if I talk about ecological conservation. So it is a time when we must, research and re-question, what has already been defined. So with these thoughts, I'll put a stop, because I'm sure that it's time now for the next speaker to take over. So thank you, organizers, once again for giving me an opportunity to share my observations. As I've told you, it's a mammoth field, and I do not claim a mastery over this field. I'm just a student like you. It's time to learn the nuances of this great, religious story, and I'm just trying to, understand various pieces. I just shared a couple of pieces which I found interesting in this field. I hope you have had no problem in understanding, my point of view. In case, of any anomaly, I stand corrected. Thank you, organizers, once again for giving me an opportunity. It's over to you, ma'am. Uh, it's over to the organizing team.
Thank you, ma'am. Your lecture was so elegant and informative. You really made our day so blessed. We really thank you from the bottom of our hearts for sparing your valuable with us. Thank you so much, ma'am. You truly deserve to the saying. Woman is modest in her speech, but exceeds in her actions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Over to the participants. Discussions and queries of any. Over to the participants.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you're loud and clear.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're loud and clear.
Yeah.
Hi, ma'am.
Clear.
I'm Gomati.
You're audible.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Gomati from English Student College, ma'am.
Welcome,
I
Gomati.
have one doubt, ma'am.
In fact, your name is also.
Can you please?
Your name is also, derived from our brilliant rivers. So that way, you are a reflection of the of our mythology in a beautiful way, Gomati.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ji, yes, your question.
Ma'am, can I ask a question, ma'am?
Absolutely, beta.
Ma'am, can you please tell me what are the characters of eco literature, ma'am?
Eco-literature. I'm really glad that you asked this question. Eco-literature is a brilliant literature that combines activism with ecology and literature. In the sense that so far, if we talk about the ecological, it is different from, for example, nature has always been part of various writers' compositions of various poems. I'm sure that you must have read Keats, you must have read Wordsworth. Nature is always reflected in literature, right? Gomati, can you hear me?
Yes,
Nature is always, nature is always reflected. Nature is the backdrop, of various stories, of various plots, of various poems. Nature has been a very significant factor, the leaves of the grass. But eco-criticism, moves away from the representation of nature for its own sake. It even moves away from representation of nature for the sake of metaphysical or spiritual underpinnings, right? Eco-criticism combines the call to save environment with the representation of the nature. How do we view nature? What can we do to save nature? For example, eco-critics say that machine in the garden, that excessive commercialization, excessive globalization, excessive colonization, where red Indians were killed, where native Indians were killed in America, that have been conceptions that is against nature. Land, even in India, it is Bhudevi. Land is worshipped as a woman. So they say that has given the right, to patriarchy to sabotage, to devastate, to defile nature, which should not be the case. So eco criticism talks about, talks about reinventing nature so that it can be protected and preserved, and it should be looked as an individual entity. So that is the basic difference. Swamati. Yes, any other question?
Participants, any more questions?
I'm sure that participants will definitely research the areas and see it's your own individual journey. You should find out more and research the area.
Ma'am, in the chat box, one more question, ma'am.
Absolutely. Okay.
Kausalya, Miss Kausalya, I think.
Mhm.
What's mean by the role of India and other religions in environmental conversation?
As I've told you, I just narrated a story. Let me go back to the, to the story that I narrated. Indian literature and Indian religion, and for that matter, I will divide it: Western religion and Eastern religious conceptions. We have different views about nature. For Western, it is the linear progression. They believe in beginning, middle, and end. Whereas Indian school of thought, we do not believe in beginning and end. For us, the circle of life, it's a circle of life, right? Seasons, for example, spring is followed by winter. After winter, it is the summer season, and then spring comes again. So it is the cyclic, conception of the life that is reiterated by various religions. You pick up any Indian religion, be it Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, you will find non-violence to any natural form a cardinal principle, as a cardinal motive in all these religions. In fact, Jainism goes to an extent that we must not harm individuals. We must not harm those entities which have all the five senses. So that means we are right when we eat plants, but we may not be that right when we kill animals. So all the religions which originate that ways, they speak of a certain central ethos of conserving environment, right? For us, for example, if you look at Hinduism, we worship sun as a god. We worship certain trees as, because trees are savior. So when we have certain, in certain parts of India, there are rituals of worshipping certain trees. For example, people is one tree which is worshipped. In certain places, banana tree is worshipped. In certain places, it is bargad, that is worshipped. So when it is the concept of worshipping trees, when it is the concept of worshipping natural, for example, we worship rain god. Lord Indra is a rain god. Surya Deva is sun. When we are worshipping these natural entities, in a way, we are paying respect to our natural entities. When that respect comes from the bottom of our heart, I'm sure that means, that automatically translates that we are not supposed to misuse any of these, and likewise, Varun Devta, that means the Lord of air. So in a way, we are respecting, we are we are revering each and every form of the nature. And when in a religion each and every form of nature is worshipped, then that means it is considered as holier than thou, and it is our duty. We in fact worship our rivers also, though of course it's a problematic conception that we have now polluted our rivers. But if we look deep into our religion, we will find the respect for each and everything which is considered as a natural entity, be it rivers, be it water, be it sun, because sun is the ultimate giver of the energy to this planet. So we have a tradition, we have a ritualistic tradition of respecting these entities. When we have, it is we the human beings who have befuddled it and misused it, and now we have started it. But if we look deep within our religion, there is a strong connection between our religion and the natural entities. And therefore, when you are respecting Lord of water, when you're respecting Lord Indra, you're respecting nature. So there is a strong connection. It will be lovely if you could explore more.
Can I ask question, ma'am?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam, thank you. First of all, thank you for your wonderful session, because this is a new topic we are discussing here. Nobody wants to touch it. Okay. So many webinars are going now, but nobody touch this such kind of sensible issue. Okay. Your session really an eye opener for everyone. But my question is that nowadays, especially in India, everybody is saying that we don't want religion in your daily life.
Mhm.
Please tell me, ma'am, is it a relevant question or is it useful for our daily life or not?
See, they say, what is Hinduism? They say Hinduism is a way of life. Most of the religion, if you will look, for example, Jainism, there are certain codes of conduct which tell us how should we be living. So yes, of course, if we look at the core religion, the right interpretations of the religion, then I think all religions of the world, they preach peace. I have yet to come across a religion that preaches hate. So religion in its truest form preaches respect. Religion in its truest form will preach peace. Religion in its truest form will preach how we should be living so that everyone else is also given an equal chance to live. We must interpret religion in a right way. That is very, very important. It is the wrong interpretation of certain religious scriptures that creates problem. And as intellectuals, as academicians, we must develop that sense of right and wrong, right? For example, when I talk about Gita says, the karma yoga philosophy that believe in the policy of karma. What is wrong in that? If as a teacher, I follow the theory of karma, then I will be able to give my 100% to my students, because I believe in the theory of karma, that I should do my work no matter what. I should not be worried about the results of my work, with utmost sincerity, integrity, and with best intentions, because they say mansa vacha karmana. That means what you think you should say, what you should say you should do. This is nothing but a philosophy, and this is how I should be leading. So in religion, you will find many codes of conduct, many hints that how should I be living. For example, it was Socrates who said, how should we be living? How should I live as an individual? The answer to these questions have been thought by various religious thinkers. Gautam Buddha thought about it and gave us a plan, right? Eightfold plan, right? Lord Mahavira also thought about it. In Hinduism, various sages and saints thought about it. What we have to do as evolved, we have to pick up the best. If we find there is some interpretation of a particular religion that might not be conducive to other people, we can drop that. Nobody is stopping from that. As evolved people, we must pick up the right interpretations. We must pick up the right quotes. There is no harm in dropping something that might be detrimental to other people, right? We should not be rigid about the religion, and it's a personal quest. The problem comes in when I try to impose my quest on you. As an individual, you are free to follow what appeals to you. As an individual, I am free to follow. When the imposition is dropped, then I think we are living in a harmonious. If I don't try to impose on you what I feel, I think we can perfectly practice what we feel right, by our individual religion. So it's the imposition, it's the domination, it's a feeling of wrong interpretation that sometimes confuses religion in the minds of the commoners, and we feel that okay, that should be kept aside. But as such, if you look at you pick up any world religion, you will find brilliant scriptures which talk about empowerment. You will find brilliant scriptures as, for example, one tree is equal to 10 suns. You will find brilliant wisdom. We must pick up wisdom, and we must, for example, when a crop is there, there are grain and there is chaff. I must leave something which is unwanted, and I must keep the wanted pearls for my upgradation. That has to be done by us. That means right interpretations are important, right implementation is important, right picking is important. So I think the confusion comes in when there are wrong interpretations, when people are using certain things for their vested interest. Whenever there is politics, as in politics of supremacy, the problems will come. As evolved people, we must be above that, and we must pick up the best that the religions of the world has to offer.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your answer.
I hope, though of course it was a difficult question, and you are absolutely right. These are difficult things, and that's why I have not deliberately named any particular, religion. But I think we can always begin a dialogue from a secular point of view. So here, religious underpinnings can definitely be applied to our day-to-day life, right? They say to sin is bad, right? I must be honest. What is harm in following this diktat of religion in my it's just that we are not honest, and that's why we are not religiously honest, and we are not honest as individuals. So then the problem comes in. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm Assistant Professor Amritra from Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College.
Welcome, Professor.
Ma'am, my question is no, not like a question. Is religious literature against secular literature? Do you feel is religious literature against secular literature?
See, again, it depends upon interpretations, right? For example, for some, Srimad Bhagavad Gita might be a book of Hindus. But if you interpret Bhagavad Gita from the perspective of Karma Yoga, from the perspective of Bhakti Yoga, I think it ceases to be bound by a single religion. Just like what do we do in class? We tell a story, and from that story there is a moral, right? For example, we are telling a story of a thirsty crow and water, right? The crow was thirsty, it went to a park, and then it dropped certain pebbles in the pitcher. The water came up. So the story is about where there is a will, there is a way. I'm not saying that this is particularly the story. I think I will not do justice to my intelligence if I say that this is a story of a crow. No, this is a story of where there is a will, there is a way. I think as individuals, we must find out the moral of the story. What the writer, what a particular religion is trying to say. For example, in Jainism, they say that we should not be eating after sunset. This is one small ritual which many of them follow. And when you talk about the scientific, you are always, allowed to question. That's why they say questioning is very, very important. You must question your religious beliefs also. And when that questioning is there, I think a particular religion becomes secular in that sense. I mean, we should not be fooled by specific examples. What we should be looking at the bigger picture. That is the religion preaching peace? And if the religion is preaching peace, then of course it's secular. If a religion is preaching love, care, affection, then of course it's a secular religion, right? Right? You may, they say that you call a rose by any other name, it'll smell as sweet. That's what Shakespeare said. So I think herein the literature can come in, right? So we are too much taken by the names. What is the name? Right? But whereas these are just comfortable entities. I think as literary people, we must be looking for the interpretations. We must be looking for those morals. This is my view. Rather than, compartmentalizing and looking for exact definitions, we must be picking it up. And I think this is what is being done, in foreign universities as well. Religion from a particular community is being studied from a wider perspective, from a global perspective, and how it can be applied. For example, service leadership. Some of the researchers say service leadership, it is coming from Nishkam Karma. who's a leader, who works without his selfish interest. And this is the principle of Gita. So in a way, the principles of Gita have been applied to leadership. So we can always find a secular context wherein we can talk about the moral of our own individual religion. So rather than interpreting religion in a wrong way, let's talk about the good things that religion has to offer. And I think then this world will definitely be beautiful place to live in. In fact, we need more such people, Professor, because there are people who talk hate in the name of religion. We need people who talk love, equality, justice in the name of religion. And then I think no such violence will, no such contradictions will be there.
And thank you, ma'am. That is not another question, and it's just my opinion. Why, ma'am? Most of the syllabus, holy text are not recommended in most of the syllabus.
That's.
For example, Rig Veda, Rig Veda is not recommended in any of the Indian syllabus. What is the reason, and what is your opinion towards it?
See, again, I think the reason is absolutely, I think if you will find the answer, I would not comment on the reason, but I absolutely endorse your observation. It's a very valid observation. I think the reason could be because suddenly when we talk about religion, we become very, very paranoid, right? We become, scared. We refuse to, it's like the same story. We are not focused on the moral. Whereas I think if we talk about our Vedas, brilliant wisdom is there, right? And there is no harm in incorporating that wisdom as piece of literature. And I think herein the literature people can come forward and they can start make an attempt wherein brilliant pieces are incorporated. At least they are brought into the discussion, and then finally I will definitely feel that one day will come when I think it's a nice observation that yes, it's not prescribed as a syllabus, because as you know, that canonization of syllabus is also a very, very debatable issue in our country, right? A lot of politics is involved, right? A lot of factions are involved. So yes, this is a sad part. But I'm sure that when we start educating people about it, definitely we will have some religious representation in our text, not as a religious text, but as code of conduct. As I told you, Hinduism is a way of life. How should I be living? How should I live? That's a question that religion seeks to answer. I must use religion like that.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you so much, ma'am. And over to the participant. Any other questions? Any other participant wish to ask questions? And participant, kindly mute your mic, and all the participants are requested to mute your mic. Participants, kindly mute your mic. Participants.
Hey,
open I
think that's about it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I'm really happy that participants took interest and asked questions. So thank you once again from my side for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, each one of you. I hope you're doing a great job and we meet more young people like you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I stop sharing my screen?
ரிமூவ் பண்ண முடியல சார் எப்படின்னு தெரியல
ஓபனே ஆகுது ரிமூவ் பண்ணிட்டீங்க. அவங்க மியூட் பண்ணிடுங்க. Yes ma'am, Nagalakshmi ma'am ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Yeah.
கேஎல் சௌமியா தான்.
Now, I would like to invite Mrs. P. Sridevi, Assistant Professor of English, to introduce our resource person, Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai, Associate Professor, to the gathering. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. A very pleasant morning to one and all. First of all, I thank our management, principal and vice principal for giving me this opportunity. It's a tremendous honor for me to introduce our eminent professor. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, some have greatness thrusted upon them. Yes, the Almighty has chosen a right person to thrust the greatness upon a resource person. We are indeed privileged to have such a great personality among us today from University Science Malaysia, who is a replica of knowledge and wisdom, and she excels in the field of language teaching. She is our most respected and honored professor, Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai. Ma'am has pursued her undergraduation degree in English language in the year 2001 from University Science Malaysia. Her post-graduation in linguistics and English language studies in 2005 from University Science Malaysia. Doctorate in teaching English as a second language from University of Saints Malaysia in the year 2014. Ma'am has penned more than 6 books on language teaching and its effects on readers. She has published more than 50 papers in national and international journals. She has also rendered her contribution to the daily newspaper in New Saints Times. A professor has played a major role in receiving the grants from funding agencies for the welfare of the students, particularly from MOOCs. Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai is a versatile personality and recipient of many awards for her untiring service to the students' community. She has received Excellent Academic Award 2017, Geek Wagenda Award 2018, and has been nominated for Excellent Thesis Award in 2014. Our renowned professor has given her keynote address in several international conferences. She has presented her interesting invited talks in more than 15 international conferences. She has acted as external examiner for most of the South Indian universities, namely Bharatiyar University, JSS Medical College, Mysuru, University of Madras, and Periyar University. Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai's teaching experience has got a great profile. Ma'am's greatness in her service is her service motive. Due to her eminence, she has served as a teacher, a lecturer, as a facilitator, and senior professor in and around Malaysia. At present, she is serving as a senior lecturer, School of Distance Education, English section, University Science Malaysia. Ma'am needs no formal introduction as she is a noted professor round the clock, round the world. We feel really privileged to have you among us as a resource person to this 2-day international virtual conference, ma'am. A professor of such magnitude is truly going to inspire us all with her keynote address on the title, The Community of Inquiry's Framework for Online Flipped Classroom Approach in Unpredictable Times. Now, with great honor and pleasure, I humbly request Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai to take over the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Start video. One video. You have a join? Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, all left. Hello, can you hear me? Can I chat at the 3? Hello?
Audible, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. I can hear you now.
Professor, good morning. Professor, good morning. Now it's okay. There's a technical glitch, that's why. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry to everyone.
so, yeah, can I start? Or you want to say something? Can I start? Or you
Yes,
have?
let us have a formal introduction, ma'am.
Okay.
Now I would like to invite Mrs. P. Sridevi, Assistant Professor English, to introduce our resource person, Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai, Associate Professor, to the gathering. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you.
A very pleasant morning to one and all. First of all, I thank our management, principal and vice principal for giving me this opportunity. Good morning, madam.
Morning.
It's a tremendous honor for me to introduce our eminent professor. Some are born great, some achieve greatness, some have greatness thrusted upon them. Yes, the Almighty has chosen a right person to thrust the greatness upon a resource person. We are indeed privileged to have such a great personality among us today from University Saints Malaysia, who is a replica of knowledge and wisdom, and she excels in the field of language teaching. She is our most respected and honored professor, Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai. Ma'am has pursued her undergraduate degree in English language in the year 2001 from University Saints Malaysia, her post-graduation in linguistics and English language studies in 2005 from University Saints Malaysia, doctorate in teaching English as a second or foreign language from University Saints Malaysia in the year 2014. She has spent more than 6 books on language teaching and its effect on readers. She has published more than 50 papers in national and international journals. She has also rendered her contribution to the daily newspapers in News Saints Times. Our professor has played a major role in receiving the grants from funding agencies for the welfare of the students, particularly from MOOCs. Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai is a versatile personality and recipient of many awards for her untiring service to the students' community. She has received Excellent Academic Award in the year 2017, Gig Vaganza Gold Award in 2018, and has been nominated for Excellent Thesis Award in 2014. A renowned professor has given her keynote address in several international conferences. She has presented her interesting invited talk in more than 15 international conferences. She has acted as external examiner for most of the South Indian universities, namely Bharatiyar University, University of Madras, and Periyar University. Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai's teaching experience has a lengthy profile. Ma'am's greatness is her service motive. Due to her eminence, she has served as a teacher, a lecturer, as a facilitator, and at present, she is a senior professor, senior lecturer, School of Distance Education, English section, University Saints Malaysia. Ma'am needs no formal introduction as she is a noted professor round the clock, round the world. We feel really privileged to have you among us as a resource person, ma'am, to this two-day international virtual conference. A professor of such magnitude is truly going to inspire us all with her keynote address on the title, The Community of Inquiries Framework for Online Flipped Classroom Approach in Unpredictable Times. Now, with great honor and pleasure, I humbly request Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai to take over the session.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep. Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. A very good morning to all. And thanks to all participants for being in my section. I take this opportunity to thank the Postgraduate and Research Department of English, Sri Vidya Mandir, Arts and Science College. A special thanks to Dr. Gunasegaran and his team for inviting me and having the trust that my session will be a worthwhile event to the audience. So my session is going to be more of a sharing experience, ideas, and knowledge, which you can adapt according to your context and setting. So basically, what I'm going to share with you is no one size fits all. I have actually come up with ideas and ways of teaching based on my experience. So it might not be appropriate, or you have to adapt according to your context. So to set the stage for my talk, I will go to the first slide. The title is The Community of Inquiry Framework for Online Flipped Classroom Approach in Unpredictable Times. So by end of my session, I hope audience will be able to identify learning activities during an online flipped classroom, and also identify and plan activities based on the community of inquiry model. So, okay, we are all aware the investment in technology tools in higher education has increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, this is because it was mandatory for most of the higher education and institutions to go online without much training and options during the pandemic due to lockdown and movement control order. So online has emerged as a vector velodrome. Vector velodrome amidst this chaos, which means that the quality enhancement of online teaching learning is crucial at this stage. So what is a flipped classroom? Okay. In a traditional flipped classroom, course content is transferred to students via videos when they are out of the classroom, and the educators meet students in the classroom for active participation and effective interaction. Basically, the term flipped classroom is not something new. It is more like a homework that you give to students, and then you come to class to clear their doubts. But with technology, we have flipped in the sense that you provide them the content videos and materials much earlier. Okay, and then we are able to meet them in the class. This is also called as blended learning approach. Flipped classroom is a subset of blended learning approach. But what happened during the pandemic is we are not able to meet the students. And we have to go synchronous to have the traditional face-to-face discussion. Okay, I've written here. The online flipped classroom. The flipped classroom has changed to online flipped classroom, which differs from the conventional flipped classroom since there is no opportunity for the face-to-face interaction and will be replaced with synchronous discussion. So asynchronous is delayed and synchronous discussion is discussion like what we are having right now. So in order to have a flipped classroom, okay, you have to check whether students' ability to access information. How are they going to access information? Whether is it with a computer? Do they own a computer? Let's say if they have a computer, teaching can be done. Okay, if they have a computer and smartphone, more activities can be carried out. Well, if they have good internet service, then it's much better. Okay, you can have more interesting activity. With Wi-Fi is also a good thing. So with all this, you can actually plan what you can do with your students. So for example, you can have synchronous discussion. That means immediate discussion on certain ideas or certain units. You can post videos. Okay. You can also implement bite-sized learning if at all you know they don't have good internet or Wi-Fi service, or if they have limited data. You can have short discussions. Asynchronous discussion is like you mail something, you give them materials, and after a day or a week, you can have discussion with them. So basically, before students can do their critical thinking, teachers and instructors also have to identify the approach. They also have to analyze critically how do they want to conduct their lessons. So you have to ask yourself, is video really necessary for the lecture? Yeah. Okay. If you know most of the students are in the rural area and they will not be able to have good Wi-Fi system, video is not practical. Okay. Can students do work on computers and telephones? How can I share my material without placing or downloading? What learning activities can be shifted to asynchronous discussion? So in this slide, I have actually talked about 4 phases, okay? Unappreciated horses. This is phase 1. You talk about discussion boards, text, images, reading with text and images, or email, okay? This is when you don't have good connection. Then you go to phase 2, which is practical immediacy, where you have collaborative documents, you have group chat and messaging. You have the third phase, audio and video on demand, where you can pre-record videos. You have asynchronous discussion with video and I have repeated. And the fourth one, the fourth phase, video conferences and audio conferences, natural conversation at a cost. This is when the fourth phase is when you have good internet and Wi-Fi connection. So now I've actually talked about flipped classroom and the type of tools that you have to use. So the next important thing is community of inquiry model. Community of inquiry model talks about how you are going to teach in the virtual environment. See, basically in the traditional classroom, we are able to see the students, we are able to joke. We know if they are angry, they are restless, they are attentive, we are able to identify. But in the virtual environment, we are not able to do that. So therefore, To teach in such environment, you need three important presences, that is cognitive presence, teaching presence, and social presence. So cognitive presence is developing learning activities that are engaging and challenging, okay? So engaging and challenging here, I'm talking about analyzing, creating. It's not about facts, remembering. It's more of applying. So this is the kind of activities that is needed when students are online. Next, you have to encourage learners to reflect on their learning. So it's not memorizing, they have to understand and reflect on their learning. Next goes on to teaching presence, that's facilitating students' discussion. So teachers, you are not the sage at the stage, but guide at the side. That means you have to guide the students. Okay, this is done by prompting discussion, by giving feedback, by arousing their interest, telling them things to do, and also telling them about the deadlines, the units that you're going to teach, a schedule. These are shared during the teaching presence. Now, social presence. Social presence is you share information, express humor, emotions, and self-disclosure. See, in this kind, during this pandemic or any other tragic situation, when you're online, it is so dry, you can't see the person. So you take a few minutes to actually chat with them. You actually set the environment for effective learning. So I have elaborated about cognitive presence, the ability for the online community to construct meaning through sustained reflection and discourses, develop learning activity that is challenging and require higher order thinking. This I will actually illustrate with examples later. Encourage learners to reflect on their learning. Encourage learners to apply what they are learning to other situations, and encourage experimentation. Okay. Now, social presence, ability of the online community to communicate and develop interpersonal relationship with each other and to feel they are being part of the community. Okay. You have to make them feel interested, happy, engaged in whatever lesson you are conducting. So you have to have ice-breaking activities, self-introduction session, address students in the discussion by name. Can you answer? What do you think? Some of the examples. Then create online profile and share personal information. For example, hobby, families, work. Teaching presence, as I mentioned just now, introduction of course structure, learning outcomes, weekly class meetings, communicate clear course expectation to the students, assignments that need to be completed, be visible to the students by having virtual office hours, attending to students' inquiries, facilitating students' discussions. So these are some of the activities, asynchronous learning activities, which I will elaborate in the following slides. Synchronous learning activities. Now, asynchronous learning activities, read and take notes. I'm sure by now all of you all can think what you can do. If you want them to read and take notes, you can do it via mail. Okay, watch video-based instruction. You can ask them to watch video and give them instruction. Podcasts, a series of podcasts. Explore teacher-curated content. You can develop your own content and mail it to them. Review, practice and review. Review about a document. Engage in online discussion. You can have a number of panels from various countries and you can engage them in online discussions. Research and explore, ask them to explore. Reflect and document learning. Now we go on to synchronous learning activities. Build community relationship. You can have a forum, you can have a debate if we have good internet connection. Lead interactive modeling session. Okay, you can use a number of apps, LMS, Google Classroom. Differentiate instruction for small groups. Personalized instruction, provide one-to-one coaching. Okay, you can also do this face-to-face synchronous discussion. Okay, these are some of the examples. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say here is technology is a tool and not a learning outcome. Okay, so what do you want kids to do with technology? Okay, so here you can see wrong answers. You're not asking them to start a blog, you are actually asking them to start conversation. Okay, publish any motto, it's not, actually you're asking them for more information, find answers. Design flip charts, no, you are supposed to ask. Flip charts, you can do many things. Okay, produce videos, you are not going to ask them to produce video. Or post to Edmodo, use whiteboard, develop apps. Okay, the right answers I've given here. You can take have a look later. So this is what I picked up from my reading. Technology tools, it provides an excellent reminder that as educators, although it is important that we teach students about how digital tool works, it is even more important that we enable and empower students to explore and use these tools to accomplish goals and tasks. So if you are shifting online and you're going to have online courses, these are some of the activities that you can think about. Okay. Close the door, close the door. So another 25 things successful teachers do differently. Clear objective, have a positive attitude, expect students to succeed, know how to take risk, okay, are reflective, enjoy their work, welcome change in the classroom, explore new tools, give emotion support, comfortable with the unknown, are not threatened by parent advocacy, bring fun, teach holistically, never stop learning. Okay. So basically, if you're adopting this active learning, this is called active learning. What happens is you have creative learning, you come with creative, evaluate and analyze phases much earlier compared to remember, understand, and apply. Okay, very often in traditional classroom, we ask students to remember, about facts, about definition and memorize. Later, we ask them to understand. But during online classroom, you are actually able to apply higher order thinking skills. That means you create, you evaluate, you analyze. Then you reverse the order. Then they will remember, understand, and apply. So I believe that the more they do, the more they learn. Okay, so this is what we call as active learning. Well, a well-designed flipped classroom, whether it's flipped or online flipped classroom, it is up to you on how you want to design to make active learning to take place. So here, these are some of the features or characteristic of active learning. Stay focused, high energy and fascination, stay on task, good attention, keep trying, use different approaches, bounce back, that means reflect, self-achievement, enjoy achievement, take pride in work. So this is some of it about active learning. So I go on to the next one. So if at all you are able to design good, effective learning or teaching activities, you will be able to see positive learning outcomes. You can also encourage students for high agency and personalized learning. So I have a few examples on how you can actually have your interesting learning activities. Okay, I'm sure everybody knows this song. It's really popular these days. Okay, right? Enjoy Enjami. Okay. So how can you actually teach them? So during the pandemic, you will not be able to see them. Even if you want to assess them or you want to give them an assignment, you can ask them to watch or listen to the song and write the main theme in this song. Okay, so write an essay based on the themes below: nature, pay homage to ancestors, laborer, folk song. Create a closed test. If you're teaching proficiency, you can ask them to create a closed test based on the song or rational close, to test their grammar. So direct a movie based on the theme of this song and illustrate on how the song will be suitable in the movie. So these are the things that you can do for language, they will be very happy to do so. Besides that, if you're using such themes for assessment, there will be no plagiarism, okay? Students are creative if you give such tasks to them. Then you can also ask questions of discuss about the costumes used in the song. Discuss about the music. So this is how you encourage them and motivate and engage students in learning. So this is another example of movie, the animated movie, the Lorax. Okay, so maybe you don't know this movie. You can actually ask them to watch. Okay, so they are happy to watch a movie, and then tell them, ask them to write the synopsis. Yeah, I have the synopsis here. And you can ask them, how do you think Wansler could have used the trees without cutting it down? What are some of the ways that we use trees without destroying them? Okay, here we talk about nature. You can also relate literature to nature. I think the previous session was about nature. So this is how you actually connect a song or a movie to the nature. What are the moral values that can be learned from the movie? Okay. In the movie, the Wansler face is never seen. Why do you think his face isn't shown? Okay. So these are some of the interesting things that you can do. One more question. In the beginning of the movie, the Wansler claimed that trees were something everyone needed. Do you think that trees were really something that everyone needs? Okay. So these are cartoon strips. Cartoon strips can be used for many things, to talk about politics, racism, sensitive issues like bullying, sexual misconduct, and many more. So cartoon strip, you can actually use cartoon strips to ask them to create a rational clause or discuss grammatical rules with sentences from the cartoon strips. So literature, you can ask them to do comic strip panel and put them in comic strip panel. So these are the things, I believe will arouse interest. This is about pollution. I have used this in my class. Okay, since, one of the assignment that I've used for my students is I asked them to have a birthday party, to plan a virtual birthday party using all these apps. Okay, that means how they invite their students via mail, what are the information they can put in the Google Drive. So they will use certain apps to actually plan a birthday party for their friends. So essay writing, you can actually use Google Earth. Okay, it's a 3D representation of Earth based on satellite imagery. You can ask them to go from one city to another, or go to a favorite city, or go to parents' hometown and ask them to write a factual essay, narrative essay, or any kind of essays. They can role play, okay, they can video or video record their activities. So basically, what happens is when you have such learning, so passive learning becomes active learning. See, in passive learning, it's like I came to class, I wrote some notes, I received my notes, I read the text. Whereas active learning, I wrote my own study questions and answers, I compared and constructed, I closed my notes and tested, I asked myself, how does this impact my life? So these are some of the questions for the instructor. Will my lesson be engaging and exciting for my students? Before you plan, you ask yourself, can the activity deploy formative assessment strategies? Is the student placed at the center of learning strategy? Will this encourage my students to discuss a topic with one another? Am I giving students the opportunity to reflect on the learning process? Is this activity getting my students to think deeply and critically about a topic or lesson or comprehension exercise? So whatever I've said and discussed is something that I have actually researched. And I have a publication on students learning during the pandemic. So I have actually collected a number of themes which I would like to share with you. So these are some of the things that students told me. Repository-based nature. The teaching is boring during online classes because only the teacher is explaining. If it is in the classroom, one of us will be called to explain. I prefer to have homework. I have a lot more time to refer to the books. But during school, the teacher wants the homework the next day. The teacher talks to the students exclusively. So very often, students, when they go online, they feel it is very boring. So cognitive overload, okay. What happens is the teacher or whoever it is when you go online, you have to have bite-sized learning. That means chunk and pieces have to be given to the students. It's not a lecture, okay. One of the participants told me, I feel teaching is not taking place. The teacher thinks only they are teaching. All the subjects are planned on the same day, okay. We have been watching the screen the whole day. There is sometimes 15 minutes gap from one lesson to another. Okay, they have been telling that they have cognitive load. That means many subjects in a day. Social presence. Okay, they have said that they can't speak to their friends. Okay, technology comfort. This is experienced by many in many places and many students. They don't have stable Wi-Fi and internet. They don't use standardized apps or tools, So they don't have a fixed schedule. I've mentioned this much earlier. So Murgatroyd predicts and postulates that there will be so many challenges that it will be difficult to find a pathway forward. What is certain is that a return to the pre-COVID state will be difficult to achieve. What is needed is a plan ahead team whose task is to think beyond the immediate return and to focus on the next 3 to 5 years. Well, what he's trying to say is things not going to be the same after this COVID is over, because now many are familiar with technology tools. So therefore, the teaching and learning activities in future is going to be totally different. So that's all for my session. I hope that you have actually achieved the objective, that is to identify learning activities during an online flipped classroom. I hope some have picked up at least 1 or 2 activities from this session to be applied in your classroom. And also identify and plan activities based on community of inquiry model. This model is very, very important. Community of inquiry model consists of social, teaching, and cognitive presences. So that's all. Thank you. That's all from me. So you learn at your best when you have something you care about and can get pleasure in being engaged in. That's all from me. Thank you and have a nice day.
Over to the participants. Is there any questions or any discussion? Over to the participants. Participants can raise any questions or any discussions, if any. Ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, hi. Check.
I have a question.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
No, my question is, do students really like the flipped classrooms, ma'am? What is your opinion towards it?
They like flipped classroom. If they have the tools and they are able to have good internet, stable internet and Wi-Fi, they are very happy to do a flipped classroom because they have the flexibility of time and space to learn, to look for information, for ideas. So they enjoy instead of very dry, things that we give them. So if you give them like songs or something that they enjoy so much, they're happy. Personally, in Malaysia, we are encouraged to give such activities to avoid plagiarism. So they don't copy their answers.
And also, is it possible to teach all the subjects through flipped classroom, ma'am?
Some of the subjects, for example, we think that, pharmacy, they need the lab and all that. But I have actually worked on with a pharmacist lecturer on coming up with the online flipped clerkship. And I also have written a paper on that, which has been published in a ISI journal, where they can also conduct clerkship, online flipped clerkship.
Question is that one.
Okay, so where you can actually go and hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can actually experience how they distribute medicines in the hospital. The environment has been created in the virtual environment. So this is called a scenario-based learning. Okay, you set the environment for them. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. We are waiting for the questions from the chat box, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Participants are posting in YouTube and Zoom.
Oh, okay. I can't see them. Can't I see the chat? Because I've actually pressed on the chat, but I don't get any chats.
Student participants are posting in YouTube link, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
I hope you are connected in Zoom.
I'm connected.
There's a question, ma'am. Explain the gamification of inquiry based flipped classroom teaching. Gamification of inquiry based flipped classroom teaching.
Okay, gamification is about badges, points, whatever activity that is gamified is called as gamification. But in order for you to call as gamification, you must have probably marks, badges, points. That's called as gamification. You can actually design your work or your instruction, by having the gamification element. It's not difficult.
And also there is another question, ma'am.
Yeah.
What is the method of seeking the best blend for deep learning flipped classroom?
Deep learning? Okay. When you ask them to analyze, create, okay, that will be deep thinking. Okay. Like for example, if you, okay, I can give you an example. Let's say you're teaching constructivism theory, Vygotsky. You can actually watch a movie on interaction and collaboration, okay, and ask them to quote when these features are found in a movie. So that is deep thinking, that is critical thinking, and you're looking at higher order thinking skills. Okay.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. And the question is, what is the effectiveness of synchronous online flipped learning, SOFL?
What is?
Effectiveness of synchronous online flipped learning.
Synchronous learning will be effective if your asynchronous learning is planned well. So, of course, if you have planned well, if they are doing their work in the asynchronous discussion, that means the delayed discussion. So when they come face to face, they have a lot of things to interact, ask questions, and clear their doubts. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. How do you get connected to the YouTube?
Professor,
Yeah.
Very much thanks to your nice and wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
And also taking much pain and effort for the welfare of the students of our college, and also around 600 participants have registered and watching through Zoom as well as YouTube link.
Wow,
All
that's nice.
by your nice presentation. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, I've not seen any of the comments. I've not seen any of the comments because I'm not familiar with Zoom, and I can't see also. My daughter is actually assisting me, but we can't go to the YouTube.
But I have posted you the YouTube link, ma'am.
Really? Okay.
You can join through. And I will collect the feedback from the YouTube and forward to you.
Okay, thank you. Then
all the
I
feedback
know.
I will forward.
Thank you very much. How are you?
No, fine, ma'am. With your fullest support and guidance, and we are very much fine. And also regarding the MOU that you said once.
Today. Today I will do. I've been so busy, I will do it today. I told myself I will sit down today. It will take me like 2 hours to type everything. Is the audience still around? Is the audience around? I've been
yeah.
Oh, okay. I will do it. I will do it today, and probably I'll maybe mail it to you as soon as possible because you have a lot of things to fill up too.
Okay. Thank you.
From your side, because I not forgot, but I remember. But I'm so busy that I just
busy schedule. Okay.
Yes. So how's everything there? Yeah, the English department. Send my wishes to everybody. They are all very nice to me.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let us formally wind up,
Yes.
ma'am, with the word of thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, the session was thoroughly advanced and innovative one. The techniques in teaching and learning English would have really benefited the participants and research scholars in the field of English language teaching and the professors in the link. It was a complete technical session, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome. Have a nice day. Stay safe. Wear your mask all the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. A. Velmurugan, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to introduce our resource person, Dr. M. Muvendan, to the gathering. I welcome you, sir.
Very happy afternoon, ma'am. Hindi.
Brother, good afternoon, brother.
Professor, I am very good morning, Professor. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
I think my screen is also visible now. Is my screen visible, Professor? Hello.
Your skin is not
business chemical business.
Dear participants, please mute your audio. Dear participants, some of you are made your mic unmuted. Please mute. Thank you. Professor, your screen is not yet shared. Mohan sir.
Professor, I have shared, Professor. I am sharing my screen. I have given screen share. I have got the notification. You are screen sharing.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Hi, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. It was a nice lecture, ma'am. Thank you.
Professor, let us start.
Yeah, yes, Professor.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir. Happy morning to you, sir.
Good morning to everybody. It is my immense pleasure to introduce today's one of our resource person, distinguished Professor Dr. M. Muvendan, Head cum Assistant Professor of English, Ayyanada Janaki Ammal College, Sivagasi, Virudhunagar District, Tamil Nadu, India. He has studied MA, MPhil and PhD in English and MAd, MPhil in Education, MBA in Education Management and MSc in Psychology. He has organized 6 conferences in national and international level. He has received around 1.10,000 rupees for his minor project, research project from UGC. He has guided 14 MA students, 10 MPhil scholars, and is guiding 3 PhD research scholars. He has edited 11 books and published 17 articles and 12 proceedings. He has participated and presented more than 25 papers in national and international level conferences, seminars, and workshops. He has received 2 times Best Paper Presenter Award and College of Excellence Project Award 2. Further, he has delivered 10 invited lectures and acted as resource person in 34 conferences and seminars. He has been acting as a member of various boards and committees. Such a great eminent professor, Dr. M. Muvendan. Now I call upon distinguished Professor Dr. M. Muvendan to present his paper on impact of politics and religion on literature. Thanks for giving this good and golden opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. A very happy afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I consider it my great pleasure and honor for having given me this wonderful opportunity to deliver a keynote lecture address in this wonderful international conference. To begin with, let me place on record my sincere thanks and gratitude to the principal of the great institution of SVM College, as well as it is my bounden duty to express my gratitude to the organizing secretary, Professor Natarajan sir, Dr. Natarajan sir, for having given me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much, sir. And very good afternoon, all the participants, distinguished professors, scholars, research scholars, and my dear students. Is my voice audible? Is the voice okay?
Okay, Professor. Okay, Professor.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Shall I proceed with my...
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the topic I have chosen for today's presentation is impact of politics and religion on literature. As I would like to call myself as a student of literature rather to be called as a teacher of literature. As student of literature, we all know that literature has been influenced by various factors, right? And nowadays we have moved towards so many age of theories and concepts. So many isms have emerged, and then we have moved on to various theories like post-truth, memory studies, surveillance studies. All these things, or even post-pandemic situation studies, have emerged in this recent context. So the conference has chosen a right theme of politics and religion, how they have impacted literature, or the vice versa. So let us not narrow down to the impact of religion and politics only on literature, because they have mutually influenced each other. I think is my slide visible, Professor?
Yeah, visible, Professor.
Okay. So as we are all aware, society and literature, they mutually influence each other. They have mutual influence. We cannot separate or distinguish literature as an individual entity or a separate entity apart from society. We all be studying like that. That is, literature mirrors the society, literature mirrors the life. But as we have to acknowledge and we have to recognize the fact that literature cannot be 100% true reflection of society or even any other factor, because all reflections will have some distortions. I strongly believe in the words of Sir Plato, who says that, who actually in the book Republic, book number 11, he actually wanted to banish poetry and banish poets. Because the reason for banishing the poetry or poets is, he says that poetry is twice or thrice removed from reality. It doesn't reflect the real sense or the original sense in a true way, in a sincere way, in a genuine way. So that is the reason given by Plato. So in a sense, we have to acknowledge that literature and society has mutual influence. At the same time, literature cannot or will not reflect, it will not give a 100% true picture or a genuine picture, and we have to accept it, whatever it is. And regarding the very broad category of society, this seminar or this conference has narrowed down the topic to religion and politics alone. So they have a very significant impact on the literary pieces or the literary writers of any particular age. There is a beautiful saying regarding literature, I just want to quote, regarding fact and fiction, or what fiction or science. We can even consider like this, biographies. In fact, when you study a fiction, when you study any piece of literature, we come across, we have to keep in mind that only the facts and figures mentioned in the fiction are false, right? That is the usual case. We used to come across a slide in the movies screens. Whenever a movie begins, we used to come across a screen shown in the big screen. That is, all the characters shown in this movie, whether alive or dead, is purely fictional. They don't resemble anyone dead or alive. That means that if a slide is shown like that, that is imperative that the movie is about someone, is about something. So when we talk about history, I talked about fiction. When we talk about history, only the names and the figures are true. All the other details are fake or false or distorted. They may not reflect 100% truth of the age. That is what I strongly believe, that is the difference between history and fiction. History gives only the names and figures to be the true account, and all the other details are distorted accounts, right? And on the other hand, when it comes to fiction or literature, only the names and numbers are true. Sorry, only the names and numbers are changed, and all the other things are true to some extent. Not 100% genuine or 100% truth. They resemble truth to the maximum extent. So regarding religion and politics, in the morning session, I started listening to Professor Dr. Parul's lecture, where she beautifully mentioned about how religion and politics have impacted, especially politics had a great impact on literature, and she had beautifully explicated all these details. She has also quoted various texts also. And as students of literature, we must bear in our mind that literature originated basically from religion, that is from the church festivals, especially the origin of drama. When we talk about the origin of drama, we are all aware that the Dionysian festival is the basis or the origin for dramas. So that is how drama originated from, and it slowly moved out of the stage or moved out of the church church premises, and it moved to a touring theaters, and then it moved to a permanent stage, like in the case of a Globe Theatre. So we have the origin of drama traced from miracle plays and mystery plays, which talked about the life of Jesus Christ and the miracles performed by Christ himself. So literature cannot be totally devoid out, cannot be neglected out of religion and politics. So when we talk about politics and religion combined together, both can be considered to be a subgenre, because religious politics or political religious motives cannot be split up, and they have to be studied together. I would like to start with the impact of religion in the genre of poetry in the beginning. That is how I have chosen certain pieces which are both conventional as well as non-conventional in nature. Like in the case of Paradise Lost, we are aware that John Milton has been a very staunch supporter of religion. He wants to be a very staunch Puritan in both in his almost all his works, in spite of his change in his political attitude regarding the case of Oliver Cromwell or his successors. So when we look upon all his major works, we come to understand that John Milton has been a very staunch follower of religion, and all his poetic works stand testimony to it. When we come across, I want to make a special mention about the sonnet on his blindness in this context, that in this particular sonnet, Milton shows his anguish, desperate feelings that his eyesight was lost. God has taken away his vision in the age of 48, that is in his middle age, and he is unable to see anything or witness anything further. And he questions God, he challenges God how he will be able to perform his duty further, and it will be practically impossible to do it. And how can God expect him to discharge his duty when he removes his eyesight? That is how we can understand the desperation of John Milton in the famous sonnet on his blindness. And when we come to W.P. Yeats, again, he is very staunch believer of religion, upholding Christianity. In the poems, I just want to make a cross reference of the Second Coming as well as Easter 1916, where he upholds the religious values of Christianity. And when we talk about S.T. Coleridge's The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, it talks about the guilt feeling, right? And prayer, the importance of prayer, the importance of redemption, the sin, asking for forgiveness, and all these things. So Coleridge stresses the point of forgiveness, which is very essential for all human values, which is the very most essential part, to forgive and forget. Right, life has to move on. People and my professor Dr. N. Ilango from the American College used to say like this: when we closely analyze all successful literary pieces, or any text for that matter, we cannot come across 100% hero or 100% anti-hero on the other hand. We cannot have a character who is 100% evil or 100% saint-like. Right? You cannot call someone a saint or a sinner in 100% or in a true way, in a true sense, because even in a hero figure, we come across many evil qualities or many slips that we call tragic flaws or something like that, right? So we cannot have characters who are 100% genuine or 100% fake, who are 100% true or 100% false. It is impossible in literature. And again, Alfred Lord Tennyson is also in Memoriam talks about the Christian religious values. I would like to make a reference to George Herbert. He is one of the greatest devotional poets. I want to make a special mention about Herbert here, because we have been analyzing Herbert only as a metaphysical poet, basically a metaphysical poet. I want to make a reference to one of his finest poems, The Caller. In this particular poem, The Caller, again, the metaphysical imagery is very much present here. He seeks to reject his belief in God, to remove or throw away his collar, which is like a binding symbol. Collar is like a dog chain, like a dog collar. That is the exact image Herbert wants to project. So here Herbert stands in contrast with Milton or other writers who gives a different view to religion. How religion becomes an oppressing force or a suppressive force, how it acts like a chain, a binding chain, how it enslaves people, how it makes the people feel like being bounded to a chain, right? So the collar symbol typically or specifically refers to a dog collar That and deliberately Herbert has chosen this image, which denotes a Christian priest who used to wear a collar. So these connotations of ownership and restricted freedom, it also suggests being bound or restricted more generally. Not only religious binding, but also a binding in general. So here we have to make keep in mind that Herbert himself was a priest. So that is an unconventional view of George Herbert in the poem The Collar. And next reference is John Donne's A Hymn to God the Father. Here, Donne offers something nicely representative of his religious words. He's not aiming to blindly praise God's grace or God's values or in an uncritical way. Instead of that, Donne aims to ask God about sin and forgiveness, right? Among other things, he manages to he is not like he doesn't want to blindly adhere to all religious values. He wants to question, he wants to critically analyze the values of sin and forgiveness in this particular poem, A Hymn to God the Father. So this poem is a kind of it has a confessional tone, containing Donne's trademark directness and honesty, and sees him seeks forgiveness from God for his sins. At the same time, confessing that he will continue to sin further also. Even in the future, he is going to sin. He is very much aware of the fact that he cannot, after asking for forgiveness, after asking for a pardon, right? He cannot give assurance, right? Like all normal human beings, he says, I am going to commit sins further. So another sin will be added to the list. This is again, he keeps on going to commit sins. That is called, he says, it is a normal tendency of all human beings to sin. To err is human, to forgive is divine, right? He cannot help it. He cannot avoid it. And his fear for death, there is again another sin, and which is added to the list. So Donne here seeks a reassurance from God that he will be forgiven and surely he will find a place in heaven. So God is projected as a spirit who possesses the quality of forgiveness. This is what Donne wants to highlight in his poem. Now I want to move on to some Indian writers also, where we come across Rabindranath Tagore. Besides Gitanjali, which is also a religious text, I would like to focus upon a famous novel called Wreck, in which we also have many religious and cultural practices. How the wreck, which is a natural calamity, a shipwreck occurs in the life of individuals, has destroyed or has altered the course of action in an entire novel. It changes the life of the protagonist as well as all the major characters, especially the female characters in the work The Wreck. So it is closely associated with religious customs and festivals. So that is why I have made a reference to the novel Wreck here. And I move on to the Guide. R.K. Narayan's one of the most famous works, the novels, is The Guide, where we have a corrupt tourist guide, and he also takes an avatar of a pseudo-religious priest who who manages to be very successful as a corporate saint. He manages to cheat people and wins the trust of the people, the masses, as well as he manages to cheat on and continues to live a very lavish kind of life. Right? A corrupt tourist guide changes into another avatar of a saint figure. That is what R.K. Narayan tries to portray, how religion has deep rooted in our lives, and how people like the guide character in the Guide novel itself, he manages to play on with the beliefs or the religious values of the people or the mindset of the people. And I would like to make another reference. Apart from the Indian writers, I move on to Joseph Conrad, a Polish-English novelist. And my favorite is The Heart of Darkness. It cannot be considered to be a full-length novel, since it's a very short one. It is worthy to be called as a novella. Here, even in Heart of Darkness, as a novella is very justly or aptly titled as Heart of Darkness. We come across various themes like identity crisis or post-colonialism or colonial impact on the Nigerian countries, African continent, right? All these issues are beautifully portrayed by Conrad, but the exploitation of the white people on the native tribals in the African continent, especially in Congo region, is beautifully portrayed by Conrad through the central character Kurds, where he says that he calls all the native people as barbarians. uncivilized people, uneducated people, uncouth, uncivilized, and all these things. But he himself engages in homosexuality, and even he becomes a cause for spreading HIV and other things. So we come across here, this particular character, the central character Kurds, is also takes about religion as the base in order to enslave the native people, right? They may proclaim that they are going to civilize the native people, the tribal people, all the other things. They call them as uncivilized, uncouth, and uneducated. And what they intend to provide is Christian. They want to make conversion, right? That is the real intention of these people who enter into the African continent, or even for that case, even Indian mission, the missionaries, Christian missionaries who have entered into India. Even in the Orissa famine can be a very good example, where we come across the people who were starving for food, and they were just looking for medicinal support. They were converted to Christianity only on that condition. They were offered medical assistance and food, right? The famous Orissa famine is a very good testimony for that incident. The famine was exploited by the white people, the white missionaries. They wanted to convert the native people into Christians, and then only they will be offering them food as well as medicine, right? But at the same time, we cannot forget or ignore the contribution made by the missionaries towards the development of education, medicine, transportation, and other fields and other developments in the infrastructure in India during the colonial period itself. We cannot deny it, we cannot forget it, right? And I would like to make another mention about Dan Brown's controversial novels, The Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons. In the next slide, I can give all the famous works, which have all religious connotations, And everybody will be aware that the Da Vinci Code was tried to be banned in India, not only in India, throughout the world, in many countries by the Vatican Church. There were many initiatives in order to get the movie to be banned, that because the movie tried to shake the essential beliefs of Roman RC Christians, right? Whether Jesus Christ is a human being or God himself, it challenges the existence of Christ. And the church or the Vatican doesn't want the Da Vinci Code to project Jesus Christ as an ordinary human being. But the movie did not project him as an ordinary human being, but it managed to project him as a noble human being, not an ordinary human being, but a noble human being who was able to perform miracles, who lived as a noble individual. That is what Dan Brown says in the end of the novel, Da Vinci Code, right? We can understand how Dan Brown is not intended to shake or disturb the existing religious, political, or religious motives. And whenever I mention about religion, that is always connected with politics. Religion has also deep-rooted or deeply engrossed itself into the roots of politics also. Politics and religion cannot be separated. Even that is the case in Angels and Demons. I'll talk about it and elaborate in the next slides. In Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, again, the Scarlet Letter talks about various themes of sin, purgation, or even the person, the central character, is made to wear a symbol of right, for committing the sin of adultery, right? And the innocent girl child, she used to carry as a symbol of sin. At the same time, usually we consider child as a symbol of innocence. But here, the child symbol stands as a symbol of guilt, remorse, sin, right? So that is the contrast Hawthorne is able to project in this beautiful novel, The Scarlet Letter. How people, or especially the people who are supposed to instill religious values in the minds of people, like the priests, the parsons, these people themselves are very much corrupt, and they also indulge in even political issues. They get caught into political issues, political scandals, and Hawthorne beautifully manages to project the evils of the religious, the darker side of the pseudo-religious people in that famous work. And in the genre of drama, I want to make a reference to the political theater. Political drama is a theatrical genre, and we also have types like guerrilla theater. It is a type of a political protest. It is a protest theater. It is called as a guerrilla theater. It is a political protest with a theatrical quality. So I don't want to move too much towards American dramas alone. I want to mention about Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. where we simply reduce the text only to anti-Semitism. When we deconstruct and decode the text beyond that anti-Semitism, I told you no hero or anti-hero can be considered to be 100% what to say, anti-hero maybe is a sinner and he may not be this hero symbol or hero image cannot be 100% saint, right? We find Antonio's character to be a flawed character who is a good for nothing fellow, a merchant who whiles away his time, he wastes his time, he indulges in all kinds of lethargic activities, wasting his precious time with his useless friends and so on. And we find his character to be filled with flaws. And on the other hand, on the anti-hero's character or the villain image, the famous, the typical villain of the Jew, that is the Shylock's character, is also filled with humanitarian concerns, humanitarian values, how he treats his servant, how, right, how he, the Lancelot and Gobbo image, the scene, the entire scene talks about the real humanistic values of Shylock. And in order to give a representation to the Nigerian writers like Wole Soyinka, we come across The Lion and the Jewel, The Death and the King's Horseman, where we have the colonial impact, where religion and politics are entwined to each other. They have a very strong kind of connection to each other, and especially in the text The Lion and the Jewel, where we have a reversal. In the Indian context, we find only the bride, the girl has to offer so much of dowry to the boy's family, and in The Lion and the Jewel, we have a reversal in that Yoruban culture, Nigerian culture, where we have bride price. The concept of bride price has to be paid, right, to the bride, that is paid by the bridegroom, has to pay the bride price here. Right. So we have another famous work called The Death and the King's Horseman, where we have the white people, very few in number, very limited in number. They come to occupy the Yoruban colony, and they enter, they disturb the religious practices of the Yoruban culture. In Yoruban culture, in that particular text, Death and the King's Horseman, the king, when the king dies, the king's chief horseman must also commit a ritualistic suicide. In the play, The Death and the King's Horseman, the main theme is, in the Yoruban culture, when the king dies, the king's horseman must also commit a ritualistic suicide in order to serve the king in the afterlife. So that is the major theme in that particular play. And the white people, the colonizers, they come and disturb this practice. They prevent the practice of suicide, the ritualistic suicide, and they call it as a barbaric act, right? The Western world cannot understand the values behind the cultural values or the religious values or the political values of a particular ethnic race. And in order to give another representation, a famous American writer who has a heritage with Pakistan by Ayad Akhtar, he is a winner of the Pulitzer Prize for Drama in 2013 for his famous work, Disgraced. And this story talks about the protagonist of a successful lawyer, Amir Kapoor, and his wife. They are just throwing a dinner party to his friends and relatives. And is a very ambitious person, totally uninterested in exploring his cultural roots. Because this particular lawyer character, he wants to shed his existing cultural roots and wants to emerge as a white artist, and lots of Islamic imagery has been loaded in the famous work Disgraced. So it takes us from an evening of fine dining and a small talk, that is actually a dinner party, to an intense exploration of the major themes like identity, search for identity crisis, privilege, and violence. So it is a brilliant, all too relevant, a 2D force, right? That is why I want to make a mention about this particular work, Disgraced. Right. So when we look at this particular slide of where we have all the major works of Dan Brown, we come across all these novels have invoked religious controversies. They have kindled so many religious controversies, and the existing religious beliefs have been shaken by Dan Brown himself. So even when you talk about the Inferno or angels and demons, the lost symbol, all these manage to shake the original faith of Christianity, and it gives some space to make some explorations. That is what literature students have to understand. The Da Vinci Code is a conflict between religion and versus science, and the church has also enforced, willingly, consciously, it has enforced ignorance about the existence of the descendants of Jesus Christ. So at one point in the novel, the Robert Langdon, a professor character, says that perhaps the secrets of the Grail should be preserved in order to allow people to keep their faith. That is what Dan Brown stresses through the central character of Robert Langdon. And he also thinks that people who truly believe in God will not be able to accept the idea that Bible is full of metaphors and they are not literal transcripts of truth. That is what Dan Brown wants to convey through the central character Robert Langdon. Robert Langdon himself wants to preserve the secrets of the Grail. He doesn't want to reveal the secrets of the Grail. He doesn't want to reveal the secret about the descendants of Jesus Christ, because faith is the fulcrum or the central point where all kinds of the entire religious structure is based upon. He doesn't want to shatter it, and he wants the religious structure to continue. And that is the case with the angels and demons also. A deadly vendetta against the Catholic Church was raised by a centuries-old underground organization. We might be all aware of the term called the Illuminati. These people they want to destroy the Catholic Church. And the hero, again, the Robert Langdon character, he undergoes a desperate race to save the Vatican Church from a powerful time bomb, right? And finally, as in the usual case, he manages to save the church. I want to give a political tinge to all the Shakespeare major plays of Shakespeare himself here. Importance of politics to Shakespeare is evidently simple in his choice of subjects for his plays. And I want to start with these 10 history plays which concentrate on political matters. Right, in the case of Julius Caesar, Henry IV, whatever it may be, dealing as they do with a variety of English kings, they raise a whole series of political issues like the war versus peace, the role of religion in politics, legitimate versus illegitimate princes, ultimately centering on the questions, what does it take to be the good king? Where do majority of kings go wrong? This is a pertinent question. This is what politically, where do they go wrong? That is a major question Shakespeare himself wants to raise. And out of these 10 tragedies, 4 tragedies are set in ancient Rome and take up equality political themes, including the difference between a republic and a monarchy, like especially with the character of Romeo and Juliet, or Hamlet, King Lear, Macbeth. They all continue to Shakespeare's exploration of nature of monarchy and such issues as legitimate succession and the threat of usurpation and tyranny. Right? In the case of Hamlet and King Lear and Macbeth, all these 3 out of the 4 major tragedies, all these 3 talk about how there is a threat of usurpation and tyranny. The natural order must be restored. That is what Shakespeare wants to stress. The natural political order must be restored in the case of Hamlet, Lear, and Macbeth. Othello's case, which was set partly in Venice, shows Shakespeare's interest in a modern republic and how its political principles differ from a monarchy. Political principles is actually republic versus monarchy, democracy versus monarch, right? So even in Romeo and Juliet, with its focus on romantic love, in the outward level, it seems to be a mere romantic story, but it is Shakespeare's purely domestic tragedy, focuses on the conflict between 2 noble families in Renaissance Verona, and includes a prince who may have stepped right out of the pages of Machiavelli. And this is the conflict, this is the central conflict in Romeo and Juliet. But on the surface, Shakespeare's comedies seem much less political, but more focused on domestic life, especially such subjects as romantic love and the eternal battle between the sexes. It is all because sexual politics is again a subgenre which is emerging now. Even the transgender politics mixed with the transgenders, religion mixed with transgenders, they all have started coming up as new theories, right? So, but even some of Shakespeare's comedies take up political issues. They tend to be precisely the more complicated ones with the darker dimensions that make their comic endings more difficult to achieve and give their resolutions a seemingly forced kind of character. Not a natural one, it is a thrust, a seemingly forced kind of character is given here. And I earlier talked about The Merchant of Venice and Measure for Measure, and both deal with serious political problems, including the tension between religion and politics. and both push comedy so far in the direction of a tragedy, becomes they just escape. They are very narrowly, they have a very narrow escape from a tragedy, and because of the violence or the bloodshed, right? They are just if you miss in the Merchant of Venice, there would be a lot of bloodshed. It was very narrowly missed by the dramatist. And the last plays of Shakespeare, that is called as the tragicomedies or romances, he seems to be trying to transcend tragedy by transcending politics. The Tempest, in creating its utopian space, may be interpreted as investigating the possibility of a philosopher like king. Even the king wants to, that is one of the last plays of Shakespeare, he wants to quit his career as a dramatist. Shakespeare himself wants to reveal his retirement through this particular play, and it is a very political subject, one at the heart of Plato's Republic, right? And even as it moves beyond tragedy, The Tempest nevertheless recapitulates political themes from some of Shakespeare's most tragic plays, including the fratricidal strife in Hamlet, the betrayal and deposition of a ruler in King Lear, and the usurping tyrant in Macbeth. So here, The Tempest is no less comparable to King Lear or Macbeth or Tempest. All these things, it can be considered in a single play. And now I want to move on towards George Orwell's 1984. It is a reverse utopia published in 1949, which introduces the Big Brother character attitude and other concepts like the newspeak and thought crime, right? Pre-crime is also a very interesting, because people get arrested even before they commit the mistakes or the crimes. In this imagined future, the world will be dominated by 3 totalitarian superpowers. That is what the imaginary fiction George Orwell wants to talk about. Now, in this, based on this novel, we also have a famous movie called Predestination, where they have a department called pre-crime. People get arrested that before they have 3 kinds of 3 angels will be there, and they were able to predict the crimes, and the criminals will be arrested even before they commit the crimes itself. That is a major idea of 1984. And William Golding's The Lord of the Flies. It is a classical tale, everybody knows that, shows how thin the covering of civilization. We all consider to be very civilized people, but it explores what happens in the absence of rules and order. I talked about, there is a recent studies called surveillance studies, how CCTV cameras have started to invade into our privacy, right? We behave, and there is a beautiful saying, there is a humorous saying I just want to mention here. Universally, we are all aware that in traffic signal, we have 3 kinds of lights: red, orange, and green. Red means we have to stop. Orange means we have to be ready. We are not supposed to move, but we have to be ready. And in the green signal, we are free to go. This is the universal signal we are all taught in our schools or by our parents or by elders or everybody. But in India, we have a separate kind of rule. Green means we are free to go. Yellow or orange means if the policeman is not present, again we can go, right? That's in orange signal we can go in a very fast way. Even in the red signal, if the policeman is absent, we can go. So Indians can pass through the signal for all these 3 types of signals: yellow, green, and red. They can pass, they won't stop. For all these 3 signs, they won't stop. For green, they are free to go. For yellow, they have to move very fast. Even in the red, if the policeman is absent, again they can go. But universally, when the red signal says we have to stop. This is how we interpret the signals, because human beings behave in a different way when there is absence of surveillance. When nobody is watching us, we behave in a different way. If somebody is watching us, we behave in some other way. So this classical tale of William Golding questions, even though we call human beings to be very civilized, very refined, very full of etiquettes and all value-based individuals, is man essentially good or not? This is the basic question William Golding wants to raise through the work Lord of the Flies. How there emerges a lot of chaos and confusion when there is absence of control or leadership. So that is because he wants to stress the fact that man is essentially rude and uncivilized and barbaric, right? So civilization will happen only when we have a surveillance. Only when we are monitored, we will behave in a very correct way. If there are no punishments, if there is no surveillance, we will behave in an entirely different way. So John Milton, 1644, a tract against censorship. I want to make a special mention here. While mentioning William Golding, I want to mention about the other thing, about the other side, where there is a political agenda that all the news items by the press were monitored, they were censored. It is against censorship. So this Areopagitica talks about the rights of the press, the freedoms of the press. Milton talks about the freedom of the press, where the press is the fourth pillar of the democracy, which has the greater responsibility of conveying the truth to the public. So we have also seen Golding on the Lord of Flies, the anarchy on one side. Again, we also talk about limited or where there is too much of control by the government, political control, right? Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird is another famous or classical example. Here, he explores the attitudes of people towards the race and class in the deep south of the 1930s through the eyes of an 8-year-old Scout Finch and her brother and father. So through their character, through their vision, he wants to present the attitude towards the ethnic race and class. So this novel focuses on the tension and conflict between prejudice and hypocrisy on one hand, and on the other hand, we have justice and perseverance, where we have to wait. Justice will come, but we have to wait for justice. But on the other hand, we also have justice delayed is justice denied, right? That is another saying that is also, we are also aware of that fact also, right? I just want to make another mention about Aldous Huxley's The Brave New World, and where Huxley explores a utopian world, again world state, where children are manufactured or born in laboratories and adults are encouraged to eat, drink and be merry. They are supposed to eat, drink and be merry, and they have to take a daily dose of soma banam, like in the case of Tamil, soma banam, to keep them smiling always. They are like lab rats, and human beings are manufactured, and it is an utopian world state controlled by the political supreme. I want to make a mention about a Tamil film called Hey Ram, which was released in 1999, which was deeply rooted in Bengali riots, the communal riots, clashes between the Muslims versus Hindus, and the conflict of friendship versus religion is there. Indian-Pakistan partition is the major theme here, and the hero or the central character's personal loss is rooted against the vendetta against Mahatma Gandhi himself. So we have contrasting depictions of the south, west, as well as the east of India in this beautiful movie called Hey Ram. I suggest all my students, all the literature students, to kindly watch this movie only once, at least once, in order to understand how religion and politics have deeply rooted into our lives, as well as in literature. And another famous novel in Tamil, which has been even translated, One Part Woman, by Perumal, a controversial writer named Perumal Murugan. I don't want to get into the nuances of it. Is a very controversial work. That is why I just want to give an outline here. A particular dominant community people, they used to, and in that particular community, women were allowed to have sex with strangers during a temple festival, and it is considered to be a fertility ritual, which is closely associated with the temple function. So it was even Madhur Bhagan was actually a professor of English. So he was attacked by caste groups, and he was made to live in exile, and he has been living with so much of protection for his entire family also, which talks about honor killings. And another famous one, it is actually adopted into a movie also. The movie version is very much available, and it is actually it has won 7 nominations for Academy Awards for Best Picture, including the Best Picture. But the title of the novel is Atonement, which is strongly associated about the World War, during the war in France and the bombing in London, and how the hero character is mistakenly, due to a misunderstanding by a small 13-year-old girl, he was made to serve in the war. He dies in the war, and a beautiful love story is also included, where it changes the lives of all the people involved in that novel. So it is also based on how politics and war has destroyed a young individual's dreams and aspirations. He wants to pursue his degree in a famous university, but because of the false testimony given by a 13-year-old young girl, he was made to serve in a war. He was made to serve as a soldier, enlist as a soldier, and dies. The girl who loves him also takes up a career as a nurse in a general hospital, where she could find a possibility of meeting the wounded soldier. She also dies in a bomb blast. So that is how beautifully Ian McEwan has portrayed the tragedy of loss because of the political motives in the novel Atonement. And I want to make a reference, just across a quick reference to two famous movies. One is The Great Dictator by Charlie Chaplin, and in the cover page itself we can understand how he ridiculed. It is a masterfully, he satirizes Adolf Hitler, which was a film right at the start of the World War II, and the central theme of the movie is Chaplin's own dislike for Adolf Hitler and his regime. And it also extends to dictatorships in general. At that time, the rise of fascism in Europe, it was deeply troubling, and there seemed to be many nations with the fascist dictator at their helm. And in recent times, in 2012, we have a beautiful movie called The Dictator, another a political satire, a comedy satire, political satire comedy film inspired by real life dictators like Kim Jong-il, Idi Amin, Muammar Gaddafi, and Mobutu Seko. All these real life dictators are considered to be models for the movie The Dictator. Kindly, if you find some time, I request you, I suggest these two movies to be watched to understand, you get a better understanding about the religious and political motives in literature. And finally, I would like to make another mention. This is the final slide of myself. This is the Apocalypto movie, where there is no political motives here. Political motives will be also hidden here, because the colonization will be also touched in the climax, where the white people will arrive in ships, because it is between two cultural groups, a clash between two cultural groups. It is again a wonderful movie which talks about the clash between two ethnic tribal groups. And finally, they also are prepared to face the oppression from the white people who arrive in ships in large numbers. So it is actually a Mel Gibson's movie which inadvertently or advertently drew in America's issues related to national identity, imperialism, race, and Christian morality to serve this purpose. In this context, this movie also has so many religious, cultural, political, and social motives in the entire movie. So I strongly suggest students to watch this movie Apocalypto. And these are the works I have cited. This is for your reference. I have given it. Thank you so much for your patient listening. And now I am ready to take up any questions or queries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Over to the participant. Any questions?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I am Rangasamy from Second M English.
Wonderful, sir. Nice meeting you.
Your session was very niceful to hear religious and political in literature.
Thank you.
My question is, what role does play in religious place in political conflicts in literature?
Political, okay. So, take for example the classical example of Merchant of Venice.
Yes, sir.
Politics and religion are the two major forces in Merchant of Venice, where we have studied Merchant of Venice only as a comedy, yes, right? A plain comedy. What happens to the character of Shylock? Shylock was penalized in the end for his greediness, for his vengeance against Antonio. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Right. If he has been penalized by confiscating all his wealth, his money, his daughter has also eloped with another Christian, all these things are very much there. He must have been punished for trying to kill Antonio. That is okay. Up to this level, this story is well and good. But I think you must have studied that particular work. It is a very famous one, a novel. And the judgment given by the Duke, especially also stressed by other friends like Antonio and his other friends, that Shylock must be converted into a Christian. Right? Can you see that? Can you see the point? How religion and politics have gone deeply into the minds that, and even earlier Shylock has says, A famous speech given by Shylock. If you tickle us, don't we laugh. If you prick us, don't we bleed. How dare you spit on us? You called us cur. Cur means sorry, stray dog. Christians used to spit on their dress, and at the same time, for his sake, for helping his friend Bassanio, shamelessly Antonio comes and borrows money. He is ready to sign the bond without looking at the conditions, right? Shamelessly, he pleads with Shylock to offer him money in order to help his friend Bassanio. Bassanio is a useless guy. He is a Christian, no doubt about it. But a Christian, they have unjustifiable vengeance against Shylock. They try to destroy his main activity of money lending. Money lending is his business. Money lending is Shylock's business, right? They want to destroy it. When he goes to the court, even a child will laugh. How can you cut off a pound of flesh without shedding a drop of blood? Is it not childish? Is it not indicative? How will you cut off a pound of flesh without shedding a drop of blood? Is it not childish? How can a law-abiding court, how can a duke uphold this kind of judgment? And Portia is not an original lawyer herself. She has come in disguise. How can a court allow disguise? Can you understand the politics behind it?
Yes, sir,
Apart from the religious motives, the play is full of political motives. So when we deeply go through all kinds of political literary texts, we can find so many references. Thank you for raising a wonderful question, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are you convinced? Is the answer convincing to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Convinced.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other participants? So good morning, sir. I am Amritraj, assistant professor from Vidya Mandir College. Sir.
Nice meeting you, sir. Hello.
Nice
sir.
meeting. So I have a question, not like a question. Sir, why a work like Gulliver's Travel is not rarely found in Indian writing English? A work like Gulliver's Travel is not found in Indian writing English.
Okay. Not found means
not found in the sense a very rare, like a political satire, or very very often found in Indian writing English.
Wonderful, sir. We have writers like Chetan Bhagat. We consider Chetan Bhagat as we usually even reject Chetan Bhagat as to be a literary writer at all, right? We always consider Chetan Bhagat as pulp fiction writers, right? Am I right, sir? I think you agree with me, Professor. Yes. So even in one of his famous essays, collection of essays, What Young India Wants. If you go through the particular collection of essays we come across, he outrightly questions the vanity of politicians, the duality of politicians, how they change like chameleons, how they change their sides, right? The ugly or nasty politics. Beautifully, he portrays all these things in the form of a question or outright letter to all these politicians, including Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, and Sonia Gandhi, everyone, even Manmohan Singh himself. We have writers, but as I also agree with you, we do not have that kind of freedom for the right. I would say like this: that is the writers were not given freedom to write, to talk about freely about political satires. There is a danger of branding themselves as anti-Indians. Right. Even I would like to suggest for young readers, not for you actually, Professor, for young budding learners of literature, and we have beautiful parliamentarians like Supriya Sule. I think you might have seen the beautiful clippings of how she is able to question the religious duality of the politicians in the open parliament. Right. Thank you, Professor. Thanks for raising the question.
And that is another, I hope it will be a sensational question. Does religion play any role in the recent election? One of the participants asked a question. Okay. Does religion play any role in the recent election?
Yes. Good question, sir. Wonderful question. Not only religion, caste has played a very dominant role. Religion and caste has intertwined. They are all intertwined together, and we cannot separate caste. People still, there is even in a survey of conducted by a news channel where we come across, I would cast my vote based on the caste of the candidate. Right? This even in India, but thankfully, the percentage of people who are willing to cast their vote based on the religion or caste is very limited, very less. that is below 3% or just 4%. Only 4% of people have opined that they would choose their leaders based on caste. So thankfully, India remains to be a very secular state, which upholds its plurality, right? Unity in diversity, right? Still, I hope that, but at the same time, we cannot deny the fact that people choose their leaders based on religion and caste. There is a strong influence. I agree with you.
Yes, then there is another question from YouTube. How did religion influence literature in Middle Ages?
In Middle Ages?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Religious influence in Middle Ages were quite dominant. That is when slowly literature started coming out of the churches. So during the Middle Ages, we also have very strong influence of religion. And since writers themselves are deeply rooted in religion, and religion is very closely associated with the education. I told you about missionary education. So religion also served as a tool in order to get people become educated. So naturally, even I don't want to mention a particular a famous college in Madurai, and in the brochure or even the website itself, the college suggests that we offer highest global standard education and global what to say? Sorry, exact words I would like to quote. A high quality Christianized education. We offer high quality Christianized education to the masses. That is what the website says, and that is what we have to understand in this context, that religion and literature cannot be separated at any point. Yes, sir. Dr. Sandeep Warpe. Yes, sir.
Any participants? Is there anything?
Hello, sir.
Dr. Sandeep is raising a question, sir. Yes.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Hello. Hello, sir. In English,
Professor, your voice is breaking up. It's not audible. Can you please type it up?
Discuss about religious and political aspects from Nehru era in relation with
Participant, that is a technical glitch from your side, I hope. Could you please post the question in the chat box?
Yes, that would be better.
Dr. Sandeep, can you please post your question in the chat box?
Okay, sir.
I hope that is a technical glitch from your
yes,
side.
Okay.
Professor, shall I read the question, Professor?
Just a minute, Professor.
Okay, he has not posted the question yet.
Okay. I'll just go to the chat section now.
Yeah, I'll read, sir. I hope he has not posted the question so far.
Yeah, so far there is no question here. Okay.
Yes,
maybe he may be typing now.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is another request from myself and from my department, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
Is that possible, so that we are highly impressed by your PPTs? Is that possible to share your PPTs to our department? Is that
sure,
possible?
sir. I will send it to through WhatsApp or even by email to you. No
yes,
issues.
That's grateful to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sure, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Subhanya from VIT College, sir, Chennai.
Okay, nice meeting you.
My thesis topic is on trauma of partition in Kashmir.
Okay.
Okay, like I'm focusing on the psychological problems of the people due to the political pressures and the religious conflicts.
Wonderful.
And I need some suggestions from you.
Okay.
And how do you see the psychological problems of the people?
Okay.
And if possible, you can suggest me some novels that talks on the psychological problems of the people due to the political pressures.
Okay, I think it is a recent emerging area, especially when you want to focus only about Kashmir. Kashmiri issues, right? Am I correct?
Yes,
The oppression faced by people living in Kashmir, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, okay. I suggest you to read the fourth reference I have given, 1, 2, 3, yes, the fourth one, The Politics of Literature in a Divided 21st Century by Catherine Dawn. Probably I have no hesitation in sharing the entire book. It is available as an ebook with me. I can share it to the organizers so that you can get it, right? I'll definitely share the book. I have the ebook with me. I studied the entire book. It will be a very good one. Just try to read it. You can get very good points for this kind of issues. The psychological oppression faced by the people, right? How they are alienated in their own lands, how they are denied the basic rights of choosing their own leaders or where to live, right?
Yes.
Even the very place of existence becomes a question for them. Their identity is threatened and they have to live in constant fear. And as a researcher, I can suggest, as an emerging researcher for you, I can suggest to make a comparative study or make a cross reference to writers of Sri Lanka. Most probably they may be writing in their own native language, right, about there may be a similarity between the oppressions faced by the people living in Sri Lanka during the LTTE problems, right, as well as for the people living in Kashmir. That will be a little relevant to you.
It was my MA thesis, sir. I did on the same psychological problems of Kashmir people, Sri Lankan people,
okay,
like the real natives and the people who have moved out of the state. I have done on that, sir.
Beautiful,
but
beautiful.
it will, if I do on that, it will become a comparative study,
yes,
sir. But
yeah, it will be a comparative study. Yes, you can make a reference.
Yes, sir.
At least in the review of literature, you can refer to that. Right? What kind of similarities do you find between the people in the Sri Lanka as well as people in Jammu and Kashmir?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
you. A question from one of our students that what is your point of view towards Train to Pakistan?
Point of view towards?
Train to Pakistan novel.
Train to Pakistan again talks about a very clear dimension of how people on both sides have suffered. Right? It is not Kushwant Singh Train to Pakistan it is a very classical example about partition, the problems of partition, the identity crisis, loss of property, life, loss of bonds, relationships. So far they have lived. So far the Hindus and the Muslims have lived as brothers. And this partition, which was due to the political motive of leaders, especially Jinnah and Mahatma Gandhi, Nehru, all these people sit together, and Mahatma Gandhi was vehemently against splitting up India. And there were so much of riots. I made a reference to even Hera. Right? He believes that in that movie, that particular central character, Kamal Hassan's character, he believes that the main reason for the riots in Calcutta is because of Gandhi's agreement, or Gandhi has agreed to split up India into two. So the Hindus in Pakistan who were living in Lahore, they also suffered, and people Muslims who lived in India before migrating to Pakistan, they have also undergone lots and lots of personal loss, tragedy, and suffering. So there are suffering on both sides.
Participants, is there any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Your way of sharing knowledge is energetic and more informative. The way you present was so cordial, and we are astonished by your reverberating voice. You brought a history of English literature before our eyes. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to entire organizing team, and especially the principal and the patron management and the entire management also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, professors. Thank you.
Next, I'm extremely indebted to invite Mrs. P. Prabha, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to introduce our resource person, Dr. T. Sendamari, to the gathering. I welcome you, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Ma'am, are you available, ma'am? Am I audible? Ma'am, Chandamari, ma'am? Hello, ma'am?
Yes.
Professor Chandamari? Am I audible? Ma'am?
Yes.
Afternoon,
இதுக்கப்புறமா பேர் பிரசன்டேஷன்
Chandamari, ma'am? Ma'am, your voice is not audible. Ma'am? Am I audible? கேட்கல உங்க வாய்ஸ் கேட்கல. I think bandwidth is low, I think. லைன் மாத்தி பார்க்குறேன். Dear participants, please be on the line. There's a technical glitch on the other side of the speaker. Within 1 or 2 minutes, it will be right. They can all go and have their lunch. Now, okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I've connected
Shall we start?
to my mobile.
Your voice is breaking, ma'am. I think bandwidth is low. Your side, your end, bandwidth is low.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. You're audible.
Is it clear now?
Yeah. Now.
Okay.
Now it's okay, ma'am. You're clear.
Fine.
Okay. Again, voice breaking.
Okay.
Now, okay. I think signal is weak. Bandwidth.
All right. I
Now, okay.
Shall I start?
Okay, ma'am. Like a formal introduction, now we will start.
Okay.
Once again. Shall we start, ma'am? Ma'am, shall we start?
Hello.
Ma'am, shall we start?
Yes, sir. Please. Yes.
I'm extremely indebted to invite Mrs. P. Prabha, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to introduce our resource person, Dr. T. Sendamari to the gathering. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. Thanks to our management to given this presence opportunity. I would like to introduce our chief guest, Dr. Sendamari Tennavan, who is working as an Associate Professor, Department of English, Wales Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Studies, Chennai. Basically, a born teacher who believes in the holistic transformation of knowledge and wisdom. She is quite up for the word. She is passionate about teaching and mentoring students in the field of education to have credit. She has 23 years of teaching experience, including an international exposure of teaching in Malaysia. It shows a tireless interest among the teaching community. To have credit, she has actively published many articles and journals. Her research areas focuses on pragmatics, sociolinguistics, and discourse analysis. To add further to the cap, she is a freelance trainer in public speaking, debates, soft and communication skills. She does various observations on intercultural communication, world Englishes, language teaching to international students. She has given a number of invited talks as a national, international conference, seminars, workshops, symposium, etc. She is an expertise in teaching English as a foreign language, applied linguistics, corpus linguistics, discourse studies, multilinguistics, English for citizens, etc. With this, I conclude my brief intro of Dr. T. Sendamari Tennavan. Thank you, ma'am. With due respect, I request Dr. Sendamari Tennavan for the wonderful sessions. Now I hand over the sessions to you, ma'am.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Yeah. All right. The topic that I chose today is decoding political consciousness closure with a specific focus in India. All right. While talking about the political decoding political consciousness, I mean the title actually sounds slightly complex, but if could be meaning giving the understanding of political consciousness. So we will discuss. Cambridge Dictionary defines consciousness as something. It's both at the state of being awake, aware of what is around you, and able to think. And it's the fact of noticing the existence of something. In the sense, like if an individual is able to realize, able to see what's happening around the person, then the person is supposed to be a conscious person. And moving on to the next level of definition, we can take the very famous, world-renowned philosopher, economist, sociologist, and political theorist of 19th century, Karl Marx. He views that consciousness is an individual's political sense of self, otherwise perceived as person's awareness and understanding of the political economy in which they take part in. So if you go deep into that political consciousness, it's the ability of an individual to perceive, acquire, possess political knowledge.
Ma'am, kindly excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Do you share any of your screen, ma'am? Or are you doing any screen sharing?
Just you have to give me a minute, please.
Because we could not see the
Yeah. 1 minute, sir.
Ma'am?
Yes, I'm presenting it. Just give me a minute.
I hope your bandwidth is a little bit low. I hope, ma'am. Can you make any? Your screen is not visible here, ma'am. A little bit.
Is it possible? Is it visible now? Hold on. Google screen. Top now. Yeah, is it clear? So can you see? Hello. Hello.
As getting shared, ma'am. As but we can't see the screen now. No. Yes, ma'am. Is that your mobile screen?
Is it visible? Can
Yeah,
you
yes.
give me?
Is that your mobile screen?
It is my mobile screen. Just give me a minute.
Yes. Previously, it was visible, ma'am.
How about now?
Now, no, ma'am. Now it is not visible.
I'm sharing it again.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is visible. It's very
Thank
clear. Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So the a world-renowned philosopher, economist, sociologist, and political theorist, 19th century, views that political consciousness is nothing but an individual's capacity to see the politics in the sense of self, otherwise perceived as a person's awareness and understanding of the political economy in which they take part in. And so the definition of political consciousness is, I mean, it sounds kind of complex, but if you look at the meaning and the function, it's nothing but the awareness, an individual's awareness of political happening in a country and how it's reflected in the literature. That's what we are going to see today. So political consciousness is the ability to perceive, acquire, and possess political knowledge through perception, reasoning, and intuition. And it's also a citizen's willingness to pay attention to political phenomena. And the most important thing that we'll have to take care here is, say, citizens' willingness. I mean, a lot of us are unwilling to see what's happening around us. All right, so it's the willingness of an individual to see the political happenings. All right, so the range of actual information about politics, which is stored in a long-term memory or interpersonal discussion about politics, is called political consciousness. And looking at the function or the purpose of political consciousness, one may wonder the necessity of being politically conscious. So the essence of democracy is in understanding, analyzing, criticizing, and reacting to issues. We understand what's happening, we analyze and then we criticize, we respond. And of course, the response system to a political happening, to political event may vary, but there is a response. All right. And it's the political consciousness of an individual is a moral obligation or duty of a person. And the next talks about the levels of political consciousness. First level is illiterate level, a person who doesn't know about politics. All right. And the second level is misinformed. A person knows about it, but the information that the person knows may or may not be right. Okay. That is the misinformed level. The third level is general. I mean, they probably know the first hand information, but they may not know the in-depth knowledge of the political happenings or the reasons behind the political happening. Right. And then we have the fourth level, which is called the activists. Currently, the country is much worried about activists, right? Because we just don't stop being responding, but we take extra steps to being an sometimes overactive member. All right. So, and then the last level is called expert level. Expert level in which a person or the individual knows almost everything about politics and the happenings and the impact, everything. Okay, so that is the expert level of political consciousness. And there's one more levels of consciousness. It's an interactive and iterative process that involves 4 overlapping levels of consciousness. And first one is passive. We just accept roles and we become subordinate. We don't react or we don't respond. We just accept. And then second level is question. We keep questioning the system. We keep questioning the purpose. So this is that's actually called questioning level. And then analytical. We are being analytical about everything. The sense like we analyze the reasons, we analyze the causes, then we analyze the repercussions, we analyze the other things. Okay, so that's actually the analysis level. And then the next level is finally to active critical consciousness. I mean, we become active participant of the political happening, either direct participation or indirect participation. All right, so we become we take part in the political happening, or we develop a critical analysis of inequitable systems and structures and taking action with others to transform. We try to transform it, we try to change the system to some extent. And the political consciousness is a way of seeing, caring about, and acting in the world. We see, then second step is we take care of it and then we act. Okay, and it is actually guided by a commitment to human rights. I mean, a politically sensitive person is a person who is an individual who is sensitive is politically a conscious person, because he or she can't actually keep quiet, sit back and relax to what's happening around, what's happening in the world. Okay. So there is human rights and justice and understanding of power and inequity in social, political, and economic systems, relations, and values. The roots of the term political or politics is to distinguish the term from negative interpretations often associated with it. It's derived from the Greek word polis, which meant city-state, politics had to do with the life of the community. The challenge of politics or political consciousness therefore involves caring about community and seeking the common good. So this is all about what is being political consciousness. It's about questioning injustice and the systems and structures that perpetuate it, but doesn't mean that the political consciousness leads to hating people. Not like that. There is a there is a risk of misunderstanding the terminology political consciousness. So the political consciousness is nothing but per individuals care towards the other individuals, the entire society. All right. I mean, I can just give an example of the latest happening of Delta. That's actually politically motivated one, and then Sterilite, and your eighth. What is that? The road, Green Road, something like that. The eighth lane Salem thing. I mean, some people don't even care what's happening in the world, but people who are sensitive to such issues will be conscious of what is happening and they will respond to it. Okay, doesn't mean they hate other people. So there is a fine line between politically conscious people and haters. Okay, it's an art of respecting and working with one another, seeing the other as a fellow human being, and it's shaped by social forces with perverse and praiseworthy joined in a common quest and struggle to dignity. It's grounded in critical thinking and values of solidarity, human rights. Political consciousness is a way of life, and it helps in understanding our lifelong exploration of who we are, how we have been shaped, and how our values, worldview, and actions can contribute to a better world for all. It's a journey filled with conflict and growth that can be both liberating and painful. See, it's a very risky path to take, a politically conscious path, because it involves nothing but risks. You would actually get a warning, get all sorts of threats from all walks of life. Because the politically motivated act will usually or usually biased, in the sense that the politically motivated act will try to fulfill only one group of people in the nation while neglecting the other group of interest, other groups' interest. All right. So when we try to compensate, when we try to take some action towards this, then we will be put into risk. So it's actually a very painful, but at the same time liberating path. So that is an important one. It's actually both a tool as well as an objective. As a tool, it helps to motivate, to critically analyze the power dynamics at many levels. I mean, when you actually look into the politically motivated act, say, for example, if there is a bill being passed in a parliament, not necessarily Indian parliament, and in any parliament, it might actually fulfill one group of people's interests while neglecting the other. So it actually, when you get into the politically conscious act of responding, reacting, analyzing what happens, we will analyze different levels, because that particular act will have different levels, right? So whereas an objective, it provides a basis for the kind of sustained and informed citizen participation necessary to hold powerful interests accountable. So becoming politically aware can help unravel the self-doubt fostered by subordination and discrimination, and enable people to recognize their individual power and link with others to address common problems. It's what the Brazilian educated Paulo Freire often called critical consciousness, and similar to what others call social consciousness, but with a greater emphasis on understanding power relations. When we talk about political consciousness, it's all about power. People in power, people marginalized. It actually talks about extreme levels of power, both high power and low power. So political consciousness not only involves questioning current power dynamics and demagogy, but also building new forms of more inclusive and transformative power that improve human life and forge bridges of cooperation across cultural, racial, ethnic, and religious differences. All right. So when you talk about Political Consciousness Act, people actually get into gender analysis. Okay. The one major act, politically motivated act, is marginalizing gender, mostly females. All right. So categories from gender analysis have helped us think beyond the traditional negative and coercive views of power over other people to explore more collaborative ways of understanding and exercising power. And three alternatives offer possibilities for creating more equitable relationships. Power, which involves finding common ground and building collective strength with others. Power to refers to the unique potential of people to shape their life and transform the world into a better place. And power within has to do with an individual's sense of worth, hope, and self-knowledge. So you have got three different levels. All right. An important part of work on consciousness, especially with seriously marginalized groups, involves helping people develop a sense of their own rights. I mean, people talk about Arundhati Roy. We will be talking about it later, talking about the author later. Arundhati Roy talks much about the marginalized people. She feels it's her moral obligation to raise voice against the government, against the system, not about the government, but about the system and structure, political structure. Okay, so they involve in arguments, both either verbal or written arguments. As a result of these agreements, society and governments are supposed to treat people with certain standards of fairness. I mean, see, listen, the political consciousness comes into play when there is no fairness in the system. Okay, so to make these rights real, it's also important for people to understand that they must continue to challenge power that subordinates and undermines those rights. All right, so this is actually all about political consciousness. All right, so in short, political consciousness is nothing but reacting to any politically motivated event, either positive or negative, reacting directly or indirectly. Simple. So now, what is literature to do with that? So it actually tries to help bridge between politics and people, because it actually literature is a very big mass. It's a mass, not to say mass media, but it reaches to a mass. All right. So when people read either in newspaper or magazine or in novel form, what happens? They come to know the nuances of the details of politically conscious, politically motivated acts. Okay, so it gives them a place, it gives them a platform to react to it, analyze it, and to see whether which is right, which is wrong, or what is right, what is wrong. All right. So Bill Ashcroft says, talking about this politics and people, the world is richer and yet more people are poorer than any time in history. Neither writing nor criticism can avoid the call to justice forced on the world by the mushrooming of neoliberal political and economic power. See, he says, how much ever we write, how much ever we raise our voice, there is going to be the gap. But still, yet few writers have accepted the challenge as their own. They see big picture. Okay, they move from individual, the smaller level, or the inner circle to the outer circle, the bigger circle, which is the nation. As resolutely as Kushwant Singh, V.S. Naipaul, Salman Rushdie, Vikram Seth, Shaman Nahal, Nayanthara Sahgal, Arundhati Roy, and Sashi Tharoor. All right, I have just picked only few. But okay, fine. Of all the novelists or writers in India or writers in the world, why only few or selected writers react to the politically motivated acts? Why not everybody? Why not all of them? Because, I mean, with a very simple reason, very simple answer, not all five fingers are the same. Some of us are disturbed and some of us feel it is our moral obligation to do something back to society. So they take literature as the medium, as a platform to express their view. There are variety of empowering learning and action strategies. Sometimes it is called popular education, that help people ask critical questions and discover new truths and affirm collaborative values with solving real life problems. And the main part of our theme, political consciousness in Indian writing in English. Earliest Indian English novels were written in 1835 by Kailash Chandra Dutt, which was followed by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee's Raj Mohan's Wife in 1864. All right. However, the Indian writing in English flourished during the 1930s and the 40s with the trio Mulkraj Anand, R.K. Narayan, and Raja Rao. During this period, that Indian writing in English revolved around crucial themes such as the ordeal of freedom struggle. Though the freedom struggle was over, they had time to reflect. They are happy to reflect on what happened, how long it happened, So the ordeal of the freedom struggle, and then the East-West relationship, the communal problem and the plight of the untouchables, the landless poor, the economically exploited, etc., etc., etc. So these three actually are the trio who actually started focusing on this. So Mulkraj Anand's Untouchables presented the plight of the untouchables and the lot of the landless peasant in Coolie, the exploitation of the tea garden workers in Two Leaves and a Bud, and the problems of industrial labor, which are already touched upon in parts of Coolie or dealt with in greater detail in the Big Heart, under the impact of both Karl Marx and Gandhiji. Okay, so he actually followed Karl Marx theory as well as Gandhian principles. Moving on to the next reflection of Raja Rao's Kantapura is the finest evocation of the Gandhian age in Indian English fiction, which covers the movement of the Gandhian impact in 1931. And then, of course, the political themes loomed significantly during the period of K.S. Venkatraman, Kandan the Patriot, in which a picture of the civil disobedience movement is seen through the rose-colored spectacles. All right. Then further, the novelists of the Gandhian age were much preoccupied with the politics of the day, that they had little occasion to turn to the past. And moving on, in the 1950s as well as 60s, though the freedom struggle was over, political theme dominated English novels because of a few reasons. Because of mainly two reasons. Number one, the nationalistic movement was perceived from a different point of view because it has moved on to the next generation. So there was a difference in the generational gap. So the generational gap gave a different point of view to the nationalistic movement. Okay, and several politically motivated events such as partition and then its terrible aftermath, the merger of the princely states into the Indian Union, and the wars with the Pakistan and China. So these things actually gave a new dimension to the writing of politically motivated writings. Then talking about Kushwant Singh's train to Pakistan and Manohar Malgonkar's Bend in the Ganges, Babini Bhattacharya's Shadow from Ladakh, They portray not only the violence caused by partition, but also examine the Gandhian philosophy in the life of a nation and the people in public and private life. All right. So followed by many other authors, they started focusing on the Gandhian principles and different themes which revolved around the history. Okay. And then Manogar's Bend in the Ganges is crowded with the events from modern Indian history, beginning with the civil disobedience movement of the 30s and ending with the post-partition riots in Punjab. All right. So, and then we have Nayanthara Sagal's This Time of the Morning and Storm in Chandigarh and the Situation in New Delhi. They also contain some striking and easily recognizable portraits of leading political personalities. And of course, moving on to the next level, number one is missing there, sorry. Politically, 1970s was a turbulent period in Indian history because of the deliberating wars with Pakistan and finally the emergency of emergency. Like, okay, so they actually put a different check on national progress. But however, there was a different dramatic change in the direction of the novel in 1980. In 1980s and 90s focused mostly on identity. I mean, we come across a lot of research articles, a lot of researches on identity crisis. It's actually not about identity crisis of an individual in personal level, but actually it has a big picture, an identity of an individual in relation to the nation, in relation to the big picture or relation to the bigger spectrum. Okay. So nation building was realized. I mean, the individual started questioning the purpose of his existence in terms of his life, in terms of the nation building. All right. So quest for identity was pivotal in the writings, and one Mr. P.S. Ravi says that the quest for identity is now against the background of a larger world. Cosmopolitanism is a new reality. A new protagonist belongs everywhere. He is a cultural traveler and has the ability to merge into all cultures, coming to terms with the broadening horizons of modern experience. And of course, it focused on plurality. They focused on society as well as national integration. And the scope was both national and transnational. Okay. And of course, there was a turning point, probably, turning point in Indian writing in English with the publication of Midnight Children of Salman Rushdie. And the form and function of writing, the writing of novel itself was redefined with his novel. And Makaran Paranspace says that this momentous book really jolted the very foundation of the Indian English novel. Its energy, self-indulgence, irresponsibility, disorder, cockiness really shocked the daylight out of the straight form of the Indian English novel. So it actually put everything upside down. Okay, totally different. So we have seen Mulkraj Anand and Kushwant Singh. Moving on to Nayanthara Sagal, Rushdie, now Amitav Ghosh. Amitav Ghosh is again one of the most prolific Indian writers. And he is one of the very first followers of Salman Rushdie in the style of his writing. He has been immensely influenced by the political and social milieu of the country. Also, the stories and events he heard from his parents during his childhood made an indelible impression in his mind. Okay, so he is a writer who is concerned with India's place in a larger international cultural networks. Okay, I mean, probably I can just say writers who are politically conscious or politically conscious writers or selfless. I mean, they are ambitious in bringing out the nation, bringing out India to a world stage. All right. So, whose fiction directly formed by contemporary academic debates about colonialism and culture, he attempts to understand the lives of his contemporaries in lands and diverse as India, Bangladesh, Egypt, England, etc. And his canvas, I mean, his background, his area is always large. And his novels are people with variety of characters. Though not in the range of Tolstoy, but It's completely characters. When he is from Calcutta, he never moved away from Calcutta. Right. So he was deeply interested, he was deeply disturbed, he was deeply affected by the happenings of the events, politically motivated events in Calcutta. And why Calcutta? Because I think Calcutta was the first place where they set the foot, colony. All right, moving on. And we have Sashi Tharoor's show business and the Great Indian novel, and not forgetting the riot. And of course, Arundhati Roy's God of Small Things and Azari, and the few others novels on politically concerned, politically conscious novels. Okay. And Arundhati Roy's observation of the socio-political happenings in India. She's an activist. She calls herself, she is bold enough to identify herself as an activist. And she's a social reformer for the marginal, downtrodden, and the revolutionary spark of the current economic policies that impact the lives. Her writing receives sharp criticism as well as appreciation from everybody in the world. Okay, and because her writing, for the bold portrayal of the happenings, her underpinning concerns are land reforms and 2002 Godhra train incident, Kashmir insurgency, and she is also bold enough to talk about LGBT rights. All right, and I'm sure most of us are familiar with her writing, with her novels, God of Small Things, The Ministry of Utmost Happiness, or some of the novels in which she talks about the politically affected incidents. All right. And the next person actually is Sashi Tharoor. He is a very prolific and highly celebrated writer. And his sequence of fictions which subverts a number of paradigms commonly linked with post-colonial writings. And he is equally politically affected. He himself is a politician. So he has much more to say than anybody, any other writer. All right. So as a social and political ideology is clearly articulated in almost all his novels. And he has a very unique style of writing. So his satire and sarcastic tone of his novels itself is a very clear example of his political concern. Riot, the Great Indian novel, and the Show Business are some of the novels. And of course, we have other novelists like Arvind Adiga, White Tiger, Vikram Seth, The Suitable Boy, Baptist, it was Ice Candy Man, and Nine Plus Sagal. So these are some of the writers who, I still want to talk about Nine Plus Sagal maybe when we get a chance next time. All right. Because she is directly under the influence of our Nehru ji. All right, so she had the first-hand experience of the next generation's view of politics and the happenings. All right, and of course, I just would like to conclude about the purpose. I haven't mentioned about the purpose of being politically conscious. I reserve to the last. The reason why I reserve to the last of being politically conscious, I think it's imperative for every individual to be politically conscious, because politics is there in every stage of a life, every walk of a life. If you take a cup, there is politics. If you drink a tea, there is politics. If you turn a page, there is politics. There is nothing in the world without politics or the policies of the politician. All right. So we are most cases directly affected by politics, but in least cases indirectly affected. So I just would like to quote Chomsky, my favorite linguist. Chomsky's concern on the nation is obvious. This is actually, he talked about America, but this is applicable to any place. The general population doesn't know what's happening, and he doesn't even know that he doesn't know. That's an irony, correct? We don't know what's happened. How many people didn't vote this election in Tamil Nadu, but we know who came to the voting booth, how did they come, what did they do, what did they wear, those kind of things. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is not the right place to talk about that, but people do not know what's happening. A lot of things are happening. Okay, when the government brings one bill on the table, it tries to hide, it tries to put the other bill down. Okay, so we do not know every single move of the politician of the politics is politically motivated, and any politically motivated act will either directly or indirectly affect the individual or the citizen. And the irony he says is the public doesn't even know that it doesn't know. All right. But in our case, I think we know what we don't know, but we don't care about it. I think that's what I would say. And the most effective way to restrict democracy is to transfer decision making from the public arena to unaccountable institutions. He is trying to, I think he's very angry. He's very upset with public because right now the voting system is given to public and we vote the elect. He says there's no point in that. Chomsky's case, there's no point in that. I think we should come back to our olden system of kings and queens, princes and priestly castes, military juntas. Okay, party dictatorships or even modern corporates. Actually speaking, corporates are doing really good these days. Okay, sorry, this is my personal opinion. So why do we again have to talk about that? This second quote I am trying to say here is from a Pakistani military officer. I forgot to mention the person. He says building a compassionate society is not a technocratic exercise. You don't need any technology to build a compassionate society. It requires only one thing: solid ethical and moral foundations. It requires entirely a new way of thinking of ourselves as a human family, not as a collection of nation states. It requires a new concept of human security, which is founded on human dignity, not on weapons of war. He says, what all we need is nothing but willingness of human beings to come to build a compassionate society. Okay, I mean, why do we write? To do something to society. Okay, it's a form of service to society. So when we can change the society, and when we can change the individual in some way or other, we still can use the politically conscious writing to change the society. And of course, it's important, it's imperative, because it is moral and ethical obligations for the popular media, like writing, to create an awareness of socio-political happenings in order to build a compassionate and equitable society for all. There is no equality is there, but equity is not there, right? So equitable society for all. So I think I'm done with the session, with the presentation. So this is all about conscience. Thank you all. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear?
Yes, sir. I'm done.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, ma'am. Really, you've brought so many information among us, and you really listed the full information about Indian writing English. And we shall always be grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sparing your wonderful time among us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear participants, time for paper presentation. Over to the paper presenters. Now I request Gokula Priya, assistant.
Can
Ma'am?
Can I leave or how?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you. Thank you so much. Now time for a paper presentation. Over to Gokula Priya, assistant professor of English. Dear paper presenters, get ready for your presentation, and after the keynote address and presentation session will be held. Now, the next session is by Professor Dr. Bindu. So after ma'am's presentation, there will be a session for your presentation. Bindu, Professor Dr. Bindu.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, Bindu, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Am I audible? Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, I'm audible. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Very nice to meet you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Shall we start, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
With due respect, I request Assistant Professor Mrs. Ilakya to introduce our research person, Professor Dr. Bindu, to the gathering.
Good afternoon to all. I'm extremely indebted to introduce our resource person, Dr. P. Bindu. Our special speaker had finished UG from the board.
கமிஷன்னாவே இவருதான் ஒரு சிலது எங்க இல்லைன்னு சொன்னா நாங்க எடுத்து தந்தோம்னா அது அவரே கரெக்டா போட்டு வச்சுக்குவாரு. இவருதான் மொத்தமா வச்சிருக்காரு. எது இருந்தாலும் காசு பார்ப்போம்.
Dear participant, please mute your mic.
இதுல 5 காப்பியாவே இருக்கு. அது மட்டும் 3 காப்பி கொடுத்துருக்கேன். ரெடி. நான்
Sorry, ma'am. I'm extremely indebted to introduce our resource person, Dr. P. Bindu. Our special speaker had finished UG from the most reputed Pachiyappa's College for Women, University of Madras, and PG from Queen Mary's College, Chennai, and MPhil from University of Madras, and recently she is awarded her PhD from Bharatiya University, Coimbatore. Our respected resource person possesses an n number of skills like Diploma in Information System and Business English Certificate, and so on. To her credit, she is qualified with both SET and NET. She had a rich teaching experience from Indo-American College and Sri Shankara Arts and Science College, and currently she is serving as an assistant professor in SC SVMC deemed to be University, Kanjipuram. Apart from her teaching experience, she worked as a resource person and soft skill trainer in a number of institutions. As a huge success, ma'am has completed NPTEL online certificate course and stood as a topper with a score of 85%, conducted by IIT Kanpur. Her publication details are countless. Ma'am had also authored a book entitled English Literature Across East and West. Ma'am has participated in number of state, national, and international workshops, conferences, seminars, and FTVs. Her achievements are like an ocean. Due to time constraint, I limit with few. Ma'am renders her umbilical service in the field of education to the young student community. Above all, ma'am is so humble, modest, and down to earth. With due respect, I request ma'am to present his keynote address. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for a great introduction. Thank you so much. And let me thank, I'm elated actually, honored to be here for this 2-day international virtual conference. Let me take this opportunity to thank the management of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, and special thanks to Dr. Gunashiran sir, Vice Principal and Head of the Department, for inviting me and giving me this great platform to share my ideas with erudite scholars and students from various institutions. I extend my thanks to all the participants for joining this session. I think we can get into our presentation and share my screen. Is it visible, sir? Can you see my screen, sir?
Ma'am, visible, visible.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, my topic for today's presentation is childhood and social political reality in literature. So, whenever we talk about literature, we always, from ages and ages, we are studying that literature reflects our life, it is a mirror of life. And it's true, no one can deny that. As literature connects human with various shapes of life. It presents, let me share the, okay. It presents beliefs, rooted ideas, culture, tradition through their literary works. We cannot see literature and society as two different parts because society produces literature and literature pictures the social realities and its repercussion on human. So, when we discuss contemporary literature, it focuses more on socio-political realities and presents an implicit picture of real society. So you can see on screen that the major themes of contemporary literature are war and its impacts, isolation, loss, victims, social discrimination, inequality, and power and dominance. So majority of the literary text concentrate more on the experience of adults, whereas the experience of children is less concentrated and presented. That's why I selected this particular topic to present, as it is less concentrated and less presented. So literature, it creates awareness among the adult of the society about the quiet essence of child and childhood. Writers present the struggle of children through their fictions, poetry, essays, drama, other than just preaching ethics or morals. We can talk and discuss on the development of children, which the focus fall on various levels. The development of any child is decided by the family, ambience, where they belong, society, school, friends, and economical level of family, and most importantly, government policies. All these play a substantial role. Uh, and then childhood memories. Childhood memories in every individual life are unforgettable. It travels throughout one's life. It is irrevocable. Such irrevocable memories must be sweet and memorable rather than haunting. Only very few children are gifted with this memorable childhood in the contemporary warfare land. The changing scenario of the world, the conflict of children are varied. The first victim of any disaster in the world is undoubtedly an innocent child. No one can deny that. The disaster, either natural or man-made, the victims are children. So when we talk about society, it is formed by collective groups, and this collective group is predominantly under the control of some powerful sect who constitute the society and subjugate some minorities and vulnerable sect. Children are vulnerable to marginalization because they are considered and discerned as less substantial and minor section both in family and society. So under the dominance of this powerful sect, the voice of this susceptible faction is neglected and marginalized. Many eminent writers have represented the essence of childhood and children's imagination in their remarkable works. So I would like to list a few writers like Charles Dickens, Rabindranath Tagore, Mulraj Anand, projector. All these writers are projector the sense of complete helplessness and uncertain life for children through their works. Children and literature. So I would like to highlight the educationist view on children literature and its impact on children. So how it reflects or how it impacts the life of child. So literature helps children to progress from one developmental stage to the next stage. It can help children to relate to a literary character's experience and enjoy using their creative thinking. And books can play an important part in children's personality development. It also can help children to become sensitive to the feelings of others. And can make children to be aware of what is happening around them. So it teaches them, children. These are the impacts of literature on children. So So before getting into the focal point of my presentation, let me explain the difference between children's literature and children in literature, because there is always some kind of confusion. It happens among scholars and students, mixing both children's literature and children in literature or childhood in literature. So both are different. So children's literature, let me quote here the definition for children literature. Children's literature, the body of written works, accompanying illustrations, produced in order to entertain or instruct young people. The genre encompasses a wide range of works, including acknowledged classics of world literature, picture books, easy to read stories. These will be mostly in the form of fairy tales, lullabies, folk songs. So literature, this children's literature is exclusively written for children. So literature has the ability to influence the readers to feel liberated. These qualities of literature help the child to mold himself or herself. The center of children's literature is children as a reader. So the purpose of this children literature is to draw the attention of the children and intend them to read the literature and creating a reading experience and bringing a child into contact with the reader, author, and the other sources. So it is mostly like appealing the child into the next stage of his or her life. So to put it in a very simple word, so the main focus of CL or children's literature is to instruct and guide and entertain children in a right path. So the most recent popular book, I can give example as J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter. Some of the other books of which are meant for children are Tales of Panchatantra, Arcane Arends, Malgudi Days, Ruskin Bonds, the Room on the Roof, The Blue Umbrella, A Flight of Creation. These are some few examples that I would like to share here. So all these books instructs, shapes, fills, and augments the kids' creative thinking and analyzing ability. And next, children in literature or childhood in literature. So children in literature, it deals with the children characters in the adult fiction. So this is the difference between children's literature and children literature. Here the reader is adult, but the narrator of the fiction most of the time is a child. The center is adult as a reader, whereas in children's literature, the center is children as a reader, here adult as a reader. But it comprises, children in literature, it comprises the conflicts of children, the changing scenario of the society. The theme of childhood and its exploitation of the graciousness of the child and the exhausting facts that devastate the essence of childhood and child's future are elucidated in children in literature. And next. So the concept of childhood, it is believed that according to French historian Philippe Aris, a famous work, Centuries of Childhood, he said the concept of childhood is a modern development. And he says the concept of childhood is socially constructed by the adults. And the idea of childhood has emerged only during 18th century, and that has been developed during 19th century and completely matured or advanced in the 20th century. So it is just like literature. The concept of childhood changes, it evolves through stages. It is not static. It records, literature records and tells us more about the changing nature of a childhood. Children are dependent on adults for a range of biological and emotional needs. The children need a lengthy process of socialization, which takes several years. So in contrast to adults, children are not competent to run their own lives and cannot be held responsible for their actions. And the childhood of any individual has been destroyed due to power politics in many countries, which I'm going to discuss here now. The innocence is exploited by the adult world in the name of rights, authority, and child's ignorance. So the concept of childhood is viewed in two different perspectives. We can call it as dichotomy. A symbol of new beginning. On one side, we are considering childhood as a symbol of a new beginning and hope. On the other side, symbol of degeneration and ignorance. And this is these are the focal point of my presentation. Okay, I have taken, in the next slide, I'll introduce the works that I've referred for the present discussion. So three aspects: children in war-affected countries, child abuse and exploitation, orphans, and gender discrimination. These are the three aspects that I'd like to discuss here with reference to these works. So Deborah Ellis, the Breadwinner series, Pinky Viranis, The Bitter Chocolate, third one, Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things. I think most of you are familiar with this name and this work. Shilpi Somaya Gowda, The Secret Daughter. Except the second one, the Pinky Virani's Bitter Chocolate is a non-fiction, it is not a fiction work. We'll start with this. Children in war-affected countries. Deborah Ellis, she is a Canadian writer, activist, and the war is not an end to begin a peaceful life. Instead, it is the beginning to various serious issues like loss of hope, loss of life, identity, disillusionment, disturbed sight, political power, and weakness. At last, the victims are voiceless, innocent people who lead fractured and fragmented life. And Deborah Ellis' this is The Breadwinners, a series of novels. It documents the traumatic experience of children in Afghan during wartime. Her series represent the slaughter of innocent children, women, and their unfathomable journey towards peaceful land. Deborah Ellis, being an activist, her works are the outcomes of her own experience. It is not a fiction. Whatever she experienced, she has presented through her novels. As a volunteer in the refugee camp, she volunteered mainly in Afghanistan, Palestine, and Israel. The Breadwinner was inspired from an interview with a mother and a girl at an Afghan refugee camp. She records the awful experience of innocent children, young girls. They used to take male attires, they will be male disguise in order to survive, and women's psychic trauma in the displaced camps. Her novels are published as children books and in the form of picture books, which help the young generation to empathize and realize the other side of the brutal world, which is full of violence, improbable dreams of war-affected children. And she raises voice for this for the peaceful life of children and women in the afflicted land. She states, I quote here, the people of Afghanistan, they deserve, like we all deserve, to live in peace forever. The issues of identity, gender, and denial of education are addressed empathetically and critically. The protagonist of this series, The Breadwinner, is Parwana, an 11 years old girl who lives with a family in the shattered Afghanistan. So through Parwana, and there is one more character, girl, Zausha. The author, through these two characters, Deborah Ellis has presented the global issue of a scarcity of food and malnutrition in the war-affected countries. The children are forced to eat leftovers, plants, sometimes even book pages, and impractical things as there is nothing to fill their hunger. The writer presents the children in the refugee camps. They look with big eyes, and there was never enough food. They were struggling to meet their daily needs. So these through these children and these Parvana, Saus, and other children in this particular book, they are the subject of victims of war. They do not know, these children do not know why the adults throwing bombs on innocent children. They do not know why there is always scarcity of food, lack of medical facility, and no clean water. Elitis neglects the voice of innocent children in order to retain the power. The power pushes children and women into an invisible place where there is no space to voice out their rights. Here the author states, now Ellis actually, she ends the book with a sign of hope. And she says now there is the greatest sign of hope in Afghanistan as they have opened schools for both boys and girls, and they started getting equal education. And she invites help and support from all around the world so that that will help Afghanistan to rebuild their lives and start to hope again. And the impacts of war. are some major impacts of war. It creates lots of loss of loved ones and poverty and malnutrition, lack of basic necessities, lack of education, post-traumatic stress disorder. Even adults cannot manage this disorder, where children face this, and lives in refugee camps are really horrible. So the consequences of war on children are both direct consequences there and indirect consequences also there. Like direct means the children are killed, wounded, and even exploited, raped. Others are imprisoned and they are forced to leave their country in order to survive and join. Sometimes children they are forced to take. You can see in the picture, the children are carrying the gun. So they are forced to take armed forces, becoming child soldiers. So many find themselves orphans with no protection. So indirect consequences like destruction of infrastructure and basic services like hospitals and schools, they are prevented from all these facilities. So most of the time, children find themselves without protection and love and care. And the next aspect is child sexual abuse and exploitation. I would like to introduce here Pinky Binani to students and research scholars, those who are not familiar with this writer. And she is an Indian writer, activist, and journalist. So according to Pinky Binani, and this book this book is about rape of an entire childhood of scores of innocently unsuspecting children in the upper and middle class home of India. So Bitter Chocolate is the first kind of book in India that deals with child sexual abuse. So Pinky Uran is not just an author of best-selling, but her works also have created a landmark in Indian legislation. Her firm and continuous fight against sexual abuse of children assisted our nation, India, to pass a law against child sexual abuse, and our Indian law passed an act called the Protection of Children Against Sexual Offences Act 2012. So this is the act passed, and they have taken some of the suggestions of Pinky Virani. I quote here, she has quoted, what is this child sexual abuse? So she has quoted Driver and Royson's definition of this. Any sexual behavior directed at a person under 16 years of age without the person's informed consent. So this is the definition she has given here. And she also says the research conducted by her, she found that the mostly affected victims are girls than boys. Even at sometimes little boys are also affected by this abuse. The perpetrator is not from the outside family or relatives, but they are also not strangers, but one's own father, uncle, mother, grandfather, and the list goes on. Such a cruel action of perpetrator severely wounds the innocent child, both emotionally and physically. The author also expounds that adults, those who experience this abuse in their childhood, are mentally and emotionally affected in the later stage. This makes them to feel always insecure in their life, and few people are urged to involve in criminal activities. The next acute effect is committing suicide. So due to unexplainable hypertension and depression, they tend to end their life. Very few people have achieved great heights in their career with these wounds. The eminent writer, as we all know, Virginia Woolf, she was a victim of child sexual abuse, and she was abused in her childhood by her half-brother. And this calamity has deeply disturbed her along with other tragedies in her life. She finally committed suicide due to high depression. So this problem is not alone in India or in Britain or England or America or any other. It is spread across the world. It exists not in one particular place or culture or society. It is everywhere now. the child sexual abuse is prevalent everywhere, but only very few people are really coming out to punish the abuser. But as society, most of the time, we again abuse the victim and we try to protect the abusers. So I quote here, international data on child sexual abuse is suggesting that a large number of female criminals take to crime because they have been sexually abused in children. This abuse turns a victim either as an aggressive person or a submissive person. So many children are unaware that they are abused sexually by their own grandpa, father, uncle, and father's friend. And she also tells that most of the time parents neglect or they are not focusing more on this particular issue. And Arundhati Roy, in her God of Small Things. Only very few Indian writers touched this particular issue, child sexual abuse, and this is presented by Arundhati Roy in A God of Small Things through the character Esther. Esther, and he encounters this kind of abuse, which makes him fall sick, and he even scared to send his sister Rahel and Amnu near the perpetrator. Here, Esther's perpetrator is not his relative or a friend, but is a stranger who abuses the little boy, and his mother. Fails to understand Esther's fear and reason for the sudden sickness. And this is what Pinky Vidani suggests in a book, that parents to observe the kids' sudden change of behavior. So these are, I think, see the screen, child after the abuse. These are the problems that the children face after this abuse, like sudden changes, both physically and behaviorally, aggressive behavior without any proper reason. They will not communicate, they stop their communication, depression, anxiety, withdrawal, avoiding certain adults, and sense of insecurity. And this is here adults have to take a responsibility to bring them out of this insecurity and feeling of guiltiness. The affected child narrates the story of abuse with his or her toys. And abuse turns a victim either as an aggressor, as I said earlier, either the victim will become an aggressive person or submissive, like Esther in God of Small Things. And I have presented like what happened to Esther after his the sexual abuse. He falls sick, he becomes silent, and no one noticed from when he has become he stops his communication. So adults fails to realize his sudden silence. And next aspect, here, orphans and gender discrimination. Here, I would like to present board girl child infanticide, poverty, life of slum children, gender discrimination, exploitation, with reference taken Silpi Somaya Gowda's Secret Daughter, in which she touches the issue of adoption and its repercussion on a girl child. So Silpi Somaya, it is Secret Daughter is a debut novel, and she documented the life of poor, the society, and their anguish. Through the character called Asha, the readers get to know well about the conflicts of an adopted child and how her quest for identity takes her to study the life of innocent children in the Mumbai slums. So through the eyes of Asha, our novelist captured the pathetic condition of future pillars of India, afflicted without proper care, food, and hygiene. And the issue of adoption is less focused, as I earlier said, experience of children is less present or less focused. And the same way, the issue of adoption is also less focused by the writers and researchers in literature. The Gowda captures the conflict of an adopted girl child, Asha, and Indian parents' preference over boy child. It is still, even we call it technologically advanced country. But still, this concept prevails in many parts of India, the preference over boy child. And so literature reflects this societal and cultural views on adoption and foster care across time. So through Asha, Gowda documents the deplorable condition of posterity of India. adopted child earns for her real identity. They long to know the reason for adopting him or her and the reason for his or her parents abandoning him or her. The life would be painful without knowing the answers for their questions. When she learns her biological parents have a son and that hits her and she realizes the bitter reality that society sees boy and girl child in different perspectives. Sometimes it leads to a depression and the child isolates from his or her family. A sense of distress engulfs them. So here Asha understands the inequality the girl child faces in the double standard society. The author touches the inequality and injustice in providing education to boys and girls, infanticide, fratricide, poverty, and effects of adoption in a debut novel. So I conclude here. So, as we all know, children are fragile in nature. So many contemporary writers, novelists are very much concerned about protecting the childhood and children from the cruel plight. Here, childhood stands at the heart of many works of literature, and it occupies an indispensable space in the literary world. Writers that have discussed here, either it is Deborah Ellis or Pinky Virani, Arundhati Roy or Somaya Gowda, they all have, from their experience, they have written their work. They all have stressed on well-being of the posterity of our nation, and also it is a birthright of any child and individual to have fortunate childhood. Contemporary writers prove that they are socially responsible in representing the troubled childhood and the loss of childhood of children. They all stress that any incident that befall during one's childhood, its repercussion will be reflected in their adulthood. So let's help protect, educate, respect, and to celebrate the innocence of childhood without any discrimination. Just ensure children with safe and blissful childhood. Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Over to the participants, if there are any questions. Over to the participants, is there any question to be asked to our respected professor? Over to the participants, is there any queries or any questions?
Participants.
Just a minute, ma'am. Just posting the comments about your lecture, ma'am. We are writing for the questions.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am. I'm Amritraj, assistant professor from Sri Vidya Mandir College, ma'am. I do have a question. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, it's audible. Yeah, I can hear you.
What are the positive ways we can employ to promote child literature, ma'am? And what are the positive ways we can adopt in order to promote children literature much better? I hope most of them are unaware of children literature. So what are the...
I think it's our responsibility as teachers or professors to take children's literature, or I want to know whether you're telling children's literature or children in literature. Because children's literature is already, people are doing aware of it. Children's literature, like there are a number of theses on Harry Potter or classic world literatures like Charles Dickens, Oliver Twist, Great Expectations. There are a number of books, so people are doing with that. But when it comes to children in literature, it is less focused. We are not focusing on children as narrator or children as the victim. I think it's our responsibility to introduce. That's why, so whenever I get opportunity, I'll introduce Pinky Virani's Bitter Chocolate. That's the main reason, because most of them are not aware of it. And even there is a novel, Kite Runner by Khalid Hussain. Even he talks about a war and its impact, immigrants, problem of immigrants. And if people have money, they can move to other country. But poor people, poor children, they cannot move out of their country. They have to face the bitter truth or reality. So we can promote it through our conferences or in our classes.
Yes, ma'am, we do. As you said, it's our responsibility.
Yes.
Any other participants would like to raise any questions? Or else, if not orally, you can post your questions in the chat box. Participants? I hope there are no questions. As your lecture was very clear, there are no questions from the participant side, I hope, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity. Once again, thank all the participants for listening my lecture. Thank you.
We just give us some time, ma'am. Students are typing their questions in the YouTube link, I hope, and I'll bring to your knowledge, ma'am, some of the questions.
Okay, sir.
I hope you're all posting the questions in the YouTube link, I hope. Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear?
Yes.
There is a question from one of our students, ma'am. What are the correlations between the development of the interest of children and youth and the websites of social media portals viewed?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat it?
What are the correlations between the development of interest of children and youth and the websites of social media portals viewed?
Portals view on children in youth.
Yes, ma'am.
So when it comes to media, again, I like to quote Pinky Vira. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. When it comes to media, children in youth, I like to quote again Pinky Viranis. So most of the time, media, any kind of media, even though we are trying to protect this innocence or childhood of any children, we are seeing children as an object. We are seeing children as an object and as a commodity. And even parents, even if you take parents or adults, we are seeing them as inferior and they don't have any right, but actually they have every right to ask or to speak or to share things or how they feel about certain things. But we are not giving that independence to those to any children. So media, in most of the case, they're not using in a proper way. They're trying to exploit media. Media is trying to exploit children's innocence.
That is another question, ma'am. What kind of literature do children like the most?
Children like to read a fantasy at present. They like to read fantasy, pictures book, and picture books easily attracts them. And even nowadays we have epics, Mahabharata and Ramayana, all those epics are in the form of children picture books. So they prefer that. And present modern children, they go for YouTube channels like listening stories, children's stories, moral stories, and adventurous stories. They go for that. They prefer such stories, adventurous fantasies.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's another question. What do you think? When did children literature begin? As per your observation, when did children literature begin?
My observation, I said in the presentation itself, the concept of this childhood itself emerged according to Aris, 18th century. So before that, we didn't give much importance to this literature. So only after 18th century, we started getting books related to children, teaching morals and telling, informing or teaching them values. Only after 18th century. I said earlier, it's beginning. 18th century was the beginning. We started discussing childhood and the impacts, and 19th century it developed, and 20th century it matured. Children's literature really matured a lot in 20th century. So before that, we didn't have.
So final question, there is a question, ma'am. Will Harry Potter become a classic? One of our students has posted, will the novel become a classic?
There are chances, I think so. It depends on the readers.
Okay,
There are chances, yes.
Thank you so much for
Thank
sparing your
you.
precious time and spreading
sir.
fullest knowledge among us, ma'am. The area you touched are very innovative and are excellent.
Thank you so much for all the questions. Thank you so much.
Sir? Egamral, sir? Professor Egamral, sir? Am I audible? Sir Egamral, sir, you please unmute your mic. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, is it audible, sir?
Okay. Let's start.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
With due respect, I invite Assistant Professor Mr. K. Kamarasu to introduce our research first and Dr. A. Gambaram to the gathering.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to all. It is an immense pleasure to introduce Dr. G. Yegambaram, MA MPhil, MAd PhD, Assistant Professor, and at Department of English, Sangam College of Arts and Science, Sanjay. He completed his undergraduate in University of Madras and postgraduate in Thiruvalur University and Master of Education in Thiruvalur University and also the Master of Philosophy in Annamalai University, who has obtained his PhD in Sri Sandara Tegarandar Saraswati Viswa Magavidyalaya, deemed University, Kanjipuram, Tamil Nadu, India. He has published 4 international referred journals and participated in many conferences. He has done nearly 24. He has attended the 18 faculty development program. Thank you, sir. Hand over to the session to Dr. G. Yegambaram. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Hello, good afternoon, sir. Hello.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. You can start, sir. You can start.
Okay, thank you. Is it audible, sir?
Yeah, audible, audible.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you sharing any PPT, sir?
Oh, no, sir. No.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Now I am going to present my ideas in my topic, religious faith of James Hopkins. Hello, sir. Is it? Hello.
Dear participant, please mute your audio. No, it's okay, sir. You can continue.
So is it clear, sir?
Yeah. Here, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. My topic is religious faith of James Hopkins. Gerald Manley Hopkins is one of the 19th century British poets. He belongs to Victorian period, 1837 to 1901. Between the period, Queen Victoria ruled over England. In this period, Many poets, they contributed several poems in English literature. Alfred Tennyson, various concepts, but G.M. Hopkins is one among them. Hopkins took so many themes to handle in his poems. His thoughts and views, which was depending upon religious. Hopkins is a prolific writer like Jawaharlal Nehru and George Orwell, but he is known as one of the greatest poets. He belongs to England. I think you will be very clear about his poems. Now I am going to explain about his poems. Okay. When he was studying in Oxford University, he concentrated on classical literature. In his young age, he was brought up with an artistic sense. The young Hopkins wanted to be a poet. The young Hopkins wanted to be a poet. From his childhood days, he was a highly eccentric. Most of the poems are dealt with religious faith. At the age of 21, Hopkins composed his most austere poem to date, The Habit of Perfection, in which he denounced sensory pleasures and praised poverty. His poems are praised about the God. In 1866, Hopkins decided to convert to Catholicism and to dedicate his life to God. Then he was called as a Jesuit poet. Jesuit means religious poet. God's grandeur, pied beauty, thou art indeed just my Lord, the wreck of the Dutch land. These poems are examples of religious themes. Hopkins is an optimistic character. Hopkins is an optimistic character. His technique of praising the God through vivid use of imagery and nature. Inscape, instance, and spring rhythm are coined by Hopkins. These terms are coined by G.M. Hopkins. Particularly, his concepts of spring rhythm established him as an innovative writer of verse. His innovative terms consist of unusual rhymes. Inscape has been rendered variously as external design, aesthetic conception, instinct, beauty, and the individual self. So these are the things are associated with the term inscape. So in this way, he coined three terms. What are the words? Inscape, instep, spring rhythm. These terms are coined by G.M. Hopkins. Hopkins is considered as a nature of God. Hopkins used poetry to express his religious devotion, drawing his images from the nature world. He found nature inspiring and developed his theories of inscape and instance to explore the manifestation of God in every living thing. According to these theories, the recognition of an object's unique identity, Hopkins never doubted the presence of God in nature. The word instance expresses the individuality, distinctive beauty, and inner nature of objects. For example, pied beauty, it is a curtailed sonnet. The title, pied beauty, the title denotes the variegated beauty of objects, of nature. For example, God's grandeur, The Wreck of the Dutchland. These two poems are written in the form of religious aspects. The second title of the poem, it is a tragedy. What is that? The second title of the poem, A Wreck of the Dutchland, is written in the form of tragedy. Tragedy means a tragedy, or otherwise known as mourning song. What do you call as mourning song? In this way, he wrote the entire poem. What is that? The whole poem divided into 2 sections. Right. For example, the poem tells a story about the ship and how it is broken into several pieces and submerged into the Middle Sea. The people and 5 falcon nuns drowned into the sea. The unbearable incident is not able to accept by Hopkins. The falcon nuns, when they drowned, they prayed the God to save the people. Another one example, that thou art indeed just my Lord. Thou art indeed just my Lord. The poem reveals the ideas of spirituality. The poet faces so many hurdles individually. I mean, in this way, he faces so many hurdles in his life. But he is ready to pray the God, but he never left it. The poet faces so many hurdles in his life, but he never lost his faith in God. Sinners are growing higher level, but Hopkins continuously worshipping the God. At the end, he disappointed. He never seen any growth in his life. He thinks the God and praise the God endlessly. So these are the things are related to G.M. Hopkins. I think we will be very clear about the G.M. Hopkins poems. In this way, he is handled so many ideas in his poems. Okay, based on religious aspects. Hello, sir. Hello.
Sir?
Hello.
Okay. Tell me, sir.
So yeah, the time was sir. Yeah, it's over.
Dear participants,
is there any questions?
Anybody
Yeah,
is having questions? Please, participant. You can unmute your mic and ask. Otherwise, you can type your question in the chat box.
Professor, students are posting the questions in the chat box, Professor. Just a minute. So we wait for the participant to post their question in the chat box, sir. Give us some time.
Yeah, okay.
Hopkins. Specific Hopkins பத்தி பேசிருக்காரு. Sir, how can
Hello, sir. Hello.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, please.
how can Hopkins' the sprung rhythm can be applied in the contemporary poetry?
Yeah, sprung rhythm, it is a technique is applied by James Hopkins. I think we will be very clear. We have read it different poems, not only The Wreck of the Duchess Land, Thou Art Indeed Just My Lord, and other poems we can understand. Okay, so it is a device or it is a technique. In this way, he is used. Okay, it is a kind of measurement. Am I right? For example, stressed syllable is followed by unstressed syllable. In this way, he is used in his title of the poems. Hello, sir. Is it? Hello.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sparing your time with us, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Is there any question?
No, there are no questions from the participant side, sir. No questions are posted.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So I thank Dr. Gunasagar sir for giving this opportunity. I thank every one of you. Hello, sir.
So thank you, sir. We listen to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Assistant Professor Mr. M. Prakash to introduce our next resource person, Dr. Hemalata, to the gathering.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir, Egabra sir.
Hello, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. I am leaving. Okay. Thank you so much.
You can continue. You can continue. And Hemalata, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible to you?
Oh, yeah, ma'am. You please unmute your video. Can you please open your video?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Am I visible?
Yeah. Very nice to meet you, ma'am, once again.
Sir, it's glad to meet you, sir. You have given opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
And I would like to say my best wishes to your team, sir, especially Lissy ma'am and other people.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let's start now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hi, ma'am.
Sir. How are you, sir? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Last session, no, so you should be a little liberal of talking. So feel free, and I too will free to talk.
Let me introduce, ma'am. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. J. Hemalata, who has completed graduation in Chittoor, Andhra Pradesh, PG in SV University, and PhD in Mother Teresa University, Kodaikanal. And she is highly self-motivated, hardworking, and a good team leader, and trained in handling classes for communication skills and soft skills for degree, as well as the PG students. Moreover, she has abundance of passions to handle the things. Presently, she is working as an assistant professor in Sri Venkateshwara College of Science Management in Bangalore. With a due respect, I request Dr. J. Hemalata to take the session for the keynote address.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, shall I start the session?
Yeah, ma'am. You can start. Ma'am, are you sharing any PPT, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes. And before starting, once again, good afternoon to all. And especially, I would like to thank Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, principal sir, and other management trustee people. And it's my second time to visit online. Offline, already I got acquainted with people. So my topic is a little peculiar, different. It is quite common, but it is little unique. So, and moreover, I would like to thank my guru, Dr. K. Sivajyoti sir, and our well-wishers like Ekambaram sir and Arun sir, especially Gunashekar sir. For everyone, I should have my gratitude in my life. So I'm going to talk about my topic. Sir, shall I share the screen, sir?
Oh, yeah, ma'am.
Yes. Here.
Yeah, it's visible.
1 minute. Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Visible.
Okay. So my topic today for is how we have to live happy and healthy life. First, we should have the question of asking for us, are we happy? Are we healthy? During this pandemic time, we don't have to feel of happiness and we don't have to feel of healthiness. So I have taken some sort of the situations where we can think and rethink to about our lifestyles. So my topic today is for how we have to live happy and healthy life. Before starting this session, I would like to quote some of the sentence like this. Please listen to me. Money says, earn me. I repeat once again. Money says, earn me. Calendar says, turn me. Time says, plan me. Future says, win me. Beauty says, love me. But God simply says, work hard and trust me. This is what I wanted to quote this. I repeat once again. Money says earn me, calendar says turn me, time says plan me, future says win me, beauty says love me, but God simply says work hard and trust me. So this is how it is going to be related. I'm going to share one of my slides here. The next slide. So here, welcome to happiness and enjoy my journey to stay for a few minutes. And happiness is the nectar, love is the bee. I think being a literature persons, we can know the value of the nectar as well as the bee. So everything, the nectar and bee, it has its coherence to lead our life with happiness. Yes. The most of the people, they would have known about this person, Dr. Hegde. Personally, I do like him very much because I used to listen his videos ample. So after listening to him, I started leading my life a little positive way. So here, Dr. Hegde has given, look at this, eat better. And apart from that, besides positive thinking, feel good and regular exercise. You may think that this is very common to us, but are we following like healthy living? This is what. And I would like to tell some sort of slogans which is going to be placed in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, usually people will say, Arogyame Anandam. Once again, I repeat, Arogyame Anandam. I will be adding with this Anandame Arogyam. So this is scientific truth. If you are happy, you are healthy. When you are healthy, you are automatically happy. When you are happy, you are very healthy. So this is what I wanted to tell. Arogyame Anandam. Usually people will say the elder people, but I would like to add with this Anandame Arogyam. This is what the concept will it be good for us forever. Now, yes. As per his wordings, Dr. Hegde, nowadays, business, if you think about business, see, nowadays the coronavirus, they started vaccinating so many people, and some people, they have lots of complications, and some people, they started negotiating, and we don't know whether to take the vaccine or not. If you start thinking, we have been struggling for 2 years because of this COVID-19, but I could say that almost this sort of pandemic nature, why the China has been started doing all this because of the greediness, I could say. So here, man is running after money. We have destroyed every God-given resources for our own comfort, And our greed has been inculcated in the mindset of us. New diseases has come like this, the coronavirus, and what no, man is always behind of money nowadays. Not everyone, but a few. Because of that, a few, the whole the world has been destroyed, annihilated, I could say. We want money. We should not bother about others. So people will be keep on thinking that we want money and we should not bother about others. We need money, and because of money, okay, we lost our mercy, and it started inculcating in the world like wars, terrorism, everything. It started destroying. And you could make the business. I'm not degrading China or I'm not degrading America, but casually I started explaining to you that you could make the business not only for your good, but good for the society. This is what I wanted to tell. Healthy living is very simple living, as per the words of Dr. Hegde. Whatever it happens, no, we will feel that doctors are there, doctors are going to take care of us. No, this is what our mindset is, the crucial part where we can make it as positive vibrance. If you don't have the positive vibrance, okay, everything it is going to be spoiled in the life. In that related, I would like to talk about some of the stories related of this healthy lifestyle and healthy living and happiest lifestyle. And what he says, one of his sentence I would like to quote here: I is illness, we is wellness. Think about, my dear participants, and just be united to face any sort of concept, any sort of negotiation in our life. Coming to this, the great personality, you are never too old to set another goal or dream a new dream. Have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. Sometimes life will hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. This is whatever it happens, it could be reason or cause, whatever it may be, we must deal with positive aspiration. That is what my motto of taking this topic today particularly. Okay. And here I have mentioned one of the sentence like in Sanskrit, swastasya swastya rakshanam, means we must make our positive vibrations always in the mindset, and the way you talk, the way you have approachment with others, whatever, if you make it as positive aspiration, everything it happens in the positive way, not negative way. So every human being is the author of his own health or diseases. Don't spend all your health in search of wealth. This is what the concept of this, the Sanskrit slogan. Now, the next slide. Here, are you able to listen a little story from my side? Just happiness is a journey, not a destination. I would like to share one of the stories which was given by the great saint, one of the saints. There was, please listen to me, there was a king. Here, just I started making some sort of pictures of to understand to my audience. I want to tell you a story. Are you ready? There was a king, and the king was walking with his minister like this. Just he started walking like this. His minister one day. And in the farmhouse, look at this. Yes. In the farmhouse, this king and minister, they have seen the farmer's family. Okay, how do they look? They were buzzing, so much life in them. They were rejoiced and blissful and happy, and their faces were radiant. They were extremely happy. What we can say, the glee on their faces. And then the king started asking. Hey, see, after looking at that farm, the farmers, the family, the king started asking. Their faces were radiant. They were very happy. They were beaming with joy. They were singing. They had so much affection and love for each other. So in that way, the king started okay, telling to his minister. And the king said, the king said to his minister, man, the king said to his minister, man, I have a palace and I have everything that one could dream for. And these guys are more happier than me. So that was the greedy towards to that former family members. The king was greedy. I have palace, everything, but I am not happy. And after looking at them, just I feel a little jealous. So in that way, the conversation was going on between the minister and the king. Then the minister replied like this. Minister said, Sir, the minister said like this, Sir, because this family is not a member of the 99th club. Which family I would like to talk? This farmer's family, they are not the members of 99th club. Who said to whom means the minister said to the king. Then the king started questioning to the minister, hey, what man? What is 99th club? Then the minister said, give me 99 gold coins, I will tell you. Who said to whom in sense? The minister said to the king that, yes, give me 99 gold coin, just I'm going to reply to you. Then the king has sponsored 99 gold coins to the minister. Then minister said, after 6 months, I will tell you, not today. The minister said to the king that, after 6 months, I will tell you, not today. So the minister took that bag of 99 gold coins. So this, assume that this is the 99 gold coins. The minister had taken those 99 gold coins and what did he do now? Just he put it right at the doorstep of the farmer. This 99 gold coins, the minister had placed in the house of the farmers. In the morning, when the farmer got up, he saw a bag right at his doorstep. He picked the bag up, went back into his house. I'm talking about the farmer. He had taken the gold coins, which was placed in front of his doorstep, and the minister was placed 99 gold coins, and the minister had collected from the king. And the farmer, he was excited and he had started looking towards to the bag. He picked the bag up, went back into his house, and excited as he got some sort of asset. Then the farmer, he opened the bag. Gosh, okay, behold, glittering gold he had seen. The farmer had seen the glittering gold coins. He had never come across such a stroke of good fortune. He emptied the contents on the floor and started counting. Just the farmer started counting the gold coins, which was placed on his floor. And now the farmer started calling his wife, hey, come, just I have seen ample of gold coins. Come with me and just start counting these gold coins. And he called his wife. The wife started counting that gold coins. Okay. And the first farmer started counting and it was 99. Okay. I made him, so he had a doubt because the king had given only 99 coins to the minister. The minister started placing those 99 coins in front of the farmer's house. The farmer started picking that coins which was placed in the bag, and the farmer started counting that gold coins. And it was only 99 coins. Then farmer started excited. Who is that idiot? Only kept 99. And the one coin is less for this to add for the count of 100. The farmer started thinking like this. Then again, the farmer started counting and counting. It was only 99. He called his wife, hey, just count this. She started counting. It was 99. And then the wife, no, they didn't see this ample of money, the huge money. Then the wife started asking her son to count once again. The son has come. The son started counting. It was only 99. Okay, all these people, they started deciding who kept like this. There was one less for 100. So they would have kept 100 means we would have feel happy now. So in that way, the conversation was going on among themselves. Okay, then the farmer started, okay, I will work for one gold coin. So he started working. So he started working hard to get that one gold coin. And it would take him months and years to get one gold coin because they are farmers, they don't have that much money. So he started working hard to get back the one gold coin. And then the wife started thinking, okay, my husband is such a nut, such a nut. We have 99 gold coins, and this guy doesn't spend any time. So the wife started taking the 2 gold coins and went for shopping. So every day the guy would come, and in the evening he would count the gold coins. He'll be counting the gold coins. So that day he came and counted the gold coins only 97. The first it was 99, and the 2 it was taken from his wife, it was 97. Initially only 1 coin was less, now 2 have gone. So he shouted at his wife, where did the 2 gold coins go? She said, well, I'm not a nut like you. I thought I will go do some shopping. So I went and spent the 2 gold coins, she said. Oh God, the farmer yelled. I'm toiling, working hard, putting my blood and sweat to get that 1 gold coin. And you nuts, you are going and spending these 2 gold coins away. Meanwhile, the son spent 2 more, 95 left. 6 months passed. 6 months passed, and the king and the minister were walking by. Okay, and they started looking at the farmer's house. The budge had gone, the life had gone, the song had gone, the love had gone, only arguments, fights, and bickering. And the king said, what happened? The king started asking to the minister, hey, what happened? You have taken from me 99 gold coins and you placed, and because of that, they started making themselves as a greedy. They lost their happiness. The song had gone, the love had gone. Only it was seen the arguments, fights, and bickering. And the king said, what happened? How did they change so much in just 6 months? So that was a question by the king to the minister. Then the minister said, now they are officially members of the 99 club, sir, he said. Who has given the reply? The minister started giving the reply. Officially, they are members of the 99 club. You took 99 coins. What is that 99th club? He started questioning the king. The minister said, 99 club is a club of those who have 99 gold coins, he replied. Now, but in running after the one, they don't use their 99 gold coins. I mean to say, why just I started explaining this story about 99 coins, they forgot. And they don't like to use of 99 coins, and it was less of 1 coin, they were back of that. So they were running behind the 1 coin in trying to reach 100. What's the point if you forget utilize the 99? I have learned one thing in my life. So I am just explaining to you. I have learned one thing in my life, and I thoroughly believe in it. Don't wait for the destination. Start finding happiness while you are on the way of your journey. Don't postpone. Yes, don't postpone your happiness to them. I will go to the 10th class, then 12th class, will get job. This will happen and that will happen. Don't assume of that, my dear audience. Okay, I'll be doing like this. I will get a job. I'll just don't procrastinate your happiness. Today, I may have the greatest challenge. That doesn't mean I should postpone my satisfaction. I reply once again, just I wanted to quote this sentence. Today I may have the greatest challenge. That doesn't mean I should postpone my satisfaction. Today I may be in the middle of the greatest chaos. That doesn't mean I should postpone my satisfaction. Happiness is a journey, not a destination. Whatever we have, we should feel happy. But if you don't feel happy, life is going to be unbearable. That is what you may think that why Madam started explaining the story. Maybe some sort of minds, a few minds, it will start thinking about their happiness. At least they will not postpone their happiness for the sake of one coin. Whatever they have, the remaining 99 coins, they can utilize and they can lead their life happily. This is what I mean to say about this story a little. Coming to this, the next story I wanted to explain. Here, you could say, nowadays, the old people are very passionate and they have the passion of, decorating, and they look like magnanimous, gorgeous, all those things. So I would like to share one of my favorite stories like this. Look at this here, the slide. A lady who was over 90 years old, but great flare. She looks like a flare, dressing up well. And she used to applying makeup and arranging her hair in beautiful patterns. And here, this next slide, she and her husband had been married to each other for 70 years. So the marriage, the wedlock duration was like 70 years. After the departure, look at this, after the departure of her husband, after the departure of her beloved partner, having no children, and no one in the family to take care of her. So there was none to take care of her. She decided to move to a nursing home. Even on the day when she vacated her room for good, okay, and she vacated her room and she just left her house. There was no one taking care of her, even though she didn't feel about that. Once again, she dressed up very nicely, elegantly, gorgeously, and she decided to move to a nursing home. Even on the day when she vacated her room, her home for good, she dressed up elegantly and looked gorgeous. After arriving at the nursing home, she had to wait patiently in the lobby for hours together. This lady, she had been waiting for her allotment of her room for hours together. Then what happened, So this attendant, we could call as a nurse, she has come and she started explaining to her, okay, my dear lady, I'm going to provide you a tiny room to you. So we are on the way to room, she said. The nurse, she started explaining to the old lady. So we are going to provide, so she started explaining like this, the nurse. She gave the nurse gave the lady a visual description of the tiny space. That was, she meant to occupy it. This old lady should be there in that tiny space. Then what happened, before entering into the room, the lady started making herself as a optimistic mode. Okay, what did she say? I love it, the lady expressed with an enthusiasm of an 8-year-old who has just been presented with a new puppy. Then this she was like little baby infant. So the infant, how they started smiling, likewise she started smiling towards to the nurse. Okay, then the nurse started explaining, Mrs. Johns, you haven't seen the room. Okay, wait for a moment. Just I wanted you to see that tiny space room. Then what did she say, this old lady? Look at this. My joy has nothing to do with the room, whether I like my room or not. It depends how I arrange in my mindset. Happiness is something you can decide of the time. And already I have decided to love my room. This is what always, my dear audience, this is what always be positive, optimistic nature. Definitely it could be segregate of the optimistic, the positiveness, it is going to be scattered everywhere. And this is what happiness is something you can decide of the time. And already I have decided to love my room, to love the people around me, to love my life. It is a decision that I make every morning when I wake up. So in that way, the old lady started explaining like this to the nurse. What did she say? I repeat once again. My joy has nothing to do with the room, whether I like my room or not. It depends how I arrange in my mindset. Happiness is something you can decide of the time. And already I have decided to love my room, to love the people around me, to love my life. It is a decision that I make every morning when I wake up. And what did she say here? The greatest asset we all have is the power to choose how we feel. I repeat once again. The greatest asset we all have is the power to choose how we feel. The lady continued speaking to the attendant. So the nurse attendant, she was astonished, she was surprised, wondered. With her mouth wide open, I can spend my entire day in my bed. The lady started explaining, look at this, 1 minute. I can, yes, I can spend my entire day in my bed thinking of the pain I am in, focusing on these parts of my body that no longer work. Or I can get out of bed and be thankful for those parts that do work. I repeat once again, she started explaining that old lady to the nurse attendant. What did she say? The lady continued speaking as the attendant. The attendant was astounded the aspiration of positiveness towards to the old lady. And what did she say? The old lady, I can spend my entire day in bed thinking of the pain I am in, focusing on those parts of my body that no longer work. Or I can get out of bed and be thankful for those parts that do work. Each day, my dear audience, each day is a gift. And as long as you could have your journey. I will continue to focus today and all the happy memories. The lady started explaining, I will continue to focus today and all the happy memories I have stored in my mind just for this time in my life. The attendant was astounded by the positive attitude of the elder lady whose life from an extended part of love only full of problems and hopelessness. My dear ladies and gentlemen, only problems happen automatically. Only problems happen automatically. Happiness is a choice. We all have make only anger automatic. I repeat once again. My dear friends, only problems happen automatically. Happiness is a choice. We all have making only anger automatic. So look at this slide. The peace is a choice. We all have to make only hatred is a option. Happiness automatic. And love is a choice. We all have to make being a lovable person. Being native happens automatically. Being native has being negative has happens automatically. A positive attitude is a choice. We all have to make. Complaining is automatic. Always we used to have complaining, okay, to others. So it is only automatic, but gratitude is a choice. We all have to make choose right and live well. So this is what I'm going to wind up my little short span of time of engaging the topic of happiness. Thank you, my dear participants. Sir?
Over to the participant, is there any questions? That is a question from the YouTube link, ma'am.
Sir. Sir, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute. I didn't, sir.
No, ma'am, the question is posted in the YouTube link, ma'am, so that only we can read the questions.
You can read the question, sir. Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Does physical health really bring happiness?
Physical health. Yes, of course, sir. Physical health, because I come across one of my experiences in my life. My granny, who was facing the stomach cancer, because of her willing power, no, she is still alive. She started struggling a lot, but even though she has the aspiration of living, so that positive attitude could be approached from negative to positive, no, sir. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I do have a question, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
What, Amrita, STEM professor from the same college, what brings the real happiness in life, ma'am?
Sir, we may have problems, hurdles surrounding us. If you keep on focusing, if I call to my friends also, no, they'll be keep on revealing their problems. Just if they reveal a little happiness incident, it could change their mood. As per our mood also could be changed. So this is what always problems are there, obstacles are there. But even we do have so many problems. Are we able to share to everyone? Only if you think, see, sir, if I feel like stress in my life, I will focus of listening to song, or else I'll just looking at the jokes or comedy scenes. So in that way, I can change my mood set totally. So it is there still the problems, but we can keep aside and we will have the focus of, sir, one thing I would like to tell, sir, if I crack the joke, okay, you will laugh at once. If I crack the joke twice, thrice, the 10th time or 11th time, okay, are you able to feel happy to laugh, sir? No. One time you can laugh, twice you can laugh, thrice you can laugh after listening my joke. But why are we just thinking about our problems? Okay, problems are there, but we should think about the solution. That is what, sir. Why we should? Problems are there. Why do we think about our problems? We are not able to laugh at the same joke. Why are we struggling to think about the problems? So that is what, sir, my answer.
There is another question from a student, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
How can I live happily and healthy in this COVID period?
COVID period. Yes, sir. This is a very great and good question too, sir. When lockdown was started in the month of March, okay, we felt 10 days it was like pathetic and panic. After that, slowly, see, for everything, the solution will be there. God has given lots of problems to us. But the thing is, there is a proverb in English, without pain, there is no gain. So all the days it could not be same like this, sir. We can hope for the best in the future. That is what hoping is the best. That is what my answer, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
sir. Yes, sir.
Really a nice breaking session. The way you narrated the stories was really rejoicing. As it is rightly said, happiness is a gift and the trick, and
Yes,
it's
sir.
not to expect it, but
Yes,
to
sir.
delight in it. We thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts, ma'am. Thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much.
I too should say thanks to you, sir. To everyone. Thank you, sir.
Now time is right for the paper presentations. Now time for presentation. I request Professor Dr. Varp Sandeep, Department of English, to present his paper. I request Dr. Varp Sandeep from SSGM College, Pune, to present his paper.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir. I hear
Hello.
you. Sir.
I am audible, sir.
You're audible, sir. Can you
Okay,
open
sir.
and do your presentation?
Okay, sir. Sir, there is no PPT, so I am going to
presentation so that you can do only oral presentation. Kind request for the participant, due to time constraint, you can take from 3 to 4 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, sir. I am Dr. Sandeep Warpe from SSGM College, Kopargaon. I am going to present my paper entitled The Realistic Portrayal of Religionization of the Politics in Indian English novel, in Indian society portrayed in Thomas. Here, while we discussing this topic, it is necessary for us to know about its introductory or why we need to know about such topics or discuss about this topic. Nowadays also, religion and politics both plays vital role in our Indian society. So India is a unique nation where politics and religion both live together as well. Well-governed rules for for live a peaceful and ideal life in this ancient Indian subcontinent before partition of India into India and Pakistan. I here quote, Mother India is fairy whose soul is religion and its body. Nowadays, her soul used by some ambitious leaders for gain their own political goals resulted in development of corrupt and evil ideology, which mercilessly brought religion into the politics. Its impact seen in the form of those succeeds, means those people succeed.
Over to the next participant, Dr. Deepak, Head and Assistant Professor, Department of English, Government First Grade College, Karnataka. Over to Dr. Deepak.
Good evening, sir.
Hello.
Good evening, sir. Yeah, am I audible? Am I audible?
Very much audible, sir. You can proceed.
Hello.
Yes,
myself,
sir.
Dr. Deepak TR. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. At the outset, I thank SVM College for providing me an opportunity to present my paper on the topic, the depiction of religious faiths in. Okay, sir. So at the outset, I thank the SVM College for providing me an opportunity to present the topic, the depiction of religious faith in Indian English literature. India and religion are connected with each other. Indian literature is also influenced by religion. Literature in Indian context beginning from times immemorial would never have been possible without the profound impression of religious and spiritual aspects. Vedas are the most ancient form of Indian literature. The Puranas and the two great epics Ramayana and Mahabharata are considered as significant even today. Religious influence upon Indian literature may transition from oral to written tradition. Hindu mythology has influenced Indian literary texts from Sanskrit to modern literature in Indian English. The great Indian epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata transcend the description of classics. They are a source of unfailing and everlasting inspiration. These epics have guided and sustained us over times immemorial through our triumphs and failures, hopes and despairs, and have shown us the right way of life. Both these epics have always fascinated Indian novelists. Ramayana is a celebration of human relationships, whereas Mahabharata presents life in its stark and naked realities, which is full of faults and follies, tricks and strategies, temptations and conspiracies, selfishness and sacrifice. Both these epics are relevant to all ages and times. S. Radhakrishnan feels that the spirit of these two great epics has furnished the Indian spirit with love for supreme self. Religion and the attitude to religion has been a strong strand in fiction. The notion of religion intrudes into every sphere of life: learning, worship, rituals, birth, marriage, and death, as well as the workplace, the social system, and the caste attitudes. It is also reflected in the philosophical beliefs and thus encompasses the personal, the interpersonal, and the socio-political sphere. Religion and faith have often been written about in other cultures, but in Indian writing, it has acquired a political connotation and is much more than a relationship between the individual and his God. The historical consciousness is also a religious one in the Indian novel. The early novel in the late 19th century, in its exploration of history and its search for a national identity, placed it within a religious context. Literature written in India during the last 2 centuries depicts the convolution for the cultural exchange between India and England. The earliest Indian literature in English was in the form of essays, memoirs, and treatises. It was, in fact, mainly a liberal humanist criticism of Indian society. Rajaram Mohan Rai's objective was to demonstrate to Europe a religion in its true form that was viable, admirable, and highly ethical culture and moralistic. Therefore, Rajaram Mohan Rai can be considered as an unconscious ally of the imperialist and also the first nationalist and liberal reformer. He was essentially humanist and syncretist, and in this respect as much as religious as Kabir, Mahatma Gandhi, and Jawaharlal Nehru. Sri Aurobindo was a patriot and excellent Indian personality writing in English. Rabindranath Tagore is an internationally recognized poet, and his short stories, memoirs, dance dramas, and essays are all of great literal value. Aurobindo Ghosh, a versatile religious and an intellectual giant, his outstanding achievement in prose, poetry, and drama rank him as the great figure of Indo-Anglian literature. The first generation of Indian writers represented the culture and history of India, which is a land of diversity. Such is the impact of religion on Indian literature that today there exists a different genre for Indian spiritual literature from Vedic period. The religious books have provided material for centuries to the writers of India. The theme of great Indian epics have scripted the creative imagination of Indian English writers who have used it to articulate the experiences of life in the backdrop of these epics. Religious beliefs, relationship between religion and literature are all some of the important points that we have to discuss. Religion and literature in India. In various sections of literature like drama, fiction, poetry, novels, short stories, and criticism, literature is prominent in its own style in Indian known as Indian literature, whereas the writing comprises in all the above mentioned variations. The embodiment of Indian literature is framed through the source and the body of religions in India. Initially, it was developed by accessing the religions outside the country. Writings like Puranas, Jatakas, Panchatantra, fairy tales, and stories of gods and ghosts made Indian literature popular among the readers, since it delivers and understands the mindset of the countryman. To sum up, the concept of both religion and literature is a wonderful creation. It enhances and emulates the humanity to have enough intelligence and intellectual to run their daily life, which is normally filled with struggle and discomfort. Even it takes extraordinary skills for you, very human, in order to show them to be different from other creatures. Hence, every person is in demand to figure out a way to overcome their burdens. Indeed, such has been the impact of religion on Indian literature that there exists a separate genre, Indian religious literature, rooted from the period of Vedic era. Literature in India is always incomplete without its portrayal of history, which does overlap over and over in long run, creating a massive concept to make one comprehend that religious influence is one that holds considerable significance. Religious faith upon Indian literature can be mostly counted into the historical period, which had made a transition from oral literature into written literature in India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Next, I invite our Aishwarya, PG student from St. Joseph College of Arts and Science, Kadalur.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Is my screen is visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. And I request you to complete your presentation within 3 to 4 minutes, ma'am. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Your
Okay.
screen is very much visible.
Good afternoon to all present here. I am very thankful to the SVM College for providing me this wonderful opportunity to present my paper. My topic is political perspectives and historical perspectives in Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children. Salman Rushdie is a multinational writer. He belongs to different cultures. Both his legacy is somewhat disputed and the same replicate in his novel Midnight's Children. Rushdie's characters create angst in the psyche of the readers. His works create tension and evoke conflicting emotions in the readers. Even the satanic verses were prohibited in the Pakistan. This novel, Midnight Children, has been translated into 12 languages and deals with the incidents of pre- and post-independence era of subcontinent. It covers the issues of politics, religion, and fanaticism. The novel is an allegory of modern India and a family saga presented against historical and political background. Coming to the historical perspective presented in the novel, the birth of the protagonist Salim Sinha in Dr. Narlikar's nursing home bear resemblance to the Christian nativity. His identity as a son of rich Muslim family is the mistake committed by the nurse Mary Pereira. She exchanges the baby of a rich family with the baby of a poor family. The Christian reference in this incident is connected to the incarnation of Jesus Christ, so his life makes the word of Indian history. So Salim becomes a representation of India as he was born on the independence of India. His birth symbolizes the birth of the nation. This is portrayed as the historical representation in the novel. As well as the novel is the curious mixture of Salim's life as well as the history of the nation. It includes the historical events like Quit India movement, Cabinet Mission, Muslim League activity and the Gujarat riots, a 5-year plan, Pakistan war and the partition of India and Pakistan, liberation of Bangladesh, stealing of sacred relic from Hazrat Mahal Mosque. The novel indicates the national events which have very realistic description in this novel by Salman Rushdie. Coming to the political perspective, the British government introduced a rule of divide and the rule policy for the communal disturbances as the partition of India took place in August 1947. But the nationalist Muslims as the optimism epidemic that spread the riot like wildfire and was caused by one Mian Abdullah, who was popularly known as the hummingbird because of his strange habit of humming, as he took great delight in his work. He had united hundreds of Muslim youths so that the first convocation was in Bangalore was conducted and the second held at Agra in the summer of 1942. And Nadir Khan alias Kazim Khan, a communist and Amina's first husband, the personal assistant to Mian Abdullah, as well as the bad poet, met the hummingbird and Dr. Aziz as the second convocation and discuss about politics and poetry and play the game of hit the spittoon. At this stage, Mian Abdullah was murdered by the hardcore Muslim. In this point, the political perspective is clearly depicted by Salman Rushdie. So this incident, this grotesque incident was described by Salim in a fantastic language as 6 new moons came into the room, 6 crescent knives held by men dressed all in black with covered faces. 2 men held Nadir Khan while the others moved towards the hummingbird. So coming to the justification of my theme, I like to conclude that the account of Indian history given by Salim is another account of Salman Rushdie itself, and this difference from the account of society continue to struggle because of political disturbances and toil in the face of adversity in order to maintain their hard lives. So the power plays a major role in this novel, and the power centers attempt to overlook their audience, but ultimately they manage to survive in the face of odds against the political and historical disturbances. It is also an account of Salim's ascension of his distinct as an Indian. So this was my presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you for providing this opportunity.
Aishwarya, is that possible to open your camera for a while so that we like to take for a photo session? Is that possible for you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, Aishwarya. Thank you. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just a minute, Aishwarya. Hold on a minute. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Okay, Aishwarya. Thank you. Next,
thank you, sir.
So D. Sasidevi, Assistant Professor of English, Tyagaraja College, Madurai, for the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible, ma'am. You can proceed.
Thank you. My topic is Sri Aurobindo's revelation of the secrets to silence the mind of a sadhak. Basic innate of a human being is to achieve health, happiness, money, and peace. And several people around the world and round the clock have worked for it. And indeed, at last, they have come to a restriction to one event of getting into peace. But alas, and everybody keeps hunting for it. And the philosopher of India, the poet, critic, seer, and a yogi is none other than Sri Aurobindo, who belongs to Pondicherry, believes in self-transformation, and through this, he advocates world transformation. The main philosophy of Sri Aurobindo is world transformation through self-transformation. Common psychology is to expect change in others while refusing to see the change in the self. This refusal is unknown to the self itself. And one looks for change outside and with others. And many sadhaks have aspired to enjoy this peace, and they have found out that self has to be transformed. And in this process of change for the sadhaks, Sri Aurobindo has advocated silence to his disciples. And he advocated silence to his disciples in a silent way through the words of silence. To the surprise of everybody, during his period of intense sadhana, while at Pondicherry, he remained in silence and advocated to his disciples only through his letters. And it had profound messages and teachings. He never broke his silence, yet he facilitated the truth of his disciples. This is possible only through the harmony between the external and internal consciousness. And this is in turn possible only through yoga. And India, as a land of yoga, we know we have Hatha Yoga, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Raja Yoga. Aurobindo, he created an integral yoga, thereby harmonizing all these aspects of yoga. And peace can be achieved through an internal journey. Aurobindo plays emphasis on cultivating the mind and the role of speech and the part which is played by the vocal organs. Speech is essential for communication, which brings out the feelings and attitudes, but it has the capacity to externalize the mind. One should get back into the internal consciousness immediately soon after the speech is over. It is an art to be learned. This is possible only when one speaks from the inner being, that is, when the thoughts, words, and deeds are in alignment with each other. Another important factor is fatigue. When one is externally concerned with the external consciousness, even if when he is going to talk for 18 hours together, he is not fatigued. But when one is concentrated and very particular to achieve the peace, inner peace and calm, then even a superficial talk would make him away from the internal consciousness. Hence, he must avoid untrue talk even when forced by egoism and desire. Bringing down little unnecessary talk is advisable. Excess hilarious exchanges dissipates the inner force. Control over one's speech guarantees an inner march of progress. One should stand back from the speech impulse too. Speaking very little helps very often. Speech has to be often deliberate examination of what to say and what not to say. Tone and manner has to be calm. Aurobindo advocates a quiet and stoic stand when others are in heated temperament. Criticism is a major universal illness comprising of imagination, inference, exaggeration, and false interpretation. A true sadhak has to speak the truth. First step is to establish truth when one becomes conscious to change the self. While speaking little and only truth is essential. If one wishes to be an instrument of truth, not even an iota of falsehood is permitted. When truth will be manipulated, concealment of truth by silence and refusal to speak is advocated. Avoid telling everything to everyone. One could remain in silence to evade a reply when truth is definitely going to do harm. And for an ordinary man, too, in this day-to-day life's traumatic life situation and in this Kali Yuga, silence speaks loud through its consequences. In a real, healthy relationship, innumerable comfortable silences pervades. Silence helps to concentrate, and it is an easy map to perfect inward journey. Silence isn't empty, it is full of deep insights and a path to reach the divine. I have completed my presenting my paper, and I look forward for questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. Participant, could you open your camera for a while? Can you open your camera for a while?
Yeah.
Once again, a kind request for all the participants, be precise in your presentation. And due to time constraint, as we are running out of time, be precise in your presentation.
Any questions from the audience?
No, ma'am. There are no questions.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So this is Deepak. Have you taken my photo, sir?
Yes.
Pardon? Sir, could you please help me? Is it a question?
No, ma'am, there are no questions from the participant side, ma'am. And thank you for your presentation. There are no questions.
Thank you, sir.
We'll go for the next presentation. I request participant Aruna Vasanta for the presentation. Once again, we request be precise in your presentation as a number of participants are waiting. Over to
Yes,
Aruna.
sir. Yes, sir, I am online.
Over to you, ma'am. Proceed.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to one and all. To virtual conference of Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College. I am Aruna Vasanta. My topic name is here, Feministic Views in Anita Nair's novels, Mistress. So here I start my topic with one of the quotation from Oxford Dictionary. I have taken as old as English language. This quotation is, feminism is belief that women should be allowed the same rights, power, and chances as men, and be treated in the same way are the set of activities intended and to achieve this state. This idea is taken from as old as English language. Coming to my writer, Anita Nair, she is also one of the successful writer writing feminism. Coming to my topic, Mistress. This is a story of the woman search for self-identity and women conditions in a patriarchal society. This novel gives importance role of Indian women under the men-dominated society. Indian woman is the representative of other women, protect their self-respect, self-identity, living in cultural resistance. Nair's feminism attitude of the society towards women through her woman characters in the novel. So here, Anita Nair's novel, Better Man and Mistress, Ladies Coupe, all these are search for self-identity of women. Coming to my novel, Mistress, this is also one of the novel tells us relationships, man and woman relationship, analysis of premarital, marital, extramarital relationships between husband and wife and other relations. And here in this novel, The main character is Koman. He is also one of the protagonist character in this novel. Here, the total novel is divided into two types of stories. One is Koman's father, Setu. Setu, the father of the Koman, he is also one of the Hindu orphan trained as under the training of one of the health inspectors. That health inspector name is Dr. Samuel. So here he served in one of the small town. He starts works under Samuel. So the doctor has a tremendous confidence and faith in Setu. The doctor makes wherever he goes medical rounds, he takes Setu. Setu in that medical camp once sees Sadia. So Setu is Hindu orphan. Sadia is a Muslim, the daughter of Najib Masdouf. So their family is Orthodox family and conservative family. Women and girls are not allowed to see any of the parents, brothers. So they accept brothers and husband and the family members only. Here is father, Sadia's father asked her, "What have you done, Sadia? So you are in love with one of the Hindu orphan." That is why Sadia's parents came to know about her love for Setu. She is expelled from house. She joins with Setu. Setu is confident, so doctor would help him. He is very fortunate when he is in trouble. Sadia gives, after their marriage, Sadia gives one of the male child. Here you can observe the feministic views expressed by Anita Nair's novel Mistress. So here Sadia, she is cultured woman. But here, what is her identity and her opinions? She gave value for that one. That is why Anita Nair elevated from this character woman's identity, self-respect, and decision making revealed through the character. He is here at the time of the discussion between these couple. Here, a male child was born. So here Sadia, she come out of that identity and she come out of that culture, etc. But she doesn't come out of here their tradition, Muslim tradition. So here in their argument, the male child needs khitan according to the Muslim culture. Setu didn't accept it. Finally, the child health is troubled with the penis and testicles. So he asked Sadia didn't do it, didn't accept that proposal. He asked to leave her home and go parents. Finally, this self-identity girl, self-respect woman missed the confidence. She commits suicide. So here, through this character, Anita Nair elevates self-identity, self-respect, elevated this character. Next, this boy is was given one of the sister. That sister Faith, her name is. Later, sister Faith also married. So here, actually, sister Faith had taken a vote. She didn't marry in her life. But after some time, here women has their own views to express their opinions. That is why she married. So later, this child responsibilities was given to his father. So once again, here, Setu's family, she didn't reveal anything about marriage and child. Once again, he wants to get married. One of woman. That woman name is Devayani.
Dear participant,
Here, sir.
ma'am, can you please sum up, ma'am, as we are running out of time?
Okay, sir. So Devayani character also, you know that Setu threatens Devayani, but Devayani didn't know the truth. That's why she accepted to marry Setu. So here in this novel, whatever it may be, Devayani or Sister Faith or Sadhya, so they show their self-identity. And another one is common character, that means son's character. He too also had proposal with many of the women. One of the woman is Lalita, so her long-time mistress. She never accepts as her husband. So here is also that self-respect girl know about the society. So these are the woman characters know their self-identity, self-respect, decision making. All these exhibits in her novel. So thank you very much to give this wonderful opportunity to me. This is also one of the good novel feministic views expressed by Anita Nair through her characters in this novel. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you, one and all.
Next, over to Srijita Chaudhary. Over to you. Next presentation.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Srijita, could you open your camera
Yeah,
for a while?
sure. Just give me a second, please, sir.
Proceed.
Hello.
Yes, Srijita, a
Yeah,
kind
am I
request.
audible?
You're audible.
Yes, sir.
A kind request due to time constraint. Be precise in your presentation, Srijita.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. I will try my best. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you to the entire English department of SBM College for providing me such an opportunity to present my paper. Now, the title of my paper is God Has Nothing to Do with the Word, Tracing the Religio-Political Conflict of Biafra in Wapas Never Again. Since there is scarcity of time, I am trying to just mention few points and also trying to be a little bit interactive and definitely less boring. Now, Nigeria had gained freedom from Britain in 1960, but this very newly independent post-colonial state was ridden with multiple socio-cultural and ethnic groups that bred feelings of injustice and enmity, leading directly to Biafran war. Now, the problem is relating the narrative or war is that the war narratives are mostly related to male source, that war and this masculine glory and ego is mostly related to men's power. Women has very little to do with it. It is a kind of an assumption. Now, this paper intends to read the interactive nature of traditional African religions and the cultural belief entangled with the dichotomy of women's agency in a war-torn society, and it conflicts with the masculine political nature of war through the voice of resistance who remain metonymic residents of the women in Wapas Never Again. Now, we can look into this paper in two ways. First, this is the religious perspective, and there is, of course, the political perspective. If we go into the political perspective, we must say that Kate is the female protagonist of the world whose resilience, strength, and intelligence and foresightedness always worth reckoning. Her husband is Chudi and his friend is Carl, who are just pro-Biafran war. When Kate is not sharing their enthusiasm regarding this war, she is threatened to be detained. Now, she cannot do that. Of course, she is a mother. She has to survive to take care of the children and the family. And of course, when there is a time of crisis, we always realize that our religious beliefs become strengthened. And there is of course, in Wapas novel, in every kind of novel from Efru to Idu, and therefore, even in the Never Again, there is always the find the woman of lake or Uhamiri, who is believed to be the lake goddess who will save water, the place where they live actually, from the Nigerian vandals. Now, but Kate is so delusional about the situation when her mother and mother-in-law says that, okay, they do not want to leave the Nagugata. She says, I quote, please leave God alone. He has nothing to do with it. But when they want, the situation is so chaotic and there is so much madness. When civilians want to leave the place, they are called the saboteurs and they are punished. Now, there is constant weakness in the political leader, including Mama Yagafa. And finally, when the age of Kate is at the age of the tolerance, she says that we could have built a Biafra where no one would be oppressed. Was anybody sure of this? Now, the position of women in a Nigeria society is very much like Indian society. They are almost always supposed to be like child producing machine. If I'm not being politically correct, of course, but this is what it is. The deplorable condition of women is in everybody's reality in Nigeria. And when Chudi denies staying at Uguata, going against popular opinion, he is called as weak as a woman. Now, a man who is afraid is considered as weak as a woman. The whole gender of woman is degenerated. Officials sexually molest beautiful wives of soldiers. And when it has become almost a custom for one's daughter to sleep with officers if she spends the night at a civilian's house. Though the contribution and sacrifices of women are not much acknowledged, they cannot be simply denied. Even Nwapa has said the women especially were very active during the Act War, more active than the men in fact. They made uniform for the soldiers, they cooked for the soldiers, gave expensive presents to the officers. Even Kate has shown the extreme case of resilience and mental strength during the bomb shelling. Now, there is another point, of course, I mentioned that there is always a religious belief, which generally tends to grow stronger during this situation of crisis, along with this political turmoil.
We really encourage the way you present, but due to time constraint, could you please sum up your presentation?
Yes, of course. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah, sure. Now there is, of course, I already told you that there is the lake goddess Kuhamiri, and the elderly women are so restrained in their belief. They did not want to. They would rather die with their fallen country, but they wouldn't leave the country. The Nigerians, they say the Nigerians cannot come by water. Never in the history of Uguata did any invader come by water to home alive. Your children trust in God. She is our goddess. But Kate, who is really a smart woman, really doubt this condition, and she is more into the relief situation where she is leading her family, and actually she is becoming the goddess. She is the only source of relief for her family. Now, to sum up this paper, I just want to say one more thing: that Kate's intelligence and sensitivity are in constant battle with the masculine projects of ego and hollow sense of nationalism. She thinks, she questions, she doubts, she refuses to play according to rule imposed by the patriarchal society. After returning to Uguata, Kate finally does date back her long-lost belief. Thus, in Nwapa's Never Again, the dichotomy of religious and political beliefs go hand in hand. Also, they challenge each other in such a way that it consolidates a vision of pro-Africanism and asserts the fate of cooperation of both male and female in building a viable nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation, ma'am. Next. The next presentation, thank you for your the next presentation, Gokula Priya, Assistant Professor of English from Coimbatore. Are you there, Gokula Priya?
Hello. I am Mohammad Saqib Abrar. It was my turn.
Yes, sir. Proceed, sir.
Should I proceed?
Yes. Could you please possibly open your camera for a while and do your presentation?
Thank you. I am Dr. Mohammad Saqib Abrar from Department of English, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh.
Dear participant, could you open your camera for a while? Can you please? Yes, sir. You can proceed.
Am I visible?
No, you're not visible.
Actually, there is power cut and my battery is very less charged.
Yes. Proceed.
Okay. See, my topic for presentation is religious and political dimensions in William Shakespeare's King Lear. The first point that I would like to highlight is this one, that though Shakespeare sets King Lear in the distant past of around the 8th century BC, the key themes of the play cannot be understood outside the context of Jacobean England when the play was written. The unsettling ending of Shakespeare's King Lear can perhaps be better understood as a product of the society in which it was written. On the European continent, the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century had created a theological crisis wherein the authority of the Catholic Church was called into question, and faith and religious identity became a life and death matter. Similar religious conflicts ensued in England following King Henry VIII's foundation of the Church of England in defense of the Catholic Pope. As the throne changed power from the Protestant Henry and his son, King Edward VI, to the Catholic Queen Mary, back to the Protestant Elizabeth I, Catholics and Protestants were alternatively persecuted and killed. The inconsistency of religious authority in Shakespeare's England was inescapably linked to the instability of the monarchy. King Henry VIII's sudden rupture from the Catholic Church was politically by his anxiety over producing a male heir, and the turmoil that followed in Edward VI's death seems to confirm these fears. Elizabeth I was able to restore sensibility, and her long rule marked the beginning of an English Renaissance. However, her lack of children led to renewed anxiety over the future of the throne. As far as King Lear is concerned, it is about political authority as much as it is about family dynamics. Lear is not only a father but also a king, and when he gives away his authority to unworthy and evil Goneril and Regan, two of his elder daughters, he delivers not only himself and family but entire Britain into chaos and cruelty. As the two wicked sisters indulge their appetite for power and Edmund begins his own ascension, the kingdom descends into civil strife, and we realize that Lear has destroyed not only his own authority but authority in Britain. The stable hierarchical order that Lear initially represents falls apart and disorder engulfs the realm. The failure of authority in the face of chaos recurs in Lear's wanderings on the heath during the storm. Witnessing the powerful forces of the natural world, Lear comes to understand that he, like the rest of humankind, is insignificant in the world. This realization proves much more important than the realization of his loss of political control, as it compels him to reprioritize his values and become humble and caring. With this newfound understanding of himself, Lear hopes to be able to comfort the chaos in the political realm as well. Darkness and unhappiness pervades King Lear, and the devastating Act Fifth represents one of the most tragic endings. The play presents central relationship that between Lear and Cordelia as a dramatic embodiment of true self-sacrificing love. Rather than despising Lear for banishing her, Cordelia remains devoted even from after and eventually brings an army from a foreign country to rescue him from his treatments. Lear, meanwhile, learns a tremendously cruel lesson in humility and eventually reaches the point where he can unite joyfully with Cordelia and experiences the balm of her forgiving love. Lear's recognition of the error of his ways is an ingredient vital to reconciliation with Cordelia, not because Cordelia feels wronged by him, but because he has understood the sincerity and depth of her love for him. Thank you so much. That's all about my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for presentation. Next, over to Professor Jennifer from St. Joseph's College. Over to Jennifer, ma'am. Jennifer, ma'am,
my view is there. My picture is visible now.
Yes, just a minute.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, presenter. Thank you,
Visible?
Professor Doctor. Yes, sir. Yes, now you can.
I am Saqib Abrar. Actually, my mobile is charged. Therefore, I have used my brother's mobile.
No issue, sir. No issue. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Over to Jennifer from St. Joseph's College, and a kind request for all the participants: be precise in your presentation. Over to ma'am.
Yes. Yeah. A pleasant afternoon to everyone. I'm here to present my views on Aruni Kashyap's Skylark Girl. Aruni Kashyap is a bilingual writer who writes in English and Assamese, and The Skylark Girl is one of his short stories recently added to his collection, His Father's Disease. This short story is a retelling of the popular myth called Teji Mola among the Assamese community, and it is a usual story where Tejimola, the poor little girl, is abused and tortured by her stepmother. In the absence of her father, the girl is sent to a wedding, offering her a silk dress, where the stepmother hides a rat in the silk dress. And on her return, the silk dress is totally spoiled. And out of anger and hatred towards the little girl, the stepmother punishes her by grinding her hands, legs, and head. And she is at last, she is buried in the backyard. So Romola, the stepmother, is quite happy because Tejimola is dead. And she also frames a story that she has eloped and while the father returned. But after a week, at the backyard, there is a creeper coming out. Romola initially never minded it, but later Tejimola appeared. There is a metamorphosis throughout the story, and she reappears as a creeper god initially, and then as a reddish elephant lion, and then as a darker, redder lotus, and at last a caged brown skylark. And the father, witnessing these changes, he realizes the innocence of Tejimola, and at the command of the father, she turns into again Tejimola, and the father and the daughter lived happily, concludes the story where the stepmother is seen no more. So this is the story, and I would like to represent how Aruni Kashyap represents his fiction. He says that his fiction is shaped by Assamese politics, aesthetics, and literary tradition, and he feels this age-old mythical tale is retold in many genres like poetry, movie, and short story. He feels that this story is retold again and again by Assamese community writers in order to represent their underrepresented indigenous culture and how, despite the political scenario, Assam is a state of armed rebellion and constant violence. This is how Aruni Kashyap's childhood is. So he wanted to bring out that this particular Tejimola tale, it talks about how the Assamese community refuse to give up anything in life. They don't give up and they are resilient. So I would like to conclude my paper saying that Kashyap's believes that this reiteration of Phoenix tale Tejimola, it nurtures hope and inspirations for the ages to come as their ancestors did to the next generation. So despite political chaos and conflicts, the Assamese community, through these kind of writers, Aruni Kashyap, they celebrate their cultural ethos in spite of the socio-political turmoil of the soil. I thank Dr. N. Gunashegaran and his resourceful team for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. Next, over to research scholar Durbadal Datta from West Bengal. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Let me express my gratitude to you, SBM College, for allowing me to present this topic, impact of partition in the novels of Amitabh Ghosh. We know that Amitabh Ghosh is a prolific writer, conversed in history, sociology, anthropology, and he has explored as well as exploited all his resources to depict the cultural issues prevalent in India and presented all his ideas in his fictional and non-fictional writing. Partition is a dominant theme or impulse in his novels like The Circle of Reason, The Shadow Lines, and The Hungry Tide. We know that partition of India in 1947 is the largest human migration in history. It redefines notions of nationality, citizenship, identity, and it also creates immense communal tension and riots, killing thousands of people, rendering millions homeless in newly defined homeland. It uprooted and displaced millions of common people from the land, from their homeland, which all on a sudden turned to be hostile and unsafe for those whose religious identity went against the new identity of the nation state. Urvashi Bhattalia says, partition was difficult to forget, but dangerous to remember. And Amitabh Ghosh is concerned with this dangerous part. What is dangerous to remember. In the Circle of Reason, his first novel, there is good reflection on political history that molds the minds of millions. Here, the story passes through Shotto, Rajo, and reaches its climax in Tomo, that is destruction. The novel, is the novel related to partition? The novel takes us to Lalpur, a village in Bengal. The very name of the place evokes the image of rustic Bengal. The place is symbolic of Indo-Bangladesh border, where communal riots and tensions are part of daily life. And here, in borderland, from 1947 to 1971, from freedom to the birth of Bangladesh, that is the spell of partition and mistrust ruled. As a result, there was much disturbance. And we come to know from the episodic structure that Amitav Ghosh's obsession with the idea of migration gets fully exploited in the novel. In the shadow lines, the border appears to be shadow lines set against the background of the Second World War and the communal riots of 1963-64 in Dhaka and Calcutta. The novel unfolds series of events that took place in India and East Pakistan. I am not going into the detail, but the shadowy presence of political boundary plays a significant role, although it cannot root out the existence of the other side of the border in the memory of Thamma, a prominent character in the novel. And if we come to the third one, that is a third novel, that is The Hungry Tide, we find that partition gets reflected when Morijhapi massacre of 1978-79 in the Sundarbans comes into prominence in course of the novel. Thousands of Bengali refugees settled on the island. It forms a background for some parts of the novel and evokes the historical events that continued for decades after the partition. It is Nirmal, the school teacher's journal, that reveals the struggle of the rootless people who took shelter in Morijhapi was a terrible one. Apparently, it is a story of adventure, but amidst turbulent nature, water here dissolves the boundary between India and Bangladesh. It's a very nice. That's all from my end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Next, over to Shanmadi presentation. Shanmadi for presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. The next participant, Shanmadi, and a kind request, Shanmadi, be precise in your presentation. Take from 2 to 3 minutes. Over to you, Shanmadi. Open your camera for a while, Shanmadi. Shanmadi, can you hear me? Are you here?
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. I am Shanmadi.
Can you open your camera
Yes,
for a
sir.
while?
I can hear you, sir.
No, I hear you as well, ma'am. Can you please open your camera
Yes,
for
sir. I open my camera, sir.
a photo session? Yes.
So
Your
my
face
camera
not
is on.
No, your photo is not visible here. I could not see your face.
Sir. Sir, can you see me? Sir? Sir, can you see me, sir?
Adi, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shanmadi. MA final year from IC-RPPEL Arts and Science College, Nagapattinam. My title is The Impact of Religion on Politics in Christopher Marlowe's The Jew of Malta. The study attempts to analyze the impact of religion on politics by
Excuse me,
majority
ma'am.
groups. The
Excuse me,
politics
ma'am.
and religion has never-ending relationship. And
Your voice is vibrating, ma'am.
yes,
Your
Dear
voice is
yes, sir.
participant, your voice is not clear, I hope. Can you kindly look into that? Shanmadi, your voice is
some
very...
vibrations in your voice, madam.
Shanmadi,
So may I audible?
you're
You are
audible.
audible, but
Can you...
not fully audible because there is some vibration.
So sorry for the inconvenience.
You proceed.
Now I'm
Yes, you proceed. You proceed.
okay. So the politics and religion has never-ending relationship, and religious plays a significant role in politics. From the ancient to the modern times, the influence of religion on politics favors the majority. There are some common beliefs in all religions, but they are differed in their practices. Christianity and Judaism are the ancient religion which has religious conflict for many years. The basic concept of practices for this religion is different, and it changes their point of view of looking at this world. It is usual when it's stayed as a conflict between religion, but it reflects on politics. It affects the people's life, particularly the minority groups. In Jew of Malta, the protagonist Barabbas suffered by religion because he belongs to Judaism, which is considered as minority groups. The minority Jews are compelled to pay money for tribute to or change their identity into Christians. The religion controls the political power and make it favor to the majority. Other Jews are ready to give their property when seized by the governor's order. Barabbas want to take revenge upon the governor's furnace. So he uses his son Lodok to make him duel with Matthew to marry Barabbas' daughter Abigail. Both of them are died in the duel. Here, the religion arises to teach humans to follow morals and good deeds, not to tame or destroy
I hope there is a technical glitch from your side, Shanmadi. Anyway, thank you for
Sir?
your...
Sir, I'm back, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, Shanmadi. Next, over to Gokula Priya,
Thank you,
Assistant
sir.
Professor. Thank you for your presentation, Shanmadi. The next
Sir.
presenter, Gokula Priya, Assistant Professor. Over to you, ma'am. And a kind request for all the presenters and participants, please stay back in the link. Over to Gokula Priya, Assistant Professor.
Good evening, sir. I am audible.
Yes, you're audible, Gokula Priya. Can you possibly open your camera for a while? Possibly, can you open your camera for a while? Yes, Gokula Priya. A kind request, Gokula Priya, be precise in your presentation as we are sorting out time. Proceed, Gokula Priya. Yes, you can.
Okay, sir.
Your voice is not
Gokula
visible.
Priya.
Can you be much louder?
I'm Gokula Priya, Assistant Professor of English from Karpam Academy of Higher Education. My topic is Gerard Tolkien's influence on popular culture.
Gokula Priya, ma'am, please, you are not
also
visible.
called as Marx culture.
Ma'am, you are not visible. Please come to the camera. Yes, now you are visible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Popular culture is also called as mass culture or people's culture. It is associated with normal and uneducated people. The term popular culture is coined in early 19th century. The meaning of popular culture began to correspondence with mass culture, media culture, image culture, and consumer culture. Popular culture fiction is marketed as genre literature. Genre literature is accused of being simplistic, sometimes
Gokula Priya, I'm afraid your voice is not visible thoroughly. Fully your voice is cut. Okay, possibly remove your headset and you can speak, Gokula Priya. Possibly remove and now you can speak. No issues. You can close your camera and you can speak. No issues. Gokula Priya, can you hear me? Gokula Priya, you muted yourself, I hope, and you should unmute yourself. Can you hear me, Gokula Priya? Can you check?
Sorry, sir.
Yes, yes.
Now I'm audible.
You're audible, Gokula Priya. Can you
John
summarize?
Ronald Reuel Tolkien is the author of classic high fantasy like The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, and Silmarillion. He was the accomplished scholar of professorship in English language and literature, as well as Anglo-Saxon at Oxford University. The Middle-earth series by J.R.R. Tolkien has had a major impact on popular culture in Europe and United States. There are several possible explanations for the Lord of the Rings become so popular in the mid-1960s. It appears that Tolkien's books popularly can be attributed to both marketing techniques and the situations that Anglo-Saxon American society found itself in. In 1965, a pirated paperback edition of the trilogy was published, and soon after, the authorized edition was released in time to be a bestseller. The Lord of the Rings has been global brand since the release of the film trilogy. It has a greater cultural presence than any other piece of literature, and its commercial potential appears to be immense. Tolkien's books examine the film marketing, distribution, critical response, and cult status, focusing on how the various phases of phenomenon such as trailers, DVD editions, blogs, video games, music, locations, tours, and contributed to making the Lord of the Rings most widely recognized brand in the world. Oh, thank you, sir.
Presentation. Is there anyone who is willing to present paper? Open willingness. Is there anyone? Next, I would like to invite presenter Mahalakshmi.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'm Dr. Tamanna. Want to present my paper.
Can you open your camera and present?
Okay.
Just for a while.
Is it?
Yeah, yes, you're visible, ma'am. Hold on, just a minute, ma'am. Can you hold on? And dear participant, and regarding feedback link, out of 11 links, those who have registered for 8 feedback link will be issued certificate within 5 working days. You will be receiving your certificate once if you have attended 8 sessions out of 11 within 5 working days. Over to you, ma'am. Just a minute, just a minute.
Okay.
There is a message from the convener. Just a minute.
Good evening to one and all participants. And
yes,
for the past 2 days, yesterday and today, the 2 days international virtual conference, around 600 students have participated, registered and participated, and around 75 scholars and research scholars and professors have given name and presented papers. And the thing is, the certificate would be given only to the presenters and participants, those who attended at least 7 sessions out of 11. Without the submission of your feedback, the link through which you have to give, you might have given, without which there is very less possibility of getting a certificate, because out of 600 participants registered, very few, that is around 300 and 300, around 350 students only, participant only, have given feedback. And I'm sorry, the rest of them, if they fail to give the feedback, there is less chance to claim the certificate. This is an official program, and mere registration will not help you to distribute or issue certificate. And after the presenter, there is a valedictory session, and please all the participants and presenters are requested to remain in the link itself. And in the valedictory session, you are requested to give a valuable feedback, which will help us to promote and do better in the next following forthcoming conferences. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. And
over to Dr. Tamana. You can do your presentation, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, yes, sir.
Proceed.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You can do your presentation.
Am I audible?
Proceed.
Okay, okay. Okay, sir. Okay. I am Dr. Tamanna, Assistant Professor in English, Mahila Mahavidyalaya Jodhpur and Haryana. The title of the paper is The Model World of Childhood in Indian Literature. Especially in my paper, I have taken two writers, just as Ruskin Bond and R.K. Narayan. As we know, literature for the young is a powerful social, moral, and psychological tool, as it makes them aware to humanizing effects of exploring a literary work and is an immediate influence on the edification of their imagination. As we know, literature written for children merits serious and sustained attention for the policy makers and should be treated in a worthy manner, considering its contribution in the character and personality development of a child. Tracing a brief history of children literature in India, the article discussed the works of eminent literary stalwarts like Ruskin Bond and Narayan in bringing out the significance of studying worthy literature. Children literature is a culture and artistic product which can be a valuable asset to the construction of their individual identity and true self. Since beginning of the writing, short story and novel poets and writers and novelists gave importance to the children as a protagonist and the antagonist in the literature. As Ruskin Bond is one of much wonderful authors, his way of writing stories and projection child characters is unique, and his entire works can easily be noticed his strong passion towards nature and his fellow people, especially children, are highlighted as the ordinary lives and elevated those characters with the great qualities of human feelings. And in his stories, just like the thief story, How Far Is the River, the cherry tree, and How Far Is the River, these the cherry tree are the a beautiful examples to the eco literature, and also as well they sprinkle the childhood emotions and the other things. Ruskin Bond childs are frank, open-minded, and emotional. As well as the second side, Narayan, as we know, he is the biggest thief in of world, and his first novel, Swami and Friends, that is, we can say that it is more than the story of a child. It is the story of a generation of Indians who are born and brought up in the shadow of British colonial, and who inherit the confusion of culture and social conflict. So Narayan explained his own life experience in his novels, and we can say that the Narayan acquired a lifelong dislike for traditional formal education, which is reflected in the novel. In the opening sense, we can say the all relationships and in a beautiful manner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. Next, over to Presenter Mahalakshmi.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mahalakshmi, open your camera for a while. Could you hear me, Mahalakshmi? Mahalakshmi, presenter? Yes, no issues, ma'am. Just for a while, just for a photo session. Yes, now you can close your cam and do your presentation. Just a minute, and I have taken here. Your voice is not audible, Mahalakshmi. Can you hear me, Mahalakshmi? Mahalakshmi, I'm afraid I could not receive anything from you. Over to Professor Mahadev Yashwant from Maharashtra. Over to you, sir. Assistant Professor Mahadev Yashwant from Maharashtra. Over to you, sir.
Sir, I'm here, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Yes.
Sir,
yes.
I'm Mahalakshmi, sir.
Over to you, Mahalakshmi. Be precise in your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Yes, sir. Good evening to one and all. I'm here to present my paper under the topic religious and political perspectives in English literature. Under this, I have to choose a topic in Indian literature, while in the selected novels of Kishwar Singh's Trying to Pakistan. Trying to Pakistan is an historical novel published in 1956. It recounted the partition of India in August 1947. Though the perception of Mano Majre is a fictional border village, here this novel depicts the bitter and dirty truth of Indian independence, which we call division. Singh provides the information about various religion practices of both Sikhs and Muslims in rural India. The Trying to Pakistan shows how themes of love and religious causes mankind to do unthinkable things that include heartbreaking actions also. Here, the people of the village were thrown into the system where the values of human life is based on caste system, religious and political beliefs. My paper aim is to explore dacoit, the age of false, dirty mind and deeds in Train of Pakistan. Here, Train of Pakistan is an epoch-making novel, and also it critically analyzes the partition of India as a gloomous occurrence in British India, sir. Here, in my point of view, and also the other point of view, Kushal Singh expresses Indian values over the commercial riots that occurs over the process of partition of united British India into India and Pakistan. You're trying to Pakistan.
Is your presentation over, Mahalakshmi? Thank you, Mahalakshmi. Next, over to Professor Mahadev Yashwant. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Yashwant here.
Yes,
from,
sir.
From Maharashtra.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to open my video, but you are not giving me permission. So please give me the permission so that I can open my video.
No, sir. Your face is not visible.
Thank you, sir.
Your face.
Okay. Okay. My camera is not. I think I'm touching that one, but it is not working. It is saying that it requests host permission.
The photo sessions.
Okay.
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Okay, sir. My paper is Dalit Autobiography, Contesting Religion and Culture. I'm Yashwant from Maharashtra. So here in this paper, as this international conference is having the issue of that political and religious perspective in English literature. So here I would like to say that when we talk about a religious and political perspective in English literature at international level, at that time, we understand or we acknowledge the interconnection between culture, religion, and nationalism. Similarly, when we talk about Indian literature in English that started in 19th century, at that time, I'd like to argue that Vedic culture, Hindu religion, and Indian nationalism were the main sources of English literature, in Indian English literature. And with this issue, what happened that when the foreign rulers, they denied kinship with the upper caste Brahmins, at that time they talked that they have taken it, the foreign dominance, as an attack on this culture. Even B.L. Tilak has argued this thing in his book, The Archaic Home in Vedas. And similarly, so in India, we have accepted Vedic culture, Hindu religion, and Indian nationalism similar to each other. But it so happened that we have forgotten all other democratic movements like Lokayatan, Buddhism, and Jainism, and Veerashaivism, and so that that Hindu memories become the grand narratives in our literature, Indian literature, in English particularly. But you see, when Mahatma Phule saw all these things, he challenged the same thing, that he challenged Vedic culture and Hindu religious dominance in literature in 19th century itself. For that argument, I'd like to give an evidence that when he was invited by Justice Ranade and Lokhitwadi in 1878 for the literary gathering, at that time he said that I'm not going to come to that gathering, because that literary gathering, Marathi literature gathering, is not thinking about the downtrodden people. They're not talking about human values, social realities, and sufferings of downtrodden. So such argument came there in due course of time. Even after some in the 20th century, he was succeeded by Dr. Ambedkar also. Dr. Ambedkar had taken a stand that he denied the theory of racial segregation, and he talked about the untouchable status of the downtrodden people. He said that, Dr. Ambedkar said that the Indian culture and Indian people are homogeneous, and he never gave up his stand. So according to him, the status of untouchability was imposed on broken men who, in contrast to settled tribesmen, remained Buddhist during the early phase of Vedic period. So you see that there were two cultures, Vedic culture and Buddhist culture in India. But in the phase of nationalism as such, we have taken Vedic culture and we have forgotten the Buddhist culture. That is the argument. And when he saw all these things, he argued, or he asked Shankar Rao Kharat to write about the life experiences of untouchable people. And so it so happened that Dalit literature flourished in the 20th century, in the latter half of 20th century, particularly through poems, short stories, autobiographies, and novels. Here, I have given the list of autobiographies written by so many Dalit writers, particularly in Marathi, and most of the autobiographies are translated in English. So here, for this paper, to contest religion and culture, I have taken Baby Kamle's autobiography. It is Marathi title is Jina Amusa, that is translated into English by Maya Pandit as The Prisons We Broke. So Baby Kamle talked about many things where she claimed her identity, Mahar caste identity, and afterwards, you see, she came under the influence of Ambedkar movement, because in 1932, Ambedkar elaborated that the appearance of tulsi leaves around your neck will not leave you from the clutches of moneylenders. And so such kinds of religious arguments or religion-based arguments Ambedkar brought into the arena of Dalit discourse. And so it so happened that Dalit people started to think differently in that particular period. Then I have given certain examples here about what kind of culture these Dalit people were having, and in these cultural practices, they were suppressed and they were exploited. Even they have to follow certain religious rituals, and they had to play the traditional role. But afterwards, when they undergo the Dalit movement or Ambedkar movement as such, they start to contest religion and cultural practices. Dr. Ambedkar initially convinces them that how negative rights were descended on untouchable community people in Hindu religious framework, and how the Bhakti movement proved futile to overcome the framework. So, thus the untouchable community people discard Hindu religious practices along with superstitious beliefs about clothes, food habits, and certain life patterns, and they started to accept new religion. Even baby Kamble, in the latter part of her life, she converted into Buddhism. Not latter part of life as such. I'd like to say that after her marriage, or her marriage itself was done in a Buddhist fashion, and so she imbibed that Buddhism or Buddhist culture in such a way that I'd like to quote from her autobiography that Shil, Pradnya, and Karuna have been the founding principles of my life. What else does this humble servant of Bhim want when she has these three jewels in her possession? When one has this wealth, what does the ordinary world matter? So I unquote. So these are the thinking of baby Kamble when she contested Hindu religious identity and Hindu religious culture of dominance, and she surrendered to, or she accepted wholeheartedly Buddhist religion and Buddhist culture. Particularly, she followed Shil and Sattva in various adversities in her life. So thus, in short, I would like to conclude here that the natural instincts of untouchable community people are stamped as revolutionary, aggressive, and cruel, but that was not the thing. They come out with a different identity of Buddhism, and they asserted their identity. I'd like to read only last 3 lines from my paper. They're exploited mentally, physically, and economically in Hindu religious caste structure. To reject such exploitation, they follow a religious conversion. Their conversion is social emancipation rather than religious emancipation. It leads them to good character, virtue, and uncorrupted life. It not only assures emancipation but also contests their prior religion and culture. That is what. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Next, over to Sudha, PhD scholar from Himalayan University, Arunachal Pradesh. Over to Sudha.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. First of all, I should thank my college.
For all the participants, all of you are requested to stay back on the link after valedictory occasion. There will be a feedback session. You're all asked to give your oral feedback for our betterment. All the presenters and participants are asked to stay back in the line. After valedictory occasion, there will be a time for oral feedback, and all of you are kindly requested to give your oral feedback so that we can make some betterments in the near future. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Sudha, I hope you muted yourself, Sudha. Your voice is not audible. I hope you muted yourself.
Now is it okay, sir?
Now it's, yes, Sudha. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. I am Sudha, PhD research scholar in Himalayan University, Arunachal Pradesh. My topic is portrayal of atrocities, agony, wickedness, and torture to Dalit women in Burma's one month. There are 4 major caste divisions in India. They are Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudras. The lowest caste people came under Sudras. They are recorded as Dalits. The last one is Dalits. Due to casteism, women were oppressed most. They were the most victimized by all. Atrocity of police became very worst. Torture of the policemen were visualized by many events in Burma's one month. Being second sex as well as Dalit women, they faced so many problems and also helped to their men by financially. In Burma's one mom, she had depicted clearly about the status of Dalit women among upper caste and male-dominated society. The courageousness of women and misfortune of their Dalit identity had portrayed vigorously in Burma's one mom. Dalit people are suppressed, humiliated, exploited, and discriminated and marginalized in every sphere of life. If the women belong to Dalit community, they suffered of 2 types. First being women, second belong to the lowest community. Therefore, it could be said that they are doubly oppressed. There were so many movements in literature. There are Mary Wollstonecraft's Vindication of Rights of Women, and Simon de Beauvoir's The Second Sex, Virginia Woolf's A Room of One's Own, Kate Miller's Sexual Politics. These writers speaks of the real women who struggle with the social norms condition which are extremely propagated by a patriarchal society. Women's condition were not good in 1960s and 1970s, but in 1980s the mode changed. Being Tamil, Dalit Christian women is able they suffered a lot. Bama is able to express empathetically the women's identity. Bama examines caste, gender, oppression together. Bama's One Mom published in 2008 in Tamil. It was translated by Malini Shastri into English. Dalit women are beaten up by their husbands, brothers at home, and also ill-treated at works by upper caste landlords. One Mom outlines the story of Dalit and their struggle for existence. Here, Halagarasan has remarked that One Mom occupies a unique place as it brings to the fore the centrality of issue of caste and not simply the atrocity against Dalits. The novelist deals with the internal enmity between two castes within Dalits. They are the Pallar and Parayas. They are the two Dalit communities discussed in the novel. The enmity among Dalits made by the upper caste people causes sufferings and losses. The Dalit people never realized the importance of unity, so that they suffered a lot. And the women who were taken to the police station were subjected to more severe torture and abuses. There are some of the women who suffered most in the novel. They were the wife of Seduraman, Chellakili, Chinnammal, and Mary. These women suffered a lot when they were brought to the police station. So now I come to my point, that is, whatever happens, the women are the most sufferer in the novel which was given in Bama. Thank you.
Thank you. As we have come to the fag end of this international conference, thank you all the participants around the globe. Now time for valedictorian. With due respect, I render welcome to Assistant Professor P. Sridevi to render a formal welcome address. Once again, a kind request to all the participants and presenter are asked to stay back in the link so that we need your oral feedback after the conference report. Thank you, presenters. Over to ma'am for the welcome address.
A very happy evening to all intellects and invited guests. It gives me immense pleasure and literature to 2021. It's organized by PG and Research Department of English, Sri Vidya Mandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous, Uttangarai, Krishnagiri District, Tamil Nadu, India. The fragrance of flowers spread only in the direction of wind, but the goodness of a person spreads in all directions, as our most respected and honored founders praise. I welcome our founder, SVM Group of Educational Institutions, Thiruvi Chandrasekhar. I welcome you, sir. The sails for this particular notion were adjusted by a person who is not only a great motivation to all of us, but a visionary and a person who gave us the belief to bring together this event. He is none other than our beloved secretary, Thiru R.P. Raji. I welcome you, sir. Nothing great will be achieved without great men, and men are only great if they are determined to do so. It's a quote apt to our additional secretary, Thirupi Venkatachalam. I welcome you, sir. Every celebration is an experience. The external fades away and the internal lingers and echoes in the most depth of our arts. We are reminded that events like this one are milestone on the journey of life and reminders of God's fidelity all through. This experience to us is given by our most respected principal, Dr. T. Balasubramanian. I welcome you, sir. A pessimist complains about the wind, an optimist tries to change it, and a leader adjusts the sail. Here, I welcome our respected Vice Principal and Head of PG Research Department of English, Dr. N. Gunasegaran. I welcome you, sir. Next, I extend my cordial welcome to the organizing secretary of this international virtual conference, a man of loyalty, dignity, morals, and good heart. I welcome Dr. R. Sivakumar, Assistant Professor of English, Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, Autonomous. I'm indebted to extend my warm welcome to all staff members of English department. Next, I propose a hearty welcome to all the heads and staff members of various departments. I give a convivial welcome to all the research scholars, stakeholders, technical team members, well-wishers, and all supporters off the screen and on the screen. I welcome you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your cordial welcome. With due respect and absolute honor, I request our Vice Principal and Head Department of English, Dr. N. Gunasegaran, and the convener of this virtual conference to present the conference report to the gathering.
A pleasant evening to all the dignitaries and participants in the webinar. I am much pleased to present the conference report in front of you. The inaugural function of the two-day international virtual conference on religious and political perspective in English literature held on 8/4/2021 at 9:30 a.m. with a welcome address and the focal theme of the conference by the convener and organizing secretary of the conference. Through R.P. Raji, secretary of the college, felicitated the gathering and congratulated the head and organizing team for their proficient effort to organize the event of this magnificent event. In the short span, Dr. T. Balasubramanian, principal of the college, delivered the felicitation address. During his speech, he has emphasized the prominence of the religious and political perspectives pertaining to English literature. He also insisted the importance of English as a communicative language and its need. Subsequently, the technical sessions of the conference were presided. Dr. Aparna Sharma, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of English Studies and Research, Amity University, Noida, has given a keynote address on socio-political aspects in English literature. She mentioned the different aspects of literature indulged in social and political activities in society. Then Dr. Jalil ABD Jalil, the Ministry of Education era, the General Directorate of Education in Al-Qaeda, lecturer of English literature and language, Department of English, Open Education College, Al-Qaeda Center, delivered his keynote address on brief survey on religious and political indices in English literature. He delivered a keynote address on the essentiality of the faith and politics in English literature. Followed by the second lecture, Dr. K. Sivajodi, a professor and head Department of English, College, on the very trendy topic of religion and followed by the second lecture, Dr. K. Sivajodi, Professor, Head and Department of English, Ranipet Engineering College, Ranipet, lectured on the very trendy topic of religion and feminism. He gave a detailed keynote address on creating awareness in female and need of moral in society. Then Dr. C. Arun, Assistant Professor, Government Arts and Science College, Thiruvannamalur, delivered a wonderful address on religion in Na Pichamurthi's select short stories. He quoted stories related to Tamil mythical literature. Then papers were presented by the presenters in different genres from different parts of the world. The second day technical sessions of the conference was initiated by Dr. Pearl Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology, who gave an interactive keynote address on reflections of religion and environment in literature, a movement towards sustainability. She mentioned that literature paves the way for all aspects of life. Then Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi AP Anomalai, University Science Malaysia, USM Malaysia, gave enormous techniques to learn the English language through her keynote address on the community of inquiry framework for online flipped classroom approach in unpredictable times. She mentioned that the present society is totally indebted to the World Wide Web. Then Dr. M. Muvendan, head and assistant professor of English, Anja College, Sivagasi, has rightly pointed out that the impact of politics and religion on literature. He mentioned that both politics and religion are the two sides of the coin in literature. The next keynote speaker was Dr. T. Chendamrai, Associate Professor, Department of English, Wales Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Studies, Chennai. She listed out the rank of decoding political consciousness in post-colonial Indian English literature. Then Dr. P. Bindu, Assistant Professor of English, Sri Sankara, deemed to be University, Kanchipuram, Tamil Nadu, has rightly pointed out that a childhood and socio-political reality is solely providing in literature, and there is a demand for child literature. Then Dr. G. Egambram, Assistant Professor and Head, Sangamam Arts and Science College, Jinji, has given his keynote address on religious faith of G.M. Hopkins. At the end, Dr. J. Hemalata, Professor, Department of English, Valley Views, group of institutions in Bangalore, delivered about how we have to live happy and healthy life. She mentioned that happiness is the sole reason for a healthy life of human society. At the outset, totally around 589 participants and 75 paper presenters from around the world of around 340 universities and colleges and institutions have enthusiastically participated in the conference. And I am much delighted to announce that all the research papers presented in the conference would be published in the conference proceedings with the ISBN in a short span of time. And that soft copy of the ISBN proceedings would be sent to all the participants and presenters, and also e-certificate would also be generated and forwarded to all the participants and presenters within a short span of time. As per the online feedback of the professors, scholars, and students, the International Virtual Conference on Religion and Political Perspectives in English Literature 2021 has served its purpose of sharing knowledge and wisdom about religion and politics of English literature and made it a grand success. We have not made it a success, but you participants, scholars, and professors, stakeholders, you only by your active and enthusiastic present participations have made this conference and created a great honor to the college and department. Really, on behalf of the management and principal and on my own behalf as a convener and organizing secretary, convey hearty thanks to all the participants and presenters. Thank you. The valedictory function of the conference was scheduled at 3 p.m. but it is due to overwhelming response from the presenter side, and at the last moment, around 30 paper presenters voluntarily came forwarded, and due to the time consent, they have been given short of around 3 to 5 minutes within which they completed and also extended their cooperation. Really, once again, convey thanks to the presenters for completing their presentations with a short span of time. And that's why the valedictory session is delayed, and now till now the paper presenters came to the end, and now we are in the valedictory session. And in the valedictory section, Professor Mrs. P. Sridevi has delivered welcome address, and the convener of the conference, as myself, on behalf of the management and the principal and my own behalf, express a note of gratitude to all the eminent professors, scholars, and students who have participated from various institutions and universities of different states and foreign countries. I also conveyed hearty thanks to all the committee members and students of the English department for their tireless service and cooperation. The heads of various department and faculty members from other department of SU college, and the cooperation of all the participants from various institutions and universities and colleges. And also thank the press personals, audio, video persons, and all those who helped to make the conference a grand success. Thank you for all your cooperations. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, sir. Now time for oral feedback. Participants and presenters are asked to give your oral feedback.
Unmute.
You can unmute yourself and you can present your oral feedback. In no particular order, I request participant to give oral feedback. I request research scholar Durbal Datta, research scholar from West Bengal. Sir. I request Professor Madhav Yashwant from Maharashtra to give your oral feedback. Dear participant, your feedback will help us for our betterment in the near future. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. It's very nice meeting here, and that means it is an international conference, and we like the conference. The people we presented the paper, I like that one, and even I have very short span of time when I prepared the paper, and I was not able to submit it on 5th of this month. Still, you give me an opportunity, and I am very thankful for you. To you, and even the views that I heard from other people, they enhanced my experience regarding how to look at literature and how to study religious and political perspective in English literature particularly. That means some research scholar was there who presented a paper on King Lear and the religious aspect in that one. When that impressed me, and surely it will enhance my perspective to look at literature, and I will surely going to implement those things in my reading of the study material in future, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, request research scholar Durbal Datta from West Bengal. I request Dr. Deepak to give your oral feedback. Professor.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, sir. Over to you.
It gives me an immense pleasure to express my views on the webinar. All the keynote speakers and the paper presenters have presented their paper in an academic manner. So I congratulate the team for providing everyone to showcase us on different topics. Once again.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible. Proceed.
So good evening. Joining this meeting, I like it very much. Really, I found a very good confluence between here politics and religion. And I have done some of my work on Vivi Kamle. And really, she was very much inspired by Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar. Ambedkar was the architect of, you can say, the upliftment and reinforcement and enlightenment of Dalit community in Maharashtra. Not only in Maharashtra, he is the hero of the all over India. So today, I like this virtual platform to be up to the expectations of the participants, really. And all the presenters made their presentation beautifully, and especially, sir, I am watching you on the screen. You are very much helpful, and I like all the presentations on the webinar on this platform. I like it, this platform, and the effort done by you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Is there any participant who's willing to give?
Sir, Durbadal Dotto speaking, sir.
Yes, sir. Proceed, Professor.
I enjoyed the
Very
session
kind of
very
you.
much. It's very informative, as well as it has given me an opportunity to present my own paper, as well as the opportunity to listen to so many aspects, political and religious aspects, that I'm really very happy. And congratulations very much, sir. It's really interesting. And once again, I'm really grateful to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Your feedback mean a lot. Thank you. With due respect, I request.
Sir, sorry for disturbing you once more. This is Dr. Rajalal from Uttar Pradesh.
Proceed, sir.
Sir, this is our oral feedback, but let us fill up our feedback link on your setup also.
That will be sent, Professor. This oral feedback is for our improvisation in the near future. Yes, sir. Proceed, sir. Feedback link will be sent in the chat box.
Okay.
Is there anything?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Orally, sir. Professor Dr. Rajan, is there anything to give orally?
Sir, shall I share my view,
Sir, I like it very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, over to you, Sudha. Yes, Sudha, carry on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'm Sudha from.
Though your voice is not audible, Sudha, can you look into that?
Sorry, sir. I'm really happy to share my view. It's really wonderful session. During this pandemic situation, you have given a greatest opportunity to us. So we should be grateful to you, sir. I'm having gratitude to our college, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sudha. Congratulations. Anyone else who's willing to give your oral feedback? Presenters, participants, and professors? Shanmati, over to you, Shanmati. Yes, you can.
Sir, I'm Shanmati.
Yes.
Sir, first of all, I want to thank the SVM College and the Honorable Principal and Head of the Department, all the professors for providing me this great opportunity. And this is my first paper presentation, and it gives a lot of it to write more paper and present it. Thank you so much, sir. And I was very admired by the speeches of Dr. Sivajyoti sir and Dr. Muttaya sir. Movinder Muttaya sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Yes, Professor Varpa Sandeep, over to you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, over to you.
Your college gives us opportunity for present our papers on a theme which is nowadays also seen in Indian literature. It is based on Indian society and religion and politics. All issues or elements of Indian society, culture, politics, and religion reflected in all these presenters and in this international conference.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who's willing to present your oral feedback?
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Over to you. Proceed.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank everyone. Actually, I have presented paper before in my home university, but this is my first international conference and also a webinar. So definitely it's very special. I just wish that we all could get little more time to present our paper. That's all.
You're from which institute?
I'm from Vishwa Bharati, sir. I'm an MPhil research scholar.
West Bengal.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good.
Actually, there are so little time. I wish I could read a little more and I could interact with you a little more. That's all.
I hope to meet you near future in any other conference.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Thank you so much. Overall, the experience was very good.
Kind of you. Kind of you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else is willing to give you oral feedback? Any research scholar, professor, or any presenter? You can unmute and present your oral feedback.
Hello, sir. This is Jennifer.
Jennifer, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, thank you so much. This virtual platform of 2 days was a great opportunity to listen to all the informative sessions on religious and political perspectives. Especially the last session was so good, which is essential in this COVID situation. Thank you so much, sir. Hearty congrats to the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you all the present participants for your oral feedback. Your feedback really means a lot. Thank you all.
Hello.
All
good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Tamanna. Thanks for 2 days virtual conference. And I'm from North India. It is impossible for me to attend such type of conferences. It is through the virtual conference that I get opportunity, and it's a wonderful and informative chance for me. Thanks for.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello. Sir, am I audible?
You are audible. You proceed, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It's a wonderful session. Past 2 days, it was awesome. It was a great opportunity given by your college. Thank you so much. We are waiting, and then we are eager to watch one more session as soon as. Please send me the details, sir, if you are conducting any program through mail.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
This is Amuda from Chennai, Bharati Women's College.
Sure. In future.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Special thanks to Shiva Kumar, sir.
Oh, thank you. I will convey.
He has replied through mail as well as through mobile. Thank you so much for giving an opportunity to us. Thank you, sir.
Very kind of you. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you to every participant and professors and research scholars on the line. And really, it's an overwhelming response from everyone on the other side. And I am very much delighted and happy to know that the keynote speaker from foreign, that is Iraq nation, Dr. Professor Jalil, ABD Jalil is still in the line. And it's a great honor to the department and the college that he is attending the valedictory session, because most of the resource persons would quit as soon as they complete their keynote address. But since morning and even yesterday, both the full days he has been attending, and really it's a warm response from the side of keynote speaker. And it's a great honor. Once again, I want to convey thanks to Jalil sir. And if it would be great honor if Dr. Professor Jalil, ABD Jalil,
right.
who is valedictory felicitation now. Professor, good evening.
Excuse me, sir. Good evening, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Happy evening.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for your organizing, and that event has gone smoothly and successfully, I hope. And I wanted to thank you personally for arranging everything in the prior days to the conference. And also I would like to convey my gratitude to the others who are with you. Sorry, I'm not familiar with the names, but through all these 2 days, you have been doing very great job. So I would like to thank you once again, and all members who are responsible for this event, for the conference that is virtual and has reached the limits of India up to the north, from Kashmir down to Kerala. Yeah, I'm very impressed that you have attracted many scholars and researchers and professors from all over India. And even I would like to thank Pradip who has given me the link with you to provide the opportunity actually. So it was very great experience over the 2 past days. And I would like to thank all of your participants from Malaysia, from India, from every district, and all the scholars and the professors and the keynote speakers who are very sober in their lectures. I have benefited from this experience from every scholar, from every MA students, and each and every professor who have presented their valuable speeches and talks about religion and politics. Thank you once again, and I hope we can meet in face after this coronavirus is done. And I hope to see you in a good health and prosperous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor.
The mic is for you, Officer.
And sure, we will meet in person in the offline conference to be arranged and organized shortly within us.
Yeah, it would be my honor. Yeah,
yeah. 3 months time as soon as the pandemic situation come to end. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cooperation.
You're welcome, sir. Yeah, I'm very honored. Thank you very much.
Yes. And dear participants and presenters, those who have presented your papers, please, if it is incomplete and not yet submitted, please submit. It will be added in the conference proceedings with ISBM. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A positive attitude can really make dreams come true. He did for us. Our most respected principal, Dr. T. Balasubramanian, is a symbol of optimism. With due respect, I request our principal to felicitate the gathering.
Honorable Founder in absentia, respected Secretary and Joint Secretary, distinguished eminent personalities and speakers of this international webinar, dear participants of various institutions in India and other countries, dear HOD of English and convener of this international webinar, and staff members of English department, dear students of our institution, pleasure morning to all. I first thank our management gave permission to conduct this international webinar on religious and political perspective in English literature 2021. I thank all our resource persons for having given consent to this international webinar amidst their busy schedule. I convey my heartfelt wishes to the head and staff members of PG and Research Department of English, Sri Vidyamandir Arts and Science College, for grand success of this international webinar and took tireless effort for organizing such a wonderful gathering. I heard a lot of paper presenters presented their presentations. About 75 papers have been contributed in this webinar. I congratulate the team once again for arranging this wonderful presentation and all. Totally 589 participants participated through our YouTube link to hear over this international webinar. Once again, I congratulate all the participants and all. Thank you for the opportunity given.
Thank you, sir. Thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude, and gratitude is the completion of thankfulness. With due respect and absolute honor, I request Assistant Professor Dr. R. Shivakumar to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this two-day international virtual conference on religious and political perspectives in English literature 2021. First of all, I thank our honorable founder, through V. Chandrasekharan, Sri Vidyamandir Group of Educational Institutions, Uttangarai, Krishnagiri District, Tamil Nadu, India, for his moral support of this conference. And I also express my Heartfelt thanks to our Secretary, Thiru R.P. Raji, and Additional Secretary, Thiru P. Venkatachalam, for their valuable words of encouragement for the conference. Next, I am grateful to thank our respected principal for his words of encouragement and guidance for the success of the conference. Next, I would like to thank distinguished resource persons of the conference. Dr. Jalil Jalil from Department of English, Open Educational College of Al Qaeda Center, who delivered a keynote address on brief survey on the religious and political indexes in English literature. I thank you, sir. Dr. J. Hamalata, Professor, Department of English, who delivered a keynote address on how we have to live happy and healthy life. I thank you very much. I convey my heartfelt thanks to Madam. Dr. K. Sivajodi, Professor and Head, Department of English, Ranipat Engineering College, Ranipat, who delivered a keynote address on religion and feminism. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. C. Arun, Assistant Professor, Government Arts and Science College, Tiruvannai Nallur, who delivered a keynote address on religion in Pachamurthi's select short stories. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I convey heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. Nagalakshmi Annamalai from University Saints Malaysia, who delivered a keynote address on the Community of Inquiry Framework for Outline Flipped Classroom Approach in Unpredictable Times. I convey my heartfelt thanks, Madam. Dr. M. Muvendan, Head Assistant Professor of English, Ayanadar Janagi Ammal College, Sivagasi, who delivered a keynote address on impact of politics and religion on literature. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. T. Sendamarai, Associate Professor, Department of English, Wells Institute of Science and Technology and Advanced Studies, Chennai, who delivered a keynote address on decoding political consciousness in post-colonial Indian English literature. Thank you very much, Madam. Next, Dr. P. Bindu from Assistant Professor of English from SVMT, deemed to be University, Kanchipuram, Tamil Nadu, who delivered a keynote address on childhood and social political reality in literature. Thank you, Madam. Next, Dr. G. Ehambaram, Assistant Professor and Head, Sangamam College of Arts and Science, Senji, who delivered a keynote address on religious faith of G.M. Hopkins. Thank you, sir. Next, Dr. Abarna Sharma, Assistant Professor, Amenity Institute of Engineering and English Studies and Research, Amenity University, Noida, who delivered a keynote address on socio-political aspects in English literature. Thank you very much, Madam. Dr. Abarna Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Dr. Barul Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Maharaja Agression Institute of Technology, Delhi, who delivered a keynote address on reflections of religion and environment in literature, a movement towards sustainability. Thank you very much, Madam. Next, my heartfelt thanks to all the paper presenters and participants for their contribution to the success of this international conference. Further, my heartfelt thanks to the heads of various department and faculty members for their guidance and encouragement in all our efforts. I owe special gratitude to all the technical supporters and the professors who have worked hard to ensure that this conference become a memorable, successful one. I also wish to thank our organizing secretary who gave welcome address and theme of the conference on the first day of the conference, and Mrs. P. Sridevi, IC-RPPEL 2021 coordinator, who gave welcome address for the valedictory function. Last but not least, I thank media persons and my dear students and staff members for their cooperation in making this international conference resounding success. Once again, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you all. National anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all. Stay safe. Thank you one and all from around this universe. Stay safe. Thank you all.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Rijita. Yes, you can.
Actually, may I request you something? Actually, this is my final year of MPhil, and in June I have my submission. Unless I provide a certificate of participation, my submission will be delayed. So,
within five working days, you will be receiving it, Rijita.
okay, thank you, sir. Actually, since this is the reason of my submission, that's why I'm disturbing you again and again. Sorry.
You will be receiving it in the near future. Congratulations, Rijita. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you all the participants once again. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.